I got this picture in my closet. It's gathering dust right now, and the edges have been folded once or twice. It doesn't look the same no more, 'cause the sun has made it pale. I used to have it hanging on my wall some time ago. A picture of you, a picture of you, a picture of you, a picture of you. Talk to you for hours, and we stay up all night. And when morning came, we'd make breakfast in bed. I don't know why I threw away what we had. What's wrong with me? I don't know why I threw it all away. Picture of you, a 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 picture of you.
And we are back in business. It is week 4. It is day 2. It is the Northern League of Legends Championship. Let me hear those hypers on the chat as well. My name is Alexandre Arshara, and I'm your boy. And I'm not alone on the studio, obviously not. I have the assassin duo. It is Trouble. It is Zymera. How are you doing?
I'm the assassin on your team today.
Hey, look, I'm so good at being an assassin that I literally blend into the background.
No, I'm very visible.
And you're the assassin. And you're the assassin at play versus.
I love this. I love this. I bring the hype and then 2 assassins. That's what I get. That's what I get. Also, we are not alone. We have more people with us. We have the duo. It's the casters, Goldberg and Initialize. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
I mean, how are you doing, mate?
I'm doing pretty well. How are yourself, sir?
I'm actually quite enjoying the antics over here because it's madness, and I can guarantee Nymera is indeed a feeder. Just say.
He's wearing the shirt.
Madness.
I'm 0-4, by the way.
Yes, okay. I'm not gonna do it because the microphone will pike. Okay, we have an awesome day 7. A day of upsets as well. X7 taking a fall, another team rising up, Nuriki getting the second victory. So I'd like to talk about this day in specific. Let's start with Dusty versus Nuriki itself.
Yeah, so the very interesting thing about this particular game is that actually Nuriki are continuing on the track of being able to snowball their early game leads. They can actually now translate their bot game leads and their top lane, and I felt like this was a more put together game where they knew exactly what they had to do and they just followed through.
And there were so many standout performers. Patoska on the gangplank looked comfortable for maybe the first time we've seen outside of that Singularity game. And of course, Astor popping off as well. Moving on to the second one though, same couldn't be said around the bottom of the table packs at Singularity.
I'm letting you take the Singularity one.
Okay, well, they tried something a bit different again. They went for the Zareth. We saw that 2 times in this day, and it didn't work out 2 times. Eminem's early game, far too lethal, far too sharp, just cut them apart.
Yeah, and I think Eminem are continuing on the train as well. I think they want to catch up on the top of the table teams, and they're doing pretty well so far. I mean, their dives have been pretty stellar, their early game has been pretty stellar, their transition into the mid game has been pretty stellar, and they just know how to play their games. Now, this one was a banger for the books because that illegal hook right there that hit could have meant the victory of X7, but because Duel has been so sharp and on point with all of his hooks, it went towards the side of Bifrost, and honestly, this was a back and forth game where until the end we just didn't know which side it was going to land on.
Game of the split so far, I'd say. Really, really good.
I would say the same. Then Astralis versus JDXL. It was a tough one for both teams. Astralis are showing up, like they're stepping up. They just don't get the Ws.
Make no mistake, this was a better game from Astralis talent, and we have dumped on them pretty hard in the last couple of weeks because they did have that level of expectations. Going up against JDXL, it's a hard team to try and perform versus, and they did get an early game lead. They just walked into the jaws of these multi-man flanks time after time, and JDXL just ripped them up.
Yeah,
and we finish it up with one of the biggest games on the league in terms of time.
I mean, that was a back and forth between Riddle and Vanir. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Riddle also had the Ocean Soul, which didn't necessarily help because Vanir's draft was meant to poke and take someone out. Exactly. Play it slow. You've got the 2 long-range carries with the Zareth and the Jhin, but when there's an Ocean Soul on the other side, you get poked out. You just walk a little bit off towards the Fog of War, and then you come back full HP and the poke is already gone. All in all, I don't think it was a clean game from either side. I think there were a bunch of hiccups, but that's why it is.
Now we look into the standings and look at this. The top, Bifrost, JDXL, and X7. They are sharing the throne right now. No one was expecting that. They're no longer the gatekeepers. They're inside of the throne room.
And then you can go to the other side and say, actually, you know, while it might not be as what we thought it would be at the top, look at the bottom too. Nuriki joining a pack for the first time outside of just them and Singularity. They're looking to try and break open this kind of accepted reality we've had of the first couple of weeks, the first half of the splits, and actually, let's go mess up this mid-table even more.
I don't know what's even more shocking. Is it that Nuriki are creating a pact, or that the pact they're creating is together with Astralis?
Both. I would say yes. I would just say yes to that statement. It is amazing
How
and
much
shocking.
of an impact does that make? Yes.
Yes, I agree with that. Also, looking into the games of today, I want to know what we're going to have. Bifrost versus Nuriki. So the team who defeated the Kings are going to face off versus a team that are finally getting some victories. Followed up by Team Singularity versus Dusty. This could be it, but who knows? Vanir versus X7 Esports. After the upset, will X7 be able to come back? Or is this like one game and will Vanir take the throne even more of X7? Astralis Talent versus Riddle Esports. This could be do or die for both teams. I like this one. And Eminem Gaming will finish it off with JDXL.
I feel like the entire board today is full of very important games because Nuriki have just started finding their draft on how to transition the early game leads, but Bifrost are on fire. They literally beat, on paper, the best team that we have on the NLC, which is X7. Then you go on X7 versus Vanir, and Vanir want to solidify themselves on that top 3 as well. That is a very good game to do it versus X7, especially now that you
Even
know.
the last 2 games. The last 2 games are crazy too, because all of these are about trajectories. They're about trying to just make sure they're just upping their ante a little bit going into the second half of the split and giving themselves that real confidence boost, which might just see them out into a good performance in the playoffs as well.
And this finally gives us the opportunity to talk about the top of the mountain. It is no longer the gatekeepers, the ones inside of the throne room. We now can actually talk about all those 3 teams on the top of the standings. I would like to talk about X7 to start off, because they were the ones on the top of the standings non-stop.
So, I mean, where do we start with X7? Let's be honest. I mean, they have been so dominant, but then they finally took themselves a bit of a loss.
What about the draft then? We should talk about the draft, like week 1 and then moving
Okay,
on.
before we jump into the draft, it's very important to solidify where did they come from, right? They're bringing in Howard, they're bringing in Temp, they're bringing in a literal world champion. He's played on that big stage. He said it before. He's looking to go to its EU Masters now, and then it's paired up with Jaeger in the top lane, who's played over in NA. He's played in the big leagues as well. And then you're looking towards the bottom of the map. You've got Nata, who is a rookie, and then next to him you put in Kasing, another veteran in the European scene. So all in all, this team is built out of incredible talent.
And what we saw on that graphic there, actually, I know it kind of flipped away a little bit, but effectively that's trying to show is that they have multiple styles of play as well. We saw that very early into the split. The very last draft they had kind of showed a different thing to the very first one they had. They have this multiple styles of play. Thank you again. I know we rushed past it. But yeah, just going back to, I'm so sorry. It's a really good way to kind of visually show, actually, they don't just have one bow, one string on their bow. They can fire any sort of composition at you, and they're scary doing it.
And that is the most important thing about X7. The fact that they have such high caliber players with really deep champion pools shows you that they can play multiple styles on the Rift whenever they want. Day 1, they came in and we're like, we're looking towards a very strong side of the map, right? And yes, Harrow and Temp, they paired up with the Vex and the Hecarim accordingly. But the strong side of the map was the bot lane. Nata got a 2v2 solo bolo, what I call it, because you have a Lulu next to you. On the bottom of the map, Nata absolutely smurfed on the first game. We're like, wow, they're bringing the rookie in, the younger player, you know, and he's actually performing. He has nothing to be jealous of versus world champions, Korean imports, Kassim, who's been a veteran in the scene, Jaeger, who's played over in there as well. And then you go towards day 7, and they're like, now we'll show you the magic. Now we'll show you what Harrow can do. Now we'll show you what Tempt can do. And even though this was not a winning game,
Still a good game from them.
yeah, it showed stylistically how different they can play on the day if they want to. And honestly, for me, I think Harrow's performance on this game on the Lee Sin was...
So this is one of the teams that is on the top of the standings, and now I'd like to look into the other giants. We will have JDXL. What can you talk about this team? And what are the strengths and weaknesses as well?
So if we're talking about on paper, X7 have like they have the big guns, they have the firepower. But actually, I think in terms of XL, to me they're the cerebral team. They're the big brains. They think about the game and they're very controlling. You look at the stats we have on screen here. Their first tower percentage, very high, first in the league. Their first Baron percentage, very high, first in the league. You know what? Actually, there's a really great stat from them which isn't on here as well. They also take the most jungle camps compared to their enemy opponent of any team in the game as well. When they get into a game, they strip resources off the map and they shut you out of the game. They are so lethal when they're ahead.
And honestly, I think a lot of this has to do with Dan as well, right? We've mentioned it before, he's played in the LEC, now he's back into the ERLs, he's fired up, he wants to make it back, and every time he gets the slightest early game gold lead in his hands, he will snowball the heck out of that game to victory. And I think one of the big components and why we're talking about JDXL in such high hopes, you know, possibly for going into EU Masters, it has to be Eminence again. What is it? I'm not wearing...
It's that time of the week again,
sorry guys. It's that time of the broadcast again. I'm going to take a bow once more to M&S because this guy is just giving so much freedom to Torok as well, the coach. Like drafting freedom. Torok literally told us he can open the page with all the champions and whatever M&S chooses to pick, Torok will be like, yeah, you can go ahead and do that. And you can see on your screens right now, he's played 7 games in the NLC. His first 7 games in the NLC. He's played 7 unique champions, from mages to control mages, from aggressive mages to farming late game scaling champions, and even bruisers and fighters like the Aurelia. I feel like this is such a joker card to have in your team because whatever you want to play, this guy will pull it out and deliver.
Yeah, he's the R5 random pick. Like you just pick random on the client, he plays it, he does it.
Like Aram.
Like they might be a very cerebral team, but it very much helps that they have all of this ammunition to fire in different directions.
And we were talking
really
about
good
that.
at A-Run, by the way. I just thought about it.
After the game, we were talking with the coach, like how hard it is to prepare for someone like M&S. How can you ban him? How can you actually outplay him?
You
can't, because you never know what's going to happen.
If he's red side, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, and to finish it off in terms of teams, we have Bifrost, like the team that is adamant. They want, they take. It doesn't matter. There's just like, ooh, they just go in. What can we talk about this team? Take our time on this one because this is a big team.
So we kind of talked about at the very start of the X7 segment when we talked about their Day 7 draft, actually. We thought, oh, well, actually, they had a really good chance to show off from the Lee Sin, show off on the Syndra. Mid-jungle, awesome. They lost that game, and yet it was still a good game. The reason they lost is because Bifrost were just that damn good. They came to play, they showed up, and they showed that they have some of the biggest playmaking too. And there are so many different ways to kind of characterize this team. They had a bit of a slower last couple of weeks. This last day, though, they kind of turned back onto that early weeks form that they had, up to the tempo, up the kill pressure, came up with a great game.
And again, I just want to reiterate how important it is, because when the teams first come into our league, we're like, okay, where do we place them? You know, Gulbok did his power rankings as well, but where do they place versus these big giants that we already have? You know, the academy teams coming in and the already really fat rosters that other teams are bringing. And we're like, okay, this seems really good on paper, but it's not good enough to break the
in
top
reality?
three.
Yeah.
They're sort of the gatekeepers, but right now they beat the best on paper team that we have on the NLC. And I think the names they're bringing in, you know, Fury, and then we have Duo also in the bot lane. I feel like Duo said it, right? He was like, I think I'm the best NLC support that we have.
Kasing's all right.
Kasing is all right, but he clapped Kasing out of existence in that game. And even though I bantered with Kasing about that yesterday, that was the actual truth. I think Duel played out of his mind.
Yeah, and we get to see all of that on there.
Ooh.
So, I mean, this was, because we had so much hype coming into this, and we did have this segment, it was like, oh, wow. You know, Duel was like, okay, he had some good performances, but was it enough to beat Kasing? Turns out, absolutely yes. Even Kasing said in his post-game interview, actually, the only way they lose that game is by getting a blowout loss through bot. That is exactly what happened. Bifrost play to their win conditions. They play out in their damn minds.
Yeah.
This convinces that engaged supports is online. Like, it's fashion week for engaged supports. Tom Kench is good and all that, but the Thresh, the way he played and the way that he knows he's the best support, that is confidence.
So the thing about Thresh is that he's not necessarily a hard engaged support. He's like a tank, and he's an opportunist when it comes to engaging.
Okay.
If he gets the right hook,
I feel pretty hard engaged onto when a hook lands, but
every single right hook he could have done in this game.
So we now believe what he said, that he's one of the top 3 supports on the league so far.
We believe.
I mean, after that game, how can you argue against it? You know, this guy effectively tore a game out of the hands of effectively the best team in the league. And he just said, you know, nope, that's my victory. Be gone with you.
Okay, now that we're done with this segment, which is really important, talking about the Giants, I want to test you guys.
Again?
Again. But now,
not
you are
studied for
not
this one.
allowed to
Can
play
we bring
together.
Gulbok in, though? If we're going to play a game, can we bring Gulbok in? Because I win when Gulbok is here.
So, your challenge, apparently Gulborg is free, Elo. Is that it?
There we go.
Yeah, Gulbok is free low.
We'll
You
see
know
if
what?
that goes through into league
Never
as
mind.
well,
I would like to call, like, an assistance. I would like to call, initialize. It's not Gulborg. Okay, there he comes with the buttons.
All right.
Which means, when we have these on the transmission, it is true. It is false. It is up to you to tell me what you think. The Foster will get to reply first, and then we'll give you some points and see who wins. Let's see if Nightmare is Freelo as well.
Shush, you quiet. Stop.
It is 5 questions, and the first one to buzzer will get to answer first. And if you're right, you get a point. If you're wrong, you lose a point.
I like that.
And the way Trouble has been winning is by allowing the other guys to be wrong. I'm just saying.
Hey, man, everyone's got
time.
the strategies. Don't expose me like
And also by hitting the button and taking a minute to answer last time.
Yeah, I'll give you like 5 seconds after hitting the buzzer.
Oh,
to
no,
do.
you can't
Then
do
you have
that.
to justify
You
it.
can't do
Okay,
that.
first one. There is one team without a single first tower, and it is not Singularity. Nightmare.
I know who that is.
True.
Okay, why? Who do you think it is?
I think it might be Nuriki, and I believe that the reason this is true is because, well, it's the reason it's not Singularity, I definitely know that, is because they had a really good early game versus Nuriki.
I think it's Dusty.
You think
Wait,
it's
if I
this?
say true, do I need to get the question right too?
No. It's just for more
true.
spiciness.
We'll see.
Just spiciness.
You can be more right than me.
I don't know what's happening, but okay. And the answer is true.
Here we go.
And actually, it is Nuriki.
Oh, it is
Okay,
Nuriki.
okay,
Okay,
cool.
cool.
See, okay. I would give you 2 points, but I'll give you 1.
Oh.
I'm like
Hey,
that.
This is just like when you said I had I'd get a present for winning the first one.
You
Didn't
got a
give me that.
present.
What was the present?
You were with me. We went out to dinner. Okay, second
Next question, please.
the highest average goal difference at 15 belongs to a player outside of the top 3 teams. I'll give you this one. Okay.
True.
Okay, do you know, like, do you have any idea?
Outside of the top 3 teams, the goal diff. Actually, Azure has pretty huge goal diffs in the bot lane. So
That's a good point.
So maybe I'm thinking.
Either that or it might be.
because it's at 15. It's still technically laning
Okay,
phase.
so obviously,
Ish.
like, you've got the first answer here, so I'm not going to get the point if you get it right. But I think it might be a Vanir player. Could be a Vanir player.
It
'Cause
could
they've
be
had
a Vanir
really good
player,
early
yeah,
games
true.
too.
So true
Yeah, true.
and the answer. It is true, by the way.
Who is it?
It is Noodle, though.
Noodle.
Okay, so I get the double point. No.
Tied up so far, 1 point for each of you. Okay, let's move on. Third one. Jinx has the highest average CS per minute in the league.
That was me.
That
was me.
Was it?
Fair
You
play,
give
it
it?
was
You give
trouble.
it? Okay,
That's
okay, okay.
false. That is false.
That is false?
Yeah, I think it's Oriana.
That's a good call. I know it's going to be something that's played like once, and it's going to be one of these big scaling majors. Maybe it's even someone like
Noodle
Carter.
was like smurfing on
Either going to be that or maybe Corky.
Okay.
Maybe Corky. But Corky's
yeah.
had a lot of losing
Victor
games.
as well, yeah. Okay, I'll say
It's not going to be
false,
Jinx.
Say it's false?
I couldn't tell you which one.
It is false,
Okay, so 2-1 to you.
and it is Corky.
Oh,
Yeah, I've
you're
got
fine.
2 bonus points. 2 bonus points, which don't count.
Okay, I'll tell you this. So 2-1, and you have 2 imaginary points.
Oh, I feel
It's
feel imaginarily in the lead. That's not as good as really being in the lead.
That's why you play Nari?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why. That's why. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Fourth one, Karma is yet to win a game in the NLC Spring 2022, despite having been picked 8 times.
I think this is true, and I think partly because I can't remember all the damn games we've had, and partly because I think a lot of the teams which have been picking it, I remember there was a game top lane which didn't go so well. I remember a couple of times it was played bot lane, it was played into Caitlyn Lux, and I feel like that didn't go as well. I feel like this is true.
So you believe Karma didn't got a single win
Sama
so
has 1
far?
win. I think she's 1 and 7.
Okay, so you're
1 and 8.
telling me
1 and
that
7.
this is false, and she has 1 win.
I probably went a bit too overboard on this.
By the way, she has 2 points. You have 1 plus 2 imaginary, by the way. It is false.
Really annoying.
She got 1 win.
Yeah, that's
So
really annoying.
3-1 at this point.
You've literally just let
Can't
me.
win.
You literally just let me into a loss.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's what I do with
just as
Google
I
as well.
told you before the segment. Easy, okay.
I feel like
And to finish it off, because this is a spicy one right now, it's double points. So you can still tie up, okay?
that I can win on imaginary points.
But
Nice.
you have to give me
No, you can't
all
do
the
this.
answer. I'm the host, I can do
I've already
whatever I
won.
want.
I don't accept that.
I'm the host, I don't need to accept that. Okay, let's go. There are only 2 junglers whose first blood participation percentage is higher than 50. Okay, it is Nymera. And if you give me, if it's true or false, and the names, I'll give you 2 points.
Oh, not 1.
It is. It's true. No, higher than 50. 50%. Okay, it's true. It's going to be
Is it?
Noodle. Noodle is going to be higher than 50%. And the second one,
Think
I'm going
about
to
it.
say.
Think about
Quiet,
it.
stop.
It is your time to shine, Nymera.
It's not going to be.
Stop it, don't help him.
I'm not helping. I just told him to shine. Like,
I wonder if it's Decidere, because they haven't got many first
We're running out of
bloods.
time. He said 5 seconds for the answer.
I think it's Noodle and Decidere, because Nuriki haven't got that
Okay.
many first
Okay.
bloods.
Lock it.
It's
He might
lock
have had
in.
more than them.
Don't put it at production. If you take this one, it is tied up 3-3.
Okay.
And it is true.
Okay. Who are the players?
It is Noodle
One of them.
and Aru.
One.
4-2. Yeah. Yeah, 4-2. So yeah, there you go. No, it's
I
3-2.
want to apologize to everyone who had hope in me, for everyone that followed me on this journey.
Fine, man. I'll win all of them.
Can't win many of them, apparently.
So, give the buzzers to initialize if possible. There we go.
I'm
Is
so
the
sorry,
runner
my
boy,
brother.
and
I've
I'll take
let
this
down the
opportunity
family
to
name.
talk about the jungle. Now that we're talking about the junglers, we should focus on the meta of the junglers. What is happening? Is it stable? Are we getting a little bit frisky right now? What is happening?
So, I mean, when we talk about junglers, often like we get a little bit stuck in the early season. We get stuck on the same kind of names, and that's kind of what we saw in the NLC in the first couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think this has to do primarily with when the meta changes, when a lot of items change, or the way you play in the game. Usually you want to play it very safe. But right now, we have very scaling mid and bot lanes. That means that your playmaking has to come out of somewhere. Usually when you have engaged champions such as Ornn and Gragas and stuff like this on the tops of the map, somebody has to do things for your team. And this is where we see champions like, you know, the Lee Sins, the Viegos, and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, and you have stuff like the Diana too, which is like one of the extra kind of ones which gives you the weird kind of engaging potential that only that champion does, even though you don't have that power at level 1 to 3. Very much tip of the spear. You're going in as like with your face first. You're trying to start the play. You do a significant amount of damage too. Players like Haru on the Lee Sin showing off their mechanics as well. A lot of these champions have given these higher tier junglers the ability to really take over a game.
But again, when the meta is like very slow paced and teams usually want to farm, you'll bring out the Lee Sins, the Zinzaos, and the Viegos because they do good in every scenario. You know, whether you want to push forward, whether you want to peel backwards, whether you want to be a shield for your carries, you can still do it with the teams while making the playmaking happen on the map, right?
So
now, if our lover production could show us what we've prepared for you, we have the champions that have been primarily picked on the first sort of stage of the game, which, no surprise, it's the Lee Sin, the Viego, the Zinzao, but due to us talking about a lot of the champions that are immobile in the backlines, Diana and Hecarim are very good at disrupting champions that generally just want to sit there and put out their DPS.
And while Hecarim's kind of caught on across the world a little bit later into the split, we had it here right from the beginning, actually. First game, we had X7.
We made a trend.
The trendsetters, you've got to pay attention to us. But we had that, and Eminem obviously picked it up. Kana has been an absolute monster on the champion. We've had a couple of teams really start relying on this champion to get to that backline, as you were saying, because of that bot lane meta, because of the mid lane meta. And these have been our answers to it.
Yeah. Now, if we take a look at where the meta is going right now and why it's going there, primarily the reason why we're seeing a lot more new champions, as you can see at the bottom of your screen as well, rise up, is due to the fact that a lot more rose up in S+ priority on the first 3 picks, the first pick rotation for the teams, which means that the junglers are being pushed in priority towards the second pick rotation, and a lot of them are getting banned out. Now, these are the guys that are mostly going to be popping up on your screen, and as you can see, they all have sort of the same element to them. They want to engage, they can disrupt backline mobile carries, and they want to create brawly, steamy situations in the early game. Now, one of my favorite ones from this list, obviously we have the Trundle, the Javan, the Poppy, and the Volibear. Perfect.
Volibear's
I
there.
did this very... He's behind you. Is the Volibear. I think, let me talk to you about our Lord and Savior Volibear, because he's been one of my favorite champions ever since he
We couldn't tell. Could you tell?
Especially with Predator. We've yet to see him with Predator on the NLC. We saw Malrang rocking it with Predator over in the LEC and back in the LCK. And I feel like he can create so much havoc on the map once you get him rolling in the early game. I feel like a lot of teams have failed to sort of utilize his kit in the very earliest stages of the game, with the tower dives, with his ultimate, and of course all his speed and his lock CC that he has, but also his brawling ability. And I've yet to see him succeed, but please keep trying.
Now we should talk about the other one, like the big elephant on the room. Do you want to talk about
Let me go.
It's not big, it's Poppy.
We're going to go talk about like the Lord and Bear Savior Volibear. Let's talk about the Lady and Yordle Savior Poppy, because while we have seen a lot of these junglers come through into 4th, 5th pick, a lot of the reason for that is also because there are a lot of counters to jungle matchups out there too, and Poppy counters stuff like the Lee Sin, stuff like the Jarvan. Most of this highlight play is going to come from that awesome game that Bifrost showed with that Poppy against the Lee Sin just the other day. Now we know that Haru is a fantastic Lee Sin player, but you can't do much against a Poppy if you're trying to get onto the backline. Look at that. What are you going to do as this champion? It's a really good meta answer into a lot of that we've seen so far. We've seen a lot in the NLC starting to crop up, seen in the LCK, seen it across the world. Seems like this is a champion which needs to be on the ban list at some point if you want to start playing, again, the more tip of the spear champions in the jungle.
So now you know what the teams are doing, the champions that are being picked. We should also look at the predictions. We're getting frisky.
Did
There's some surprises.
Eminem?
And there we go. Bifrost, everyone is on there. Oh, you did it! We both believe that something is going to happen today. I thought I was the only one, by the way. After that, everyone is believing on the X7 train. Astralis and Riddle, people are getting a little bit mixed. And there we go, initialize the Madman, going Eminem, sitting strong, and everyone else is going
Honestly,
for the XL.
I do not blame Initialize for that prediction right there of Eminem over JDXL. If you take it very stats-based, you know. Eminem almost brought down X7, who has beat JDXL. So if they can polish that late game play that they had right there versus X7, I can see this one happening.
In defense of that as well, outside of just the stats kind of thing, you think about where Eminem are strong and where they really put someone like Nuriki to the sword. They just slaughtered the early game, and that's where JDXL tend to roll over the enemy team as well. So now we've got this clashing of heads in the very early stages of the game. And if Eminem come out with a very comfortable team composition, and M&S doesn't have a champion that can just 1v9 eventually.
Is that a thing?
We'll see what happens if Eminem can do his crazy stuff. But I think that Eminem might have the same kind of stylistic advantage against JDXL that we've seen them have against other teams.
Last game is going to be a bloodbath.
Yep.
We all agree on that. It's going to be a bloodbath, doesn't matter. The Singularity, I'm surprised that I wasn't the only one, by the way, but
I was
hey,
tempted,
it's cool.
but,
I
yeah.
think someone is going to happen. But what's going to happen right now is that the players are ready to jump into the champion select in a few minutes, so we need to talk about the first game. But in order to do so, we should get to the analyst desk. We should get the light show. And we are back ready to look into this first game. Bifrost versus Nuriki. Let's level down. Nuriki are not the favorite team at this point. Obviously, there's a lot of belief on the other team, Bifrost, after X7 as well. But what can Nuriki do to actually beat one of the giants?
I feel like both teams have the same exact strengths for themselves. I feel like the top side of the map for Bifrost has been absolutely stellar, and we have seen Shikari literally do absolute wonders for Bifrost. But if you look on the other side for Nuriki, Petoshka has done the same. Petoshka has been a name that we've talked about over and over again when it comes to carrying the team. But then you look towards the bot side of the map, and then we had Bifrost dismantle X7's bot lane yesterday, but Nuriki's bot lane is also what is a strong point.
My counterpoint to that would be that Petoshka has looked great on champions that actually kind of fit the meta and that he's comfortable on. The Gangplank was awesome. The Gangplank was great. The Cho'Gath was unimpactful. It lost the early laning phase. Yes, it kind of can stabilize after that point, but it didn't matter at that point because the game was kind of already over. I think that obviously the bot lanes are both a place that we've constantly focused on, and yes, we're going to keep talking about Astor because he's really, really damn good. I think where kind of like the glaring hole is at that point is actually where can the difference maker be? Maybe it can be someone like Fury stepping up again, because we know this guy has pedigree. We know he's maybe one of the best mid laners in the league, but he's not had a great split so far, not comparative to his expectations.
I watched his interview yesterday. He's like, well, you know what? I would like to play more carry champions, you know, the Astralis, the Silas. I'm like, why don't you? Silas is perfectly fine right now in the meta. Akali is more than perfectly fine right now in the meta. Like, give the man a carry. Like, show us what Fury can do when it's up to him to carry the team. Because even though he also struggled yesterday because he was like, you know what, I haven't been, you know, very happy with my performance, and like these scaling picks, yes, they're all right, but they're not my kind of style. I feel like Bifrost have the tools to sort of swap who their carries are around, with dual roaming towards the mid lane as well, and they have a very capable jungler. I think a lot of things can be swapped around to actually allow some spotlight on Fury, so he can feel a lot more comfortable with the things he's playing as well.
Now we're going to focus on the early game, because Bifrost obviously will be looking out for blood. So Nuriki have to play safe, or do they have to face that aggressiveness on the early game?
So Nuriki's early game has been a little suspect. So we have to see again if Bifrost, because that's the area that they really cleaned up against X7 actually. They cleaned up their early game again. If they're performing on that level once more, yeah, Nuriki need to have done a lot of work in their days off, and they're gonna have to hit them hard and hit them early.
Where's the Riven ban for Petoshka? They need to remove that away, as every single team does it. Tryndamere is going to be removed as well. Are we looking into that bot lane with the Senna, the Tom Kench? Will Zeta pop up again and actually be successful on the mid lane? I don't know.
I'm just wondering here, if Akali goes through for the set of Bifrost, she carries more than capable of
I've been
laning.
picked now as, oh no, come on.
Fury is a fantastic Akali player, as we all know as well. So I was wondering here, of course, with the TF ban as well. See, I'm kind of sad with the TF ban because it allows also Fury to grab the Salas and create the counter plays. But if they feel like they don't want to be matching this because they maybe want to play a carry towards the bottom of the map and Twisted Fate really disrupts, it also says to me that they don't want to first pick it. So maybe I'm looking towards an Akali.
Yeah, but this is, and speaking of kind of like picking up like the TF and the Akali, actually we can kind of zoom out a little bit again and kind of talk about, okay, so we're not seeing any jungle bans here. There's been no Lee Sin or Xin Zhao ban just yet. We'll see if they end up hitting the bans at the end of it. But what we've seen is a lot more blind picks in the mid lane compared to the jungle. We're not seeing first pick Xin Zhao quite as much because actually Trundle does pretty well against that. Actually, some other picks do as well. The Corki is something which is really easy to blind pick, particularly at this level, because people aren't punishing it. But mid lane is still this kind of place where he's thinking, actually, you can kind of get away with a lot of these blind picks.
I think the Victor is what also forces the Corki ban right here because they're the two primarily champions that just want to farm into the late game, right? But now here the question is, you have Diana open, you have Xin Zhao open, and you have Akali open. Do you want to first pick the Akali here? Because again, Fury is an absolutely stellar Akali, or are you going to choose to...
Is this going to be like MC's Rumble again?
So Seabo is like a fantastic Lee Sin player, so I don't blame him for wanting to first pick something like a playmaker. Now my question here is, LeBlanc is open. So by picking the Lee Sin from the side of Bifrost, that means that Nuriki cannot pick LeBlanc because Lee Sin sort of counters LeBlanc and can follow her around.
They do really well together too.
Gives the chance to Fury to pick it for himself.
So giving Jinx over to Azertor is very dangerous. He is a very good player. But yeah, I mean, I know I was kind of talking about, jungle, there are answers to it. The question is, so Desidero did play the Trundle. Trundle does tend to do pretty well into Lee Sin and Jin Zhao. You can duel with them early. That's definitely something you can do, and you can mitigate some of their early game impact, even though Seaboy is a fantastic playmaker. Viego, we haven't seen a lot of, but the thing about Viego is that if you know that the enemy is coming into you, you are very, very happy. If you have the longest range, highest damage AD carry in Jinx, you just play the Viego and say, sure, dive onto the Jinx. We have another win condition now in double resets.
And I also think that the Lee Sin sort of gives away that the Bifrost are probably going to want another component on their draft to dive in together with the Lee Sin. I would love, love, love to see a Senna slash lay down the bot lane, whether it's Set, whether it's Tam Kench. I wouldn't mind seeing any of the two because honestly, it works really well with Lee Sin. It works really well if you want to go a bunch of assassins, melees. And talking about melees, that is the bread and butter for Shikari up in the top lane. He's played Gwen. He's absolutely stomped with the champion. I think he's two wins out of 2 games that he's played, and he's looked fantastic on it.
And he's effectively solo carried a couple of games on that Gwen. He's stood in the front line, done an insane amount of damage.
LeBlanc wasn't picked here.
Yes, but I think that... So actually, the couple of times when we have seen the Gwen very high priority and picked early, actually the Jax has been a better 1v1 into that champion. It used to be Camille before Camille's W got nerfed, and now Jax is the one champion that you really want to pick that actually does well for your team comp. Action, you can kind of win the 1v1, but then you're playing an AD, like ranged top player that falls after about 5 minutes or so. So the Jax is kind of like the more meta answer in the terms of the team comp. I don't mind Tosca picking this up because it's comfort for him too.
And you need to get the hyper carrier on Petosca. You need that top lane to be a battle of the ages because you know the jungler will try to prioritize the top and get Shikari ahead.
So we're looking here at mid laners for the side of Nuriki. We're looking at Aeror. He's played the Victor before. We're looking possibly for a Syndra. We're looking for something like an Orianna, something that will protect the backline, but will also be able to create opportunities in the front line as well. I think you need a really good pairing together with the Viego. It could be the LeBlanc. It's not that Lee Sin being picked on one side is a no way for the other side to pick the LeBlanc, but I was thinking a Viego slash a Syndra versus a LeBlanc Lee Sin could potentially be a really good duo to go against them.
Now, you see, I love myself some programming, and one of the things that you do in programming is stuff that you've used before, you keep using again. We talked about Duel in the pregame, and let's just keep using that. It's easy, it's put there. He's just had 3 champions banned away from him, and a lot still being banned on the side of Bifrost. You can see they're taking a while
not banned.
On that second one. But, I mean, Senna has choice lane pairings, and Dual is not going to get any of the cream of the crop with that. The set can help. I don't think it's going to be the best thing ever as a support, because even if you are diving into that comp as the set, you're still going to be in a lot of danger to the Viego, to the Jax stuns, to the Jinx just auto-firing on
What do you bring then? Because Rakan appears? Okay, so Set versus Rakan as well. Rakan needs to go to you, and Set obviously will be happy with that.
So the thing here is that I feel like Nuriki have a really good all-around composition where if they want to peel backwards, they can. If they want to figure out and engage for themselves, they still can. But the thing is, the second the Rakan dives in, it gives Set a very easy segue towards the backline of Nuriki. If it honestly gets locked in here, I would be really happy to see that because I think Set
it's the best of a bad situation, it feels like.
I think For me, it's the best of a best situation because I really love Set, so I am very, very biased.
Biased,
and
yeah.
especially when you have 3 melees that are going to play into the hands of Set when Set dives in. I think it's really good to pair up with a Lee Sin that's going to be diving in the backline, a Gwen that's going to be diving in the backline, and then you have the Senna complementing all 3 of your melees. Now the question is here, do you want to go with the Syndra or do you want to go with the LeBlanc? The answer is Syndra.
You are currently outranged, though, and the Jinx is going to be doing more damage than the Senna in a lot of ways. Now, this goal for Bifrost is just entirely, you kill the Jinx before they get online, because if the Jinx gets into the fight, much like we saw Bifrost do to X7, actually, if you start losing out in that DPS check, where all champions start hitting training dummies in these 5v5s, then I think Nuriki win this. Having an Orianna Shockwave to buy an extra second or two, that's really important. We saw Singularity almost win their first game of the split with that, actually, playing around a longer range backline. I think that Nuriki have come out with a bit of a draft win if it comes down to front-to-back fights.
Yep.
But we might come down to player different Bifrost because they are so damn good.
I also do like it because Bifrost have a bunch of melees. They have 3 melees that want
Into
to walk
Orianna Shockwave.
Exactly. into the Orianna's ball, where we've seen what happened when they kept walking into Muta's ball and he was getting triple and quadruple shockwaves.
Yeah.
Now the problem is that the Set has a very easy access to the backline. Lee Sin can also find pretty good flanks. We saw it from Harrow yesterday. Sibo played a fantastic game, even on the Poppy, finding the flanks. So my question is Bifrost going to be able to outplay on the champions that they have chosen? Because mechanically, if you can play so well on these champions, you can find the flanks, you can find the backline access, and is Nuriki going to be composed enough to keep their carry safe?
It's going to be action-packed game. It's going to be a good one. And this is the way to start the week 4, day 2. And obviously, we have to send it away to the casters for the first game. It is Goldberg. It is initialized. It's going to be hyped.
What a surprise! It is actually us. I didn't realize. I thought we were just standing here. I know.
I mean, if you missed the pre-game, then you wouldn't know it was us, so that's true.
What are you going to do? Anyway, we have got a bit of an interesting matchup ahead of us. Bifrost off the back of an incredible win over X7 on Monday. Tied for first, took down the team we all expected potentially to go undefeated, all of that.
It's an interesting matchup between these two because it's 2 teams that's coming off, as you're mentioning yourself, pretty good momentum. Bifrost against X7 was arguably an upset as well from the side of Bifrost. With Nuriki yesterday as well. I keep saying yesterday. It was
I know, it
obviously
feels
Monday,
like
right?
yesterday.
It feels like
There has
yesterday.
been a day between it.
But arguably also an upset for them coming together. Obviously, I think there is a difference in terms of skill, and this time around, Nuriki, once again, is coming into this tournament, but this matchup as an underdog. And because of this, there is a lot of pressure on them. But as the desk was mentioning, relying on your bot lane for this with a hyper carry Jinx can be very interesting. I will think the laning phase can become a little bit difficult because once again, once we mention Rakan in a lane, right, it's something against CC that can be quite finicky. Now, I will say, sets E, if you're mispositioned, can't always stop the Rakan, but as soon as you get that ultimate in, then it suddenly starts becoming a bit more difficult.
It becomes a touch more challenging. Now, of course, it's not just any Rakan, it's Abagnale's Rakan. The last time he picked this one up, he looked phenomenal. I know it's something that he's quite famous on, so it's a big comfort pick there. I mean, honestly, for the side of Nuriki, they've got Potoska's Jax, they've got Azatul's Jinx, they've got Abba's Rakan. They're pretty comfortable with those options. As we're back to us briefly there. It was a momentary look into the game. I'm sure we'll find out what's going on until then. Maybe they just wanted to look at us. We've got, again, a
we can do
fantastic
stop motion
option.
as well.
That's
if
true.
we want
We'd have
to.
that. We
Like
had
the
that.
champions in game, but no, I think as well range was something the desk mentioned a little bit with the 2 compositions here as well. And I think Syndra was a brilliant pick. Honestly, I would have also loved if Nuriki picked that up for themselves, just due to the fact that you're against a Lee Sin, right? You had a Gwen, and while the Hallowed Mist does make it a little more annoying, once she gets into you and is in the melee range, you can still lock her up with the CC. Now, I think as well having this now on Bifrost creates a difficult situation from this side of Nuriki. The fact that once you finally get into a teamfight state, your entire front line that needs to go in are very limited with their CC. We already talked about Rakan and Abagnale yesterday, but the thing is, if you're in Vision and you're just walking face first into these champions, you won't find an engage. And this goes for all of them. It goes for Viego, it goes for Jax, it goes for Rakan. So creating these fights around objectives, it's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be reliant on good control setup with very good vision layout that's favoring flanks for these engages, because taking away a Jax, the counter-strike's not going to matter. Rakan just jumping in, being plugged into your own team. So team fight scenario, once again, objective setup is going to be so pivotal, and I think a lot of pressure is on Abagnale again on the Rakan.
Well, he lived up to the pressure the last time, and this time he has, of course, got Potoska with the counter-strike to maybe offer a flank angle. He's got that Orianna ball for big shockwave setups, and they did say on the desk, that's a lot of melees as well, so if Set doesn't get the proper counter, you can sort of see some big wombos potentially setting up there as well. So,
And I'm actually very curious because one thing I love in League, it's early game pressure. Whoever gets to push in early in laning phase usually gets to make the first move. It's like a move. It's like being white in chess, basically. You have the first move, and because of that, the situation is always favoring you a little bit. Now, in the mid lane matchup, Orianna will be forced to just rush Mercury Treads just due to the fact that Syndra will always have CC on you, and the combination of Syndra and Lee Sin is incredibly scary as a 2v2. Because of this, you won't always get the priority in the beginning, and Syndra will be able to make the first move. Now, a lane I'm not so sure about is actually the bot side, because I think Jinx with the rockets on the queue should be able to push in the center, and this might create a little bit of an interesting matchup dynamic once we reach the Drake area, because Prior should be from the mid lane on the side of Bifrost, and down towards the bottom side, it should be from Nuriki.
Also want to ask the bot lane expert that we have, in fact, tell the bot lane expert, well, there's the phrase I'm looking for, that is a Spectral Sickle start from Senna, so looking like she's not farming either, so you're trying to get potentially the set to farm, I believe, unless I'm completely off base here, which is, you know, a potential option. And that could mean a little bit less lane pressure as well, because it's not the Senna last hitting from range, it's going to have to be set going to hit them as well.
So I think from a laning phase standpoint, Nuriki has a few tools to play around with. Topside with Counter-Strike into Gwen in the beginning is very favorable from the Jax. Bot lane, as we already mentioned, and then mid lane is kind of being that thorn in the side of you where you wish you had that prior once you moved in, but it's also the saving grace for Bifrost, knowing that they can always rely on Fury if any invades should be coming in. But in the early game, they're trying to be finicky about it. They're trying to blow some early stuff out from the Nuriki bot lane.
Yeah, that was a cute little attempt there from Duel there. Just, you know, just seeing whether you can get something off. Of course, it's not like you're wasting any mana on set. He's not like he's a resourceless champion. So looking to see whether you can get that face broker of the wall. Nice touch.
But you can see Bifrost, they stacked up the wave a little bit, which means that it's going to automatically be slow pushing into them. And they want to fight in the early game here with the few champions they have. Obviously, they can take bad trades because they have the center queue to heal up. So Jewel taking damage in laning phase is not actually going to matter, which is why you can see they're trying to be way more aggressive than the other ones. Oh my god!
He tried it, missed it up, and that means Abagnale gets a chance to go in. There's the heal popped. Duel taken very low. Azitor flashing forwards, the ward of the bush in its first blood, and it's already disaster in the bot side. Odie now having to run away. He's got a flash. He may need to burn it. Doesn't quite fall. Flashes down, and Nuriki winning out hard in bot lane.
Yeah, definitely. That was on Bifrost's own action as well. It was Duel that flashed in, completely messing that one up. But, well, we all know what went wrong. He missed, and because of that, they just don't win that trade.
You could see the attempt, flash to get behind the minion, and it just doesn't work.
And the thing is as well, this is a Senna lane, right? So the fact that you're already put behind in a laning phase where Senna is not the farming champion, you took away the set. That means you're losing out on resources on gold right now. She's going to get less value on the sigil if she farms too much. And at the same time, she's not in a position where she can farm souls on the enemies. So the bot lane of Bifrost right now put behind. And once again, as Senna is struggling in the early game in the NLC, this is the third time in a row we're seeing this.
Okay, of course as well, some of those black squares production are telling me, or if you look towards the sides of your screen, are teleport. They're not like they've not picked a summoner there, so that's what's going on. Does mean we're going to have to do our best to track teleports mentally. It's been a while since I've had to do that, since timers have come in, but hey.
Doing get in. Time to have these timers in chat.
Can we type in chat? Is that something we can do?
I mean,
just like from the voice
and
from
a
the
piece
gods?
of paper, so that's what we're going to be relying on.
I've got my spare piece of paper. I've got my pen. We'll make it happen. Still, checking in, Nuriki up about 500 gold off that bot lane play. They get the shove. Looking pretty good as it stands in this early game.
And we might get the first TP from Patoska because he screwed his wave up a little bit up towards the top side. Could not get a push in, and Desidre actually backed. Like, he could have been in the back end and help him push that out. Instead, the lane is a bit awkward now, so synergy once again between Nuriki and some of their members. Not always there. And you can see Patoska is actually going to hold on to the TP. He's going to walk instead and go back to lane with a call.
Yeah, he's looking to just try and wait and scale up, especially, I suppose, with all those summoners blown bot. Desidre did skip out, going for that topside scuttle crab, starting from bottom, pathing top. Looks like he wants to be around this bot lane to see whether Seaboy was going to try and attempt a bit of a counter gank towards bot, reset that lane, and to spot out the Lee Sin backing. And just heading in, going to try and get the root here as well. It's a lot of damage down, and both laners there taking a bit of a chunk.
Yeah, but once again, healing aspect is in the favor of the center, so they can take these trades, and you can already see, all right, back to half HP, great. I'm feeling good about this one. So taking trades with the center, it's always super difficult, and it's why it's so annoying to deal with. You want to be able to kind of finish you off in one instance, or just have a putt advantage. And as you can see right now, in the inventory of Abagnale, that is just not the case. So lane gets pushed in by Bifrost, they get to go for an early reset, pick up a few swords for themselves, and on the other end of Nuriki, they want to reset as well, probably just push in the wave and go for their own back.
And there's a big wave now crashing into Ptoska's turret, who did have to wait till this wave turned up because of that slightly awkward wave Goldberg called out just a few minutes ago. Desiderate will be a known quantity because I believe he just walked over a vision ward as well.
He has, and I mean, they don't have any CC to set this one up. So what I was talking about in the top side before was your jungler coming around to help you shove the wave in so you can back on a favorable way. That's kind of what they're trying to do now. And Fury, oh, I'm actually surprised he fully cleared that, but it seems like he's just going to make sure that going back early is not going to be the case. He could have opted for a freeze there as well, but it looks like he wants to contest the next wave, push that in for himself since it's a cannon, and then go for his own cheetah. So Fury probably just going to be hard chopping this one.
All right, you can see him start to burn through that mana. That mana pool does have the corrupted parts to keep that topped up, and does exactly what you say. Shove straight through that wave as Abagnale just fighting over a control ward, as is often the case, and gets over the wall with a battle dance, so nothing more to say there. And
just this matchup as well with the Rakan and the center, there's something that's incredibly annoying if you've ever played Rakan, which is if you do get hit by the W of center and you're too late with jumping out with either your grand entrance or the E, if that pops, you get stopped midair.
Yeah.
So you need to be super fast. As soon as that lands on you, just get the hell out of there.
I imagine as well, you can accidentally set your other laner up for disaster as well by jumping to them and rooting both of you, which is not what you want to do with a battle dance. As over comes Desiderate, will be on board, and it's a little early indeed. Not too much more to be found, and the reason we're focusing so much towards the spot, that's where most of the action has been, as Aero and Fury just trading the mid lane. Oh my days, that's just a straight solo kill. I was not expecting that. Good lord.
Okay, well, yeah, and that's why, once again, as we've already talked about, Orianna, you quite often have to rush Mercury Treads, or else you're just not going to be forced to lane, and you can see the inventory as well from Aero. He's got the boost, he's got the null magic mantle, but Fury after this one's probably just going to be coming back with a lost chapter, and that was the thing we talked about. Mid lane should always have the priority in this matchup from Bifrost, and now getting that kill is just allowing C-Boy to solo up the Drake. His spot lane's pushed in as well, so I was actually a bit wrong about this matchup. I thought the Senna was going to get pushed in by the Jinx, but it looks like it's the other end of the coin in this matchup.
And now that gold switching straight back towards Bifrost by a few hundred, and honestly, for the side of Bifrost, C-Boy, Fury, set up to succeed with that pairing, set up to succeed with that solo kill, and for Nuriki as well, one of the things we were saying a little bit behind the scenes was like, we wanted to see what Aero and Desiderate would bring into this game, because they were a little bit quiet on the Monday, and we wanted to see whether they could step up in this game, and a little bit quiet thus far, and C-Boy and Fury, on the other hand, not so quiet in their games.
Yeah, I think the positive thing is that this game is not as disastrous in the early game as it was against Dusty, but it really started falling apart from Nuriki once we reached the Herald. That's where they continued to just take bad fights again and again, but Desiderate trying to make an impact bot.
That's exactly the kind of thing we need to see. Gets the heal out of Odie. That's a flash away as well. They're going to continue to trade. Desiderate going to get rooted in place, but gets into the bush. And now Abba's here as well. Forced another flash. Aero has roamed down to boot. Shockwave comes out, and remember, Odie no flash, but does have the piercing darts for the heal until the final auto comes through and they secure the kill.
Yeah, always outplaying that one from Bifrost, but the man advantage from Nuriki just wins out. But what can Bifrost get on the other side of the map? You can see Fury just pushed in mid lane, got a play for himself. C-Boy currently soloing up the Herald, so while this is a nice proactive play from Nuriki, there is a response from Bifrost.
And you can just sort of see Ptoska wondering what's safe to do as they're thinking about continuing to shove even further. Duel gonna step out of the way of those flame tombs, can't get behind the turret. Spectral Maul goes well, gets shoved back in, Desiderate goes down, and that's not what you need to see. Ptoska flashing away from the needlework topside as well. Will just about survive. Duel taking pretty low, gonna start hopping forwards. Remember, he's got the showstopper, goes away from his lane. I'm not sure you wanted that, mate. He might just die here. Gonna get knocked up, goes down. Abba gets that one and gets out. No way. And now Odie, remember, no flash. He's gonna have to back away. Does now get the Dawning Shadow available. He could look for the kill as C-Boy gets onto Aero somewhere, and it's just madness across the map.
Okay, so there's no flash on Abagnale right now, but and obviously he does have the grand entrance to move around with, so Odie, he's just holding on to it. He's expecting it to be dodged, since it is already a fairly hard ability to land immediately, at least cross-map, but that was quite close by. But I don't know what happened there in the mid lane. Aero just getting caught off guard, and as this finally comes in again once in the replay, I think Bifrost had a way where they could just equalize it, but they saw a window where they suddenly were like, wait, we can actually fight this. And I don't think it was communicated fast enough probably that Aero was down and roaming. If you just back off immediately, even with the flash from Orianna, you were potentially able to just move out of there and try and get some plating on the other side of the map. Then when it's get fast forwarded into the set dive, I'm not too sure why they did that. Like, note to self, don't dive a set.
Especially once the Flame Chompers miss and he's not rooted in place and you're at about 20%. There was a lot that went wrong there, I think it's fair to say, as Astor does get rooted himself. But that's a 2-0-1 Jinx. As it was Jinx, no less. He is very set up to succeed. And Petoska, well, kind of had to drop a couple waves because of the pressure with the Herald and stuff, survived top as well.
And now we're in an interesting situation where there is a lot of opportunities with the Rift Herald. You can see 3 plates in bot. Traditionally, we could just push in the bot lane and then get a free turret for himself there. But because Fury has played the matchup so well with Syndra in the mid lane, what you could do instead is push in your bot lane, rotate up towards the mid lane, have a man advantage before your opponent, and take this down this turret very early with the Rift Herald. Obviously, what's super great about this is the fact that once mid lane has been taken down in the early game, it's so easy to rotate down towards bot, so easy to rotate up towards top to take care of objectives. So wouldn't surprise me if we started seeing them hover around there.
And a Lee Sin and a Syndra, they get accelerated into that mid game. You both press R and somebody dies. Speaking of, they're looking to maybe haunt this choke point into the river and ward away the mid jungle of Nuriki for now.
But you can see C-Boy, Fury, they're doing a great job of sticking together. And actually, on Nuriki, it is being matched, right? It was a question mark we had with the jungle and support synergy here, or jungle and mid lane synergy here from Nuriki. And so far, it's been actually looking fairly decent. But now, with the Seedra rooming down towards bottom lane, it is being matched by C-Boy as well, and there's Herald. So they're just going to opt in for the Herald push in the bot lane.
And that will extend the gold lead further than the 1,000 gold they have so far. Fury will be on Vision, and that means that Nuriki do need to get out of here fairly sharply. Flame Chompers come down, first turret goes down, the plates go over, and that is a lot of where Bifrost have managed to acquire their lead, just trading in the crockery.
Yeah, they can take this a bit slow if they want to as well. 30 seconds onto Infernal. Now you're obviously getting bot lane priority. You can move in towards the mid lane as well with Fury now.
Ooh, thought about that.
And after that, you should just be able to set up the Drake as well. Remember, C-Boy already picked up a really early Drake for himself that he soloed once again with the Prio. Now, you need to be careful where you recall here.
A little bit. Remember, there's that ward across the back wall, and because they've not seen Duel leave, they could maybe spot him out, but he gets away free. There's 5 seconds until this Infernal Drake, and I'm not quite sure whether Bifrost are ready for it. Odie is sticking around, so maybe they are just waiting for C-Boy to get back out on the map.
Yeah, and even then, he just picked up the first mythic of the game.
Of course.
11:30 into the game, right? So this is greatly, an advantage for the side of Bifrost. And for Nuriki, what they want to do right now is they haven't had a reset for their bot lane. So all they're trying to do is just push in this wave, make sure it's going to bounce back to them when they're done with their recalls, and now just hopefully pick up their first mythic for themselves. And there you can see it, Asita just pick up the Kraken Slayer. It's still 2-0 in the Jinx, so there is still light in this game for the side of Nuriki.
Oh, Aero needs to be very careful because Shikari's roamed down from the top side with all the pressure he's had. Look at C-Boy as well. It's a 3 versus 1, and this Clockwork Lady about to be deconstructed. Ain't no way that's going back together. And the clock stops kicking as the Dawning Shadow secures another mid-jungle down for the count.
Desidria did have flash for that one, so he could have gotten out of it, but just wasn't ready for it. Thought he could sidestep it, and that's just going to cost him his life. Once again, Drake gets taken. They move out on the map immediately, and they get a kill for it, not only just on the mid laner, but also on the jungler. So Nuriki, once again, just falling in these skirmishes, not only just on a macro decision, but also on an individual level.
That is a reconnect straight away, but comes back to the Rift, alive and well with the Divine Sundra in inventory as Petoska heading back towards that top side, and we'll get a replay here. And Aero tries to get up by roaming up the river, and unfortunately he runs into a Gwen.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's great run once again from Shikari, and we thought that there was going to be some priority in the beginning from the side of Nuriki on the top side of the map, but taking it back to that first wave where Petoska suddenly screwed it up, he landed at a 20 minion divs. You can already see it on his CS deficit right now, right? He's greatly behind. And when Shikari takes control of that, it just means that your bot lane's no longer winning, your mid lane's no longer winning, and your top lane is no longer winning now. And that has made the game very difficult to play from Nuriki.
And Petoska does get a bit of a trade on Shikari, but he's about to run into the set, who does miss the face breaker, much to Petoska's relief, I'm sure. Haymaker not going to hit that point as actually jumps forward with the leap strike there, feeling pretty aggressive. Plates have now fallen, and I believe that was 4 plate stop, 5 plates in first turret bar, and another 2 in mid as well for Bifrost, which is a healthy collection of gold for them to pick up. Nuriki, though,
Fury does a flash.
Ooh, gets the stun. Onto Desiderae. Seaboy around the side might look for something here. Gonna miss the zap, and I think Nuriki just about escaped from the mid lane.
They do. Fury could have flashed over, tried to connect with another ultimate of his own, but it's just going to play it safe, no reason to risk it. They know they're going to be pushing them back now. They know they can start the siege, or they can just look for camp respawn timers, because that's what they're going to be doing. You take a look at the top side, Red Buff spawning for Desiderae, Raptors spawning for Desiderae, or originally, that's what I wanted to say, but Seaboy is now the owner of the Nuriki Red side jungle.
And you called it out in the pregame saying, look, I need to see Nuriki control some of this vision, or it's going to get tricky around some of these objectives, some of these tower defenses, and I'm seeing a lot of control for Bifrost right now across the bits of the jungle that they are roaming into. You've got Elise in as 2-0 and 0. I think he's pretty ready and set to duel whoever the hell he runs into right now.
He definitely is, and the thing is with this pendulum of pressure that Bifrost is taking is that they can just take care of the top side now, they can recall, and while they're recalling, obviously Nuriki, they can look for stuff on the map, but right now they're just too busy being defensive as Jewel.
He's going to try and find his way out, just get ignited, and I think he just gets to run out with the knuckle down and just gets to just walk away. He's chunked relatively low, and it might cost that mid lane turret, which has a bounty on it now that Bifrost have managed to get themselves so significantly far ahead. Seaboy is coming behind, and I think we might be ready for another rumble in the mid lane. Duel stepping forwards. Remember, there is no showstopper. Asdor gets excited and gets to go away. Abagnale over the wall, flashes away, and does manage to survive, but the slow flash forward from Odie secures the kill. And now look for the rest of Nuriki. We're kind of on the wrong side of the map, and Azator being hunted through the wrong side of the jungle throws down the flame chompers, but I just don't think there's any way he's getting out here unless he gets the cheekiest recall of his life off.
No. What, guys? You for sure know where he is.
No, he's just gonna get out.
Okay, they had Vision and River. Shikari is coming through the top side as well, but no, they're just gonna let the AD carry stay alive. They could have picked up the Jinx and then gone for the Herald, but looks like they'll just say, screw it, we'll take the objectives. Herald is ours. Jinx gets to live another day.
Madness, but cheekiest recall of his life. That's exactly what it was. And you're right, Herald's being started, Seaboy's on it, and Nuriki in no position to contest right now.
But what is there anything they can get on the other side of the map? Currently, no, because the bot lane had been pushed in, so what they can do there is only collect the wave. You can see Desiderae trying to clear out some jungle for himself after his own red side got taken. But the power position that Bifrost is in right now is the fact that they have picked up the Herald, they can still go for their resets now, and then they can still have the proper time to set up this Drake. Obviously, it's not ideal, but 30 seconds for a team that's this far ahead already is more than enough. But here, Nuriki is finally put in the position we wanted them to. You have control of the vision, you have pick potential, you still have a Jinx that's 2-0 and you can play for with the Kraken Slayer. How will they navigate this objective? Are they trying to go for a Hail Mary play, or are they just going to let it go?
They've got some options, but I just don't know whether they're feeling confident enough. Yes, Azator is strong, but top side of the map still a significant way behind their opposition right now, and Dragon's about to storm, they're still sticking around, just seeing whether they can catch someone roaming into here. Seaboy gonna step forward, does just about get outside of that spectral more. They summon the Herald in mid, and here comes the Unleashed teleport from Patoshka. Fury has to flash away the kick out, and still going Patoshka with the double counter strike into the shockwave. That is what you wanted to see, and they get a hold of the center. Duel getting rooted in place as well now, gonna get knocked up, just about gets out alive, and that's a pick for Nuriki.
Yeah, great setup. That's what we talked about, and it's also Bifrost being caught so scattered. Set was not in a position to finally come in and face check that one. The Syndra not in a position to make sure that they couldn't pile down towards the center. And honestly, beautiful combo from the side of Nuriki. They capitalized on having vision, and they executed on it with their champions. Brilliant.
And they managed to halve that gold lead. It's down to about 2,000 now. That's playable, honestly, if all things said and done. Yes, still an advantage to Bifrost, but nice to see there's still some fight left in Nuriki, despite things starting to fall away from there for a moment or two.
Yeah. But I don't know if this is going to solve the side lane issues that they still have been dealing with. You take a look at the gold, and Shikari is still up 1k, so wherever this Gwen is in a side lane, she will most likely be the one who's having the upper hand. Up towards the top side of the map, you can see as well, you take the two solo laners in the mid lane, Fury is still ahead of Aerie, not with as much as we would have thought he would, so definitely something to play for. Aerie, sorry, has climbed his way back into it.
Ooh, Fury gonna get stop play for C-Boy still around. This is gonna be a 3 versus 2. Desidery gets stunned, teleport coming through, and this might be the return play from earlier. Dawning Shadow secures the kill onto the jungler. Now Shikari hopping forward with the skip and slash, but nothing more to be found, and this time Nuriki overstepped with the teleports available.
Yeah, but they still have a wave coming in here. You can see they have mid lane pro, but they're gonna look for Acid Torn instead, or at least try and force his flash.
He's got the flash, gets out, and that is now burned.
C-Boy actually did connect that one. Unfortunately, doesn't look... Oh, he did have his trinket up as well, so that could have been a kick. But choosing not to tempt fate at this point in the game.
I mean, I would have appreciated the bold playmaking, but that's what it would have been. Bold with a sort of underline and a few exclamation marks
Hey, I'm
around
all
it.
for the bold gameplay, especially on the Lee Sin. Once you hit that, you go in, buddy. I mean, they had the intel. Jax was on bot.
It's true,
Up towards
it's
the
true.
top side, they saw the Orianna. This is still great. Pitoska
He's just tagging it.
picking up some objective bounties for himself, so his team does get a little bit on it. 350 for himself as well.
That's not a bad little pickup there, considering how things kind of fell apart a little bit towards that top side. And Tosca, in need of that gold after some of the early lane states and attempted dives with the Herald earlier on, put him a ways behind, and much needed relief funds coming in as a result of that bounty.
Yeah, and you can try and mimic it up towards the top side because the bot side jungle from Bifrost has just respawned, so they're going to be having a lot of their vision, or at least a lot of their members around there in a bit, just to take care of those resources. Can try and look for anything in the top side, but the rest of the members of Bifrost are choosing to not go for any resets. They want to be able to force this one, but Abagnale, he can capitalize on it.
And remember, Odie, no flash, not yet, still going to get charmed, get knocked up, and goes down. Just overeager from Bifrost. We've praised their aggression, but it's been a few times now where they've gotten bitten for it in this game.
I'm not too sure what Bifrost wanted to do because you are going for resets. Your bot side just respawned, so you know 2 of your strongest members are down there with Fury and Lee and C-Boy on this Lee Sin. So the fact you wanted to go for an invade there, I can respect it if it's a 5-man play at this point in the game. But going 3 versus 4 when you just saw the resets as well from Pitoska come through, you're just not in a position to actually go for it.
Get punished for it, a little over-aggressive. Pitoshka now will get to shove in towards his top side, but instead we'll see the resets. 2 minutes till the next dragon, and I wonder whether that might be our next point of conflict.
Could be as well. And I imagine the game is just going to slow down a little bit until we reach that final point. Shikari, most likely before that Drake spawns, would love to have a stacked up wave up towards the top side. Make sure that he's holding Pitoska in that what is a prime position. Obviously, the Unleashed TP is coming off cooldown. It's just a little bit, so they will be able to come in. But once again, we're going to have to take a look at the vision control, because getting control of the bot side here is what really gave Nuriki the fight before. The fact that they had to fade check with Bifrost. This time around, though, with Bifrost getting mid lane prio, with them having the potential to move down towards the bot side, you can already see it. There's barely any TP walls. There's barely any fog of war that Bifrost would have to climb through. Actually, it's on the other end of the coin with Nuriki that now has to face check into a Syndra, into a set. This has become a difficult situation for them now.
Yeah, and watch C-Boy on the flank. They've got it controlled up by the Wolf Pit. That is how deep they've gone to secure the control they need. I'm completely with you, Goldborg. It's making things pretty tricky, but actually, interestingly, Bifrost not so interested about securing bottom river controllers. They're actually roaming up towards this top side. Pitoska trading with Shikari. He doesn't hop that far. He's just dead. Flash away and goes down to the Ignite. That was a decision that was made.
And once again, a little bit of an individual mistake. Even then, Bifrost was moving up. Now you're in a 4 versus 5 situation. So despite Nuriki finally coming down to claim some vision for themselves, they're just not in a position to take the actual fight now.
That's really frustrating. Of course, there's a teleport available. That'll be something that Pitoshka can use when he respawns in 20 seconds. And just felt too strong there. Clearly felt like he had the option with the dragon coming up and really got burned for it. Quite literally, honestly, because Shikari burned the Ignite there and cost him a tier 2 in mid lane as well to back it all off.
Well, they are taking a good amount of time for this one. 5 seconds on towards a Drake, 5 seconds on Pitoska, so TP should be available for him. But from the side of Bifrost, they have just acknowledged that we don't really care about this Drake.
Oh.
We took your tier 2 in the mid lane, we'll take your tier 1 in the top lane now, and we'll just continue if you try and go for this Drake.
Exactly. Desidery is sent down towards the Drake to solo it out, but that's a fairly hefty price there for mismanaging your map position, really.
Looks like they've still not gone onto it, and they will go back to it now. But yeah, Desidery was hovering. Now he's like, all right, Drake, let's go for it.
A bit of hokey cokey. That's the word it actually is. Do you ever play that song, that game as a kid? It's kind of both.
I feel like this is
a really
me
British
being
thing.
a Dane is definitely not something I've tried before.
Like, there's a Google there for those who've not. played the Hokey Cokey. It's a wonderful game.
Yeah, you're only referencing half of our audience members
That's actually very true. All right, to those who've not seen that, because that's clearly a very British reference, there's a YouTube available to you all. If you've got teleports and Baron happening, so enough of tangents, more on the action, down to half HP, and between the damage of Gwen and everything else, it's just going to go down. Desidera's around the back, though, and never mind that. They are just flipping. He's in, he steals it! He gets out as well! Bifrost, that was in error.
Excellent. I mean, my apologies. Bifrost just deciding to flip the Baron there out of nowhere. I mean, initially it's a good call where you get to burst it down, but with a Syndra, you would think that you would have better options to try and stop Desidera for coming into that one, and they just get outsmited. Gold lead still in the favor of Bifrost, but surely now the game should be able to favor Nuriki just a little bit, at least from a map state, with the waves being able to push with the Baron minions.
And every time we've seen Bifrost secure a seemingly sizable lead in this game, something like that has happened. We saw it in the mid lane, we've seen it around the Dragon, we see it here around the Baron, where Nuriki are just managing to punish some over-aggression, some almost too quick plays, which aren't quite set up right for Bifrost.
And it's definitely what's keeping them in this game. Desidera, once again, a question mark after his, what do you say, match last Monday, where he actually had a win. But this time around, definitely stepped up a little bit, stealing these objectives.
My days, and the gold lead from once again a significant lead is back down to around 2,000. I've said that a few times this game. We're going to get a flip on a replay of this Baron and how Desidera just gets in and gets out again.
Okay, it's just brilliant timing on the ultimate. The scatter of the week did come out from Fury. It's just a little too late, and it's perfectly timed with the Heartbreaker where you go unstoppable to get into the pit.
The perfect crime. Just gets in, gets out.
Quite honestly was.
1v5, you get in, you get the flip, and they just couldn't stop him. Scatter of the week missing was a huge deal.
And now as well, I don't actually think there's objective bounties up any longer because the game has become so close once again. And this is what we talked about, or rather what the devs talk about as well, the late game scaling aspect of this team. This Orianna is no longer in a position where she's just being forced down by the Syndra in the laning phase. Now she's out of the map. Now you get to the point in the game where a prime shockwave can turn the favor of the tides in a teamfight scenario. Jinx as well, still assets on this Jinx. Gone 2-0, 400 gold, shot down 3 items. Definitely something to play for.
Yeah, he is so strong. And while, yes, there is scaling on Bifrost, a 6-item Syndra will definitely one-shot a squishy member. Gwen scales so well. Senna, though, that infinite soul scaling, so pretty strong on the other side, but the range, the shockwave, Jax probably matches Gwen to an extent in that scaling. It's going to get tricky for Bifrost if they can't close the distance the later this game goes.
Control, getting gain of the mid lane. That's allowed them to take control of the red side jungle as well, allowing them further to push down to the bot side. So just a domino effect here from Nuriki, making sure they stay in this game. On the other side of the map, you can see Fury trying to go for the same on the Syndra, but that tier 2 has already fallen.
And you're racing a Jax, of all people. That's a tough character to beat in a tower pushing battle contest. Patoska throws down the counter-strike. His duel comes to force him off the tower and actually does a fairly decent chunk of damage there. Of course, he's farming, remember, even if he is the support.
Fury's pressure was actually enough to make at least Desidera and Aero back on that side. I'm actually a little bit disappointed because I think Acito and Abagnale could have moved earlier down towards that bot side to make sure that they could pick it up. Nonetheless, it is a very low turret now and they should be able to go for it on their next push. But Baron has now timed out, and you don't get to have the same advantage with these minions now.
No, you do not. But what it has done is, for the longest time, we said, look at Bifrost vision control. Nuriki now with a solid sea of wards in the red side jungle of Bifrost, coming into what could be a very pivotal fight. It would be sole point for either of these teams. And for once, Nuriki actually with an okay setup, just at least in the red side jungle there.
And this is the thing, right? Because Bifrost right now is using so much time to gain offensive vision around the Drake to make sure that, oh, you don't have vision to get into your own jungle. But having these TP wards in the back right now, having these flanks that Abagnale can try and get access to, which you've already seen him be very great at doing last Monday, that's the scary point, and that's what might buy Bifrost in the bot later if they're not taking good care of it or respecting the fact that they can be behind them.
And you can see the contest over vision, over opportunities and positions to pick from is what Bifrost are looking for. You saw them hugging the wall there as Shikari and Seaboy and the rest of Bifrost actually all coming down to this mid lane to fight for control. Patoshka on a flank here could find an angle. He's got the counter strike but gets stunned up by Set. But in goes Abagnale anyway while Set was distracted. Fury and Odie forced away from the front line. Dawning Shadow comes through regardless. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but Azator is excited. Patoshka backs away and it's going to be Gwen in trade for Rakan, and I think that's got to favor Nuriki.
Yeah, probably most likely. Actually, support for top laner, you take that, but there's still so many tools now on the side of Bifrost that can make matters difficult. You don't have the Shockwave, you don't have the Rocket, you don't have Engage, and on the side of Bifrost, they still have a lot of champions to play for here.
They do it now. Seaboy's going to get stunned up. Does get a decent scan of the weak duels coming in, but goes golden does Patoshka. And that will be a dead duel. They get out, they get the dragon, and with no ultimates available for literally anybody, they get the Drake as well.
Great stopwatch from Patoshka, just punishing Duel once again on this set. Flashing forward once again, only to meet his own demise. And Baron spawning up in 40 seconds. Not something you're going to be able to take on this reset on the map, but most likely after the next one.
And here we go again. The gold lead actually in Nuriki's favor, and we're getting to that late game. And Bifrost, look back a couple weeks. They've done this before where they've had a good early game, slipped up in the mid game and had to come back late. It happened versus Astralis in pretty extravagant fashion. Looks like they might have to do it again this week if they want to pick up the win. Nuriki, on the other hand, they're in a great position right now. One Drake away from Soul. They've got this Jinx at an incredible point of power, and they just need to drive it home from here.
Exactly, and once again, it's about being patient. It's about playing with the ground. You get up the Cinder, see if you can keep track of the main lines of engage for Nuriki. The fact that the Jax came out of Fucker War to disrupt your team fighting, the fact they're able to pick up the Gwen by itself in a split scenario, it's things you don't want to happen. And now Aero, he just pushed in bot side. That forced Fury to go down there. And now they're just looking for it again.
He's gonna get knocked right down. The Shockwave comes on and shuts him down. That gold has been sitting on him for so long, and the jungler is dead for 40 seconds. Baron's alive, and Nuriki are here and ready to secure it. Can Bifrost do anything to prevent this from happening?
They can TP in with Patoshka as well, and they haven't actually started up this Baron just yet. This is indeed interesting.
Fury.
Patoshka on the flank.
He's going to come around the side. Zidri has to go golden. He's taken so damn low. He went so deep for this, and I wonder whether Nuriki have overdied, but he's dead, and Desiderate gets out alive. Duel into the backside is going to get something. Resurrecting is the Viego. He's got the Shockwave. He's got the Soul to steal. Of course, the Guardian Angel now popped. They get another kill. Seaboy will respawn shortly, but I think now Nuriki can finally secure the Baron. A little bit risky.
These can be very risky because they are low HP. Barcena can heal up the set as well. Obviously no ultimate to come through with this one. And vision control is still very much in their favor. TP comes in from Shikari. They might be too late. This Baron is going down fast with the Jinx.
It's down to 4,000 HP. Seaboy's not here. He won't be around to smite. Down and taken. Now Nuriki need to extricate themselves from the pit, and they do so, and they get another Baron. Nuriki, prime position to win.
And once again, this time on their own term, and Nuriki, I don't know how they manage this every time. Last game, or the last Monday, it was once again early game, definitely not going in their favor. They genuinely struggle with it, but their control around objectives, finding ways to play around the fog of war to catch off opponents, of course, all the time, with Abagnale on this Rakan, with the rest of the members following up. It's pivotal in their recent success. And if they can continue to go like this, with Bifrost not checking themselves in terms of where they're face checking, where they have their wards, Nuriki's gonna run away with this one.
And they're feeling significantly more confident. They're playing more confident. You can see it in the items. That is a Medjai's now in the Orianna's inventory. It's only 6 stacks right now, but that tells you that Aero feels there is a very real chance of getting the stacks required pretty easily from this point on. It's a confidence buy.
It is. Baron off minions, once again, allows you to push better than your opponents. No brainer. Push in the mid lane as long as possible. See if you can use this extra pressure to take care of the tier 2 down the bot side with Patoshka. Push in this. Playing 2 lanes, definitely the right call in this instance. And just keep track of your opponents. Don't overforce anything. Play it calmly. That's all you need to do as Nuriki right now.
And these big melee bruisers and brawlers of Bifrost struggling in these positions where they can't play around the choke points, the lack of vision to get into the backside. It's starting to get difficult for them. It's already a very challenging position. The lack of wave clear at this point as well, or at least safe wave clear, might punish them as Patoshka throws down the counter-strike and hops right back out, and shoving in those 2 lanes you called out already. That's a Shockwave onto 2. It's just a chunk.
So cheeky. He was hiding it in the base wall, so they couldn't actually see the ball. I think he was, because I didn't see it either. Now, they could have moved up towards this mid lane instead, but doesn't really matter. The only core part of this is that they got to take control of the entirety of the Bifrost jungle, making it even more difficult for Bifrost to come up and connect this crucial vision we've been talking about around the objective.
Nuriki back. They get the Infinity Edge onto Azator. It's 20 seconds until what would be Ocean Soulfall, and when they've got the range advantage already, you get to proc it pretty well against all these melee people running at you. And Bifrost are here, they're ready to try and punish, but they're walking through a bit of this vision already. They'll scout out Desiderae, they'll know where he is, but look at Avo, he's over the back here. No shockwave as yet, and Abagnale here on vision as well, and they're just starting it up, and Nuriki a little late actually to this dragon.
Yeah, but let's see, they can play around the grounding with the Syndra, but they're getting caught up in one choke point here, and Abagnale...
Flash quickness into the back end of this, but it's not getting that much done. Duel is going to get a rampage shot for Azator, who picks up the set. Shikari into the back end of this, trying to survive, but it's 2 dead already. Yes, they picked up the Drake, but it's what cost? Fury, potentially last man surviving. Gwen is dead. Seaboy over the wall may escape, but Syndra is dead as well. And now Nuriki with 4 dead and a wave shoving into the bot lane. I think they can just look to end it all.
That's the thing right now. Initialize huge wave in the bot side. You can see they're TPing in. Baron has timed out, but death time is right now 20 seconds on Odie, 15 on Jewel. But with this Jink that just shreds these turrets, Jax as well in the background, they should be able to try and go for the end here.
They're going to move on to the Nexus turret, and once again, Azator on Jinx. He gets the early kills, he survives through a tricky early to mid game, and wins out in those late game fights. Maybe people need to not give him that champion.
That is one thing as well. Abagnale on the Rakan as well, but again, Nuriki, are they a perfect team when they're taking these wins? By any means, no, especially not in the early game. But my what, the mid-game control of objectives every time is what brings them back into it. Yes, you can say that Bifrost initially ended up trying to take control of the top side of the map, trying to pick down turrets instead. But then they got greedy. They tried to go for that red buff once where they split up as a team. And in the mid-game, it was just Bifrost, or not Bifrost, but Nuriki, who played better as a team. They were making the better team calls, they were making the better objective call, but also that steal from Desiderae on the Baron was really what turned the tides completely for them.
Beautiful stuff, and Nuriki beat up Bifrost, who took down X7 on Monday. The NLC continues to get more and more exciting. Don't go anywhere, we've got a break, but wait a minute. Significantly more games to go. There we go, get it off the screen.
Good pause. Brilliant.
I love that.
You were expecting this? Were you expecting this game? Nuriki taking down Bifrost. None of the talent thought that was going to happen, and here we are. This is the NLC, baby. This is what we're actually looking into the ERLs. One of the giants got deleted by David. David versus Goliath was such a good game. Nuriki versus Bifrost. The early game kind of shaky though. We saw the Jinx taking that early kill on the bot side, and was it enough? We didn't thought so, because Bifrost came back and all of a sudden the Baron play. I mean, I have a lot of questions, obviously. I want to talk with one of the players, and it's actually the Jinx. Is going to be Azitor on the side of Nuriki. Is going to do the first interview, and he's ready for me. Azitor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, wait. What sort of excitement is that? You just deleted Bifrost and you're like that? Come on, man. Give me that smile. You just deleted Bifrost. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great, obviously. I don't know what to say. I mean...
Okay.
Performed very well.
Let's take it step by step. You had 2 wins at for the past weeks. You started really rough with Nuriki. Obviously, Nuriki were really rough on the early stages of the split. And all of a sudden, you guys are just stacking the W's, especially versus Bifrost. What is the difference of Nuriki team on week 1, week 2 to this week?
I mean, we identified our weaknesses in draft and in the official games, and we tried to fix them in scrims, and it seems to be working out really well.
Okay, and are you feeling that the team is playing a little bit more for you? Because we've been debating about this a lot of times. You have a lot of kill pressure, kill participation, damage on the team, farm as well, but at the end of the game, at the end of the day, you guys were just not capitalizing on what you can bring as an AD carry. Out of a sudden, I feel the team is playing a little bit more to you as an hyper carry. Do you feel that is happening?
Yeah, I believe my team is trusting me to carry the late game, even though we don't really say it in the game that we should play for me.
Okay, and what is your thought process now on Nuriki? Because you just took this one, you have 2 wins as well. Now you're tied up with Astralis as well. So you're rising up on the standings. What is the objective for the team? Tell me, Azitor.
It's to make playoffs, and I think I'm just saying this, that you shouldn't give Abagnale Rakan, because if you do, he will open you.
So you're just smurfing with Rakan. This is what you're saying. And this brings me to one of the topics that I wanted to talk to you about, that first blood. You had the Jinx, you had the Rakan as well, and you saw the bot lane of Bifrost just pushing against you. That was an easy idea to go for the kill. Do you feel like they were not respecting you enough at the early game, even though you have a Jinx and a Rakan?
I think their support just misplayed. He missed the flash E on me, and then Abagnale banished it, so we were able to get a kill.
Okay, at one point of the game, I do believe you noticed that Bifrost were taking the lead, especially on that Baron fight, and out of the sudden, Decidre goes in, steals it away, moves on with his life, just flashing away, doesn't even care. Were you feeling a little bit anxious or a little bit insecure before that Baron play? Did you feel like the game was running away from you guys?
I mean, not really. Our mid laner made sure that we stay calm because we were outscaling that game, and the Baron was just a bonus.
Okay.
And it was food, obviously.
And that is a game versus Bifrost. Who would know? So you guys are doing really good, by the way. Thank you so much for the interview, Azitor. Just smile, just go have fun right now. And I'll see you next week, man. Good job.
Thanks. Yeah.
There we go. I need more excitement of these players. Come on, you just took Bifrost down. You were just playing the hyper carry. I need that. I need that energy, man. I need that energy. And this was a really good one for Nuriki. So at this point, they're tied up with Astralis. Obviously, we still need to wrap up the day to see the standings, if Astralis is going to win or not. But as of now, Nuriki are just rising to the occasion. They're finally playing for the bot lane, finally believing in Azitor. And this is a team that has a lot to say, but I know someone has a lot to say as well. It is Duel. Hello.
Hello, hello. Well, I do not have much
I
to
know.
say, but my team forced me here, so I have to put my face.
Man, we have to talk. We have a lot to talk. So last game, you go versus X7, you take down the Kings.
Yeah.
What is the difference between Monday and Wednesday for the Bifrost?
We can call this off the books and just say it was the set incident. I think we got a bit overconfident, especially me, and decided to go a bit off the script that we have as a team. And wait, I have a little echo. It's kind of hard to. Okay, no mind. Yeah, we just went off the books a bit away from what we usually play, and it didn't work out. I wasn't having my best day, and yeah, I kind of run it down, It sometimes happens.
That first blood was a big incident because giving a first blood for Jinx is kind of scary,
Yeah.
especially if you're using the fasting Senna. Tell me about the fasting Senna. We've seen a lot of Senna's farming as well with the melee champion. Do you believe farming the souls and not getting a lot of items because the items are really cheap, like the lethality ones are really cheap? Do you prefer the fasting or do you prefer the actually farming Senna?
I prefer the fasting because I usually play lots of champions, depending on mages or just bruisers overall. Even if this was not my best performance, let's say it clear. I haven't had my best day today, but usually I can pair it up with Zillion set or lots of bruises, maybe Nautilus Leona as well, even farming. And yeah, you get more value from Senna if you get the souls instead of just farming. So I really like that playstyle. It just, we couldn't deliver today, so that's on me. And yeah, that's it.
I mean, and we sold you really high on the last day because you were talking trash about Kasing. You were saying you were the best support. You showed that on the game versus X7. And today, something happened. Hey, everybody feeds one day. You know it. You know it's true. Okay, but I have to make one last question, which is not about you. It's about the team itself and the champion pool for the mid lane. Let me put this really rough. Fury to me is one of the best mid laners as an assassin when he goes for the kills. Why is he playing controls? Is this something for the team? Is this something that he wants to do? What is happening? I need that information. I know it's a rough one. Can you tell me?
I mean, it's a rough one because I cannot give a lot of draft info about how we play. But all I can say is the meta favors those champions, and it's really hard to pull off an assassin when Corki. Corki Victor is so high in the meta. Syndra also gets a lot of prio into lots of champions, so it's really hard to spot an assassin in the mid lane. But maybe the meta shifts and Fury can play those champions. I didn't even know he played those. He was more of an assassin playstyle because he's playing lots of Syndra, lots of Vex, blah blah blah. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
So yeah, that basically says that the meta is not really fitting for those champions, or at least I think so.
Okay, makes sense. I want to see more of him. And also, I want to see you next day. And let's talk about the support rankings, Duel, Kasing, I don't know. We should talk about that on Monday. Is that a deal? Can we talk about Monday?
It's a deal.
It's a deal.
Of course, you have it.
Thank you so much, Duel. Good luck.
Thank you, too.
And there you go. This is the interviews. Duel talking about that. I want to know more about Fury, but I'll reach him out on the social media as well. I hope you guys are having fun because this was only the first game of the day. Next up, we're going to have Singularity versus Dusty. Is this the first victory for Singularity, or will Dusty just come back and be stronger? I don't know, but I'll tell you as soon as we get back. I'll see you soon. It is the second game of week 4, day 2. It is Singularity versus Dusty. This could be it for each of the teams because Dusty need to pick up their dust behind their trails. Singularity might get the first victory on the spot, by the way.
You just try and say, we're going to let them eat our Dusty. That is...
I didn't go there. I didn't. What can we expect about this game, though?
I mean, this game is extremely close on paper, right? And honestly, Singularity have been struggling. This is no surprise to anyone because we didn't have a lot of expectations with them coming into the tournament overall. But they have showed some really good lights. And on the other hand, Dusty said that on a very, very good day, they are top 3. We haven't seen many good days from Dusty, though. So I feel like if Singularity can catch on to that and capitalize on a couple of mistakes that Dusty does, I think we could potentially see the upset and Singularity picking up their first victory.
Yeah, and the question is really, who are the heroes that are going to stand up going to be? Because, we've pointed a lot of fingers around Singularity and said, actually, the solo lanes have been quite strong compared to the rest of it. We've seen Porp have a bit of a turnaround in the last week or two. He had a bit of a weak start to that split, was struggling to find his own comfort champions. Starting to find that a bit more, but we're yet to see like the uber carry, like someone like Azator that we've seen from Nuriki and a lot of the other players that we've seen on these other teams. Viking is probably the one from Dusty, but we have to solidify these heroes to build them up and see if they can carry them over the finish line into a decent finish this split.
Might get that Rek'Sai again. He was so strong on that champion. Could be it. Could be the key factor for Dusty at this point. So we're going to see the Lulu being removed. So no help on the bot side. Although we still have Thresh, we still have a lot of things to look into.
I wonder if Orianna is going to get banned again against Muta, because ever since that day 1 performance on the Orianna, every single team that has played Singularity has banned Orianna on the first rotation of bans. I mean, okay, Muta is really good on Orianna, but I just don't find necessarily Orianna ban-worthy on the first rotation champion. I feel like things like, the Dianas, the Twisted Fates, the Caitlyn's are more ban-worthy in this instance.
So my counterpoint to that, because I think it will come into this kind of, because we see with the rest of the picks and bans too, actually, the Seraphine and the Caitlyn play into this. I think Singularity have looked their best when they can play peel back and play peel back with comfort champions and ones which do hold that range advantage. I mean, we saw the Karthus day 1, the Orianna was very key to that. Hell, we saw that in that last game as well. You run into a shockwave, if you are a very melee low range team and you've managed to pick the long range champions away, that's a very strong identity for a team comp and it's easier to execute on, which is great for struggling teams.
Yep.
So Thresh is removed, Orianna is open. We could finally see it. Or maybe it was just one game, like you were talking about, Trouble. First pick Gangplank, that would be interesting.
It's a hover.
It's a over. I'm just saying, that would be interesting nonetheless, because you still have a few picks that you can actually go into. For instance, the Jinx.
They're going to do that. Would they do that for us?
Got the Akali at this point. Okay, so...
They played this before the buff. They played this on 12-1.
Here's the thing. I feel like Senna is not the easiest to execute champion, particularly because Duel said as well, we like fasting Senna more because you play with a bunch of melees, you can make plays, yada, yada, yada.
Those aren't melees.
It's not the easiest to execute composition if you lock in a Senna right here, especially for a team that is struggling and wants to fall back on comfort, like Namera said. Like, get the easy stuff, man. Get the front to back with the clear engage for the set of Singularity, because I feel like Dusty do know what they do well when they win and they can replicate.
Okay, so if you're going to play really passive bot lane in the Jhin Yuumi, if you're going to play that, you can understand why the Karthus just says, fine, you can scale up with the Yuumi, I'm going to scale up alongside you in the jungle. The question is, how do you protect that now? You need to have strong lanes to back that up. It needs to be both. You can't have pressure deficits from mid and top, and also have Karthus.
So this is turning out to be, we need to get into late game on every single lane.
Here's the thing. I love the fact that Singularity is safe in the bot lane, because a Jhin Yuumi is not necessarily a lane where you're really scared playing into. Yes, you're going to get poked. Yes, you're playing a melee into them. But look at that. LeBlanc.
That's a problem.
Finally, Buckland wants to play something together with Viking. There's so many bruiser picks right now. Xin Zhao, Lee Sin. his Rek'Sai is still up and available, which pairs up really
Actual
well with the
cohesion
LeBlanc.
in the Dusty mid jungle.
You're gonna be looking for that Karthus the entire game. You shut Pop down in the early and then you can take over the map. That's why I'm never a big fan of Karthus on the first rotation, because it's just such an easy pick to read and then you can shut it down by playing very aggressive.
But because the post-game interview we had with Pop after the crushing loss with the Master G was actually about the team identities. And you think about Dusty, actually they haven't been very cohesive in the mid jungle. And actually the last time I saw Backland on the LeBlanc as well, had an individual lead, but couldn't do that much with it. I believe that was back in week 1. So maybe this is a bit more of a read on the team of Dusty, trying to say, actually, maybe we can get away with it. Because I mean, like I said, I've cast Pop for years at this point. I've seen his Karthus an awful lot. If he makes it into that late game, even like that week 1, there's a chance, you know?
Okay, GP finally going to be taken down alongside with Renekton, and there we go. So Rek'Sai is still available. This could be like the early game for Viking to lead the rest of the team to the late game.
I think it's a Rek'Sai pick right here. He's really good on the pick. Maybe if not now and they want to blind pick their top lane, which I don't think they should. You can also go Lee Sin for the playmaking, but I think Viking really shined when he played the Rek'Sai. He had 0 deaths on it as well. Pairs up really well with the LeBlanc. Lee Sin pairs up really well with the LeBlanc. Finally, I just want to see that Dusty duo work together. We've been saying it for so long. Viking is so good on Bruiser, AD, aggressive junglers. Like, just make it work.
Now, I would love to see that. That would be very hilarious, because then try diving into something like that. That would be really horrible. But, I mean, already the Tahm Kench is making the center on the Karthus. Quite hard to reach? No, it's not. See, Ahri's in TFT. I prefer that some days.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Orianna.
Surprise!
But now you look at this, and you look at even like the Orianna jump, the LeBlanc jumping in into that kind of phalanx of just arrayed guns and everything else. That's quite a difficult ask. And left with your top lane, you're probably looking at an Ornn here or something like a Sion to actually give you some engage. I don't think that's particularly easy to play into this comp either. I think Singularity, again, they've played what I think is their strongest style. Long range, peel back.
So a champion that's
like
played a lot into the Tahm Kench is a Gragas, because the second he puts the Devour down,
the 2-for-1 special.
you push him back and you get 2-for-1. Now, Aelif is a fantastic Gragas player, and he pairs up really well with the Listen as well if you want to create plays. I'd like to do this happen. It's very safe. It doesn't get dived very easily, but I love the Aatrox as well here.
It makes so much sense.
Okay, it makes
Tell me about it.
It's so hard,
Who wants
man.
to talk about it? Tell me.
Because Aatrox is like the epitome of, I'm going to disrupt the backline. You're going to be having to dodge everywhere, this way, that way, the other way. And with a Yuumi, with all of the regen you have, remember when you have that World Ender active, it increases all healing. Well, Yuumi already does a disgusting amount. It gets just completely out of control. So if you do get into these mid-game fights before you're online, and let's be honest, Singularity have often done that, this Aatrox is set up to mash Singularity.
And it's going to be an easy matchup on the top lane as well. Sion has no chance versus an Aatrox. I've suffered on that matchup. I know what I'm talking about. It's ridiculous, but it's so good for Dusty. I feel like the composition of Dusty is amazing. On the other side, Singularity are looking for their strengths, like fight from really far, and if you come close, like disengage, get the shockwave, go away.
They're fighting for the peel back, but then when you're fighting for the peel back, you're expecting your opponents to make some mistakes that you can punish while you're peeling back as well, right? And if Dusty manages to snowball the mid-jungle duo, and especially the jungle that they've done before, it's going to be really hard to shut down. This Karthus is going to be looking over his shoulder the entire game.
So will Dusty be able to get through with another victory, or will Singularity finally get one on the board? It is time to answer that question. It is time to hear Initialize and Goldberg.
Thank you very much, Ashram. And I will shake my magic 8-ball named Goldborg and ask, Goldborg of the casting desk, what is your wisdom? What do you think about these two very different styles of draft?
That's not how you ask an 8-ball a question.
It's how I'm asking you.
You have to go like, you have to give me a yes, no, maybe kind of answer to that question, right?
Is Singularity winning this game?
Possibly. That is an 8-ball answer. That is an 8-ball. Have you ever shaked that? Possibly is one. Now, let's bring it back and let's take it on a surface level with the drafting, because let's talk about you said Singularity. Let's take Singularity first. Now, Singularity with the draft they have right now, they don't have too much to play for in the early game in terms of lanes.
Yes.
Up towards the top side, you have a Sion into Aatrox. Now, you coming in with kills or early pressure, not usually the deal in this matchup. Orianna into LeBlanc, nope, that's not the case either. And down towards the bot lane, you have a Senna and you have a Tahm Kench. Now, if Yuumi just make sure that she is in auto attack range at the beginning to take care of the minion and waves and all this, it'll be very difficult. And because of this, there's so much pressure on Pulp in this. This whole game is almost in Pulp's hands on the counters, because if he does not get ahead while having laners that can't get leads themselves,
stay safe, yeah, exactly.
They're safe themselves, and because of it, you have to utilize it.
Okay, Pulp is a long-time Karthus player. He's struggled thus far in Division 1, but this is a comfort pick for him. See whether he can pull it off this game, and I've got to call out some very distinct summoners as well for Dusty. That is Ignite for LeBlanc, not Teleport. That is a Ghost on Venza, who is trusting in the Yuumi to keep him alive as well. They know how they want to play with this Yuumi. They know what they want to do with these backline disruptors diving in with that cat on top of them.
And that's the thing. Once you get any sort of priority from the side of Dusty, your game plan is to make Pulp's life hell. You want to go in with this 2v2 in from the mid lane with LeBlanc, with the side of Lee Sin to take care of him. You could even see Pulp, he's opted in for the flash. Usually, we would see Smite and Exhaust or an offensive summoner starts off these Karthus. This time around, there's too much kill pressure in the Dusty composition when they start moving around looking for this Karthus. Because of this, you need to be on the defensive.
And if Singularity can survive and not fall massively behind, they have got Tahm Kench and Senna and Orianna and a Sion in front of them. They have got ways to potentially stay alive.
I have a thing to say about Senna and Tahm Kench. I don't think that lane is as good as people make it out to be. I think people are remembering too fondly back in the past with Tahm Kench that could actually eat you. Now, I think against an enchanter like Yuumi, it doesn't matter as much.
Sure.
Because even if the Senna does get, I mean, there's no hook, there's no sort of engage from the Yuumi, right? So it's just going to be about taking care of staying yourself safe.
So feel free to correct me here, because I'm certainly no bot lane specialist, but like obviously with the changes to Tahm Kench, obviously the Abyssal Dive on the W now, I feel that like Senna Tahm Kench is more aggressive than it used to be, because Senna lands a slow into a root and then Tahm Kench just dives underneath you and tries to knock you up, and it's more aggro than the defensive backbone it used to be, as you're kind of calling out. And is that something that's still kind of okay and playable, or are you still just not a fan in general?
I think that's okay and playable, and here we have it.
Yeah, I certainly gave it a go, but missed that time, and that's a bit sad.
And I think that was really crucial that highlights this for you, is the fact that they need to be the one having control of the lane. Because Tahm Kench, once he uses his Abyssal Dive while in a bush, their marker doesn't actually appear for the enemies that he's now trying to come in with a knockup. So it's really crucial that you have pressure in the lane. Because of this, the bot lane didn't leash. Pulp started topside. The bot lane of Dusty had to leash, and therefore they didn't get control. Now, with a lane like Yuumi and Jhin, I think Yuumi should actually not be on Jhin all too often unless she's trying to hit a prowling projectile, because you should be able to take control of the lane by just auto-attacking minions, by stacking your support item on the enemy Tahm Kench, and make sure that they don't get to have the pressure in lane as easily as they would like to, because stopping a Yuumi, it's really difficult with these two champions.
And thus far, so good. The Karthus gets full clear, gets the Scuttle Crab, feeling pretty happy. Gonna have a little bit of a scout here to see whether there's anything available. There's not. He'll get the reset, and Karthus survives first clear. Good news, considering some of these early games have been wrong for Singularity on that front already.
Brilliant even, but it's not only just the first clear, right? We're looking to take care of objectives. We're looking for the level 6, then looking for plays with the lanes, having them integrated. And that's also a difficult point, right? Because you can already see it. Top lane was just pushed in by Aleph. Mid lane was pushed in by Backlund, which means when you're looking to commit plays, you don't actually have all the tools in your composition right now to make use of finding these plays.
Got to see whether they can survive to the point where they can kind of make it happen. But obviously, Dusty, Viking has been a key component to a lot of their early game success. Look back to the Rek'Sai game where he smashed open bot lane a couple of weeks ago. He's on the Lee Sin. He's got himself some playmaking lanes with some setup for him to work, particularly say that mid lane once level 6 and stuff comes through. And do need to keep my eye on this Lee Sin to see whether that proactivity they've drafted for comes to some fruition. Yeah. Looking for a wraparound right now.
That's the thing. Backlund, chain connects.
Oh, it does land. He's got to flash out. Viking lands the Sonic Wave there, and that's just to be a dead Muta.
And that's why we always talk about LeBlanc and Lee Sin as a combo. Once that chain comes down and you're rooted up, following up with a Sonic Wave, it's just so easy. The base damage Lee Sin just so high, and it becomes quite easy solidifying the kill.
You just got to call it out as well. You saw where that wave was in that lane.
Tatooine.
Oh, Tatooine's in a bit of spother, but he's got himself a Soul Furnace shield, gets a decent knock-up with the Decimating Smash, and gets a bit of a trade back, so he's mostly all right then. Got a Biscuit in inventory as well, so will survive for now.
We say that, but have a look at the wave state, because right now it's pushing into him. But the good thing for him right now is that he actually saved his TP. And because of this, it was all right for him to take a trade like this. Aleph had just put in the top side, he TP'd back. Now he's back to half HP, which means that now when Tatooine TPs he's in, he's going to be full HP, and he's going to be able to take more control of this lane because Alif's been put in an unfavorable position in terms of HP.
Yeah, and what a surprise Tatui comes back with all the cloth armors you can afford alongside Ruby Crystal, because he wants to not continue to take all those Darkin Blades to the face. It's generally an unpleasant experience, and Viking hanging around again.
Flash is up on Tatooine, no ultimate though.
Oh, does have to flash. Sonic Wave still comes through, and Viking just being all over the place. The moment I asked for him to be proactive, that's 2 ganks straight after that. Bot lane though, Porp lands that wall and starts getting a root in place with the last embrace. Venza has to burn the Ghost, has to burn the Flash, but does get out alive.
Yeah, Porp hovering bot side. Once again, we talked about it. The top side of the map, the mid side of the map for Singularity. It's just not a tool in their composition to play for in the early game. But with this bot side pressure, I wonder, can they get Drake in the mid lane? No Flash.
Chain actually lands, forced the shockwave that Muta then uses to force Backland back and break the chain, and the ward over the back there from Viking. He was really looking for that. Porp was on vision brief there from the control ward, but does get out.
But Muta definitely needs some help in this situation. You can see it's a freeze for Backlund. It's a minion wave pushing into him. No ultimate on the LeBlanc real quick, and there we have it. Yeah, Porp helping out his mid laner. He does not have the HP to try and push in this wave himself, and therefore needs a little bit.
And so the last time he didn't get the help there, that wave got frozen just towards that the wall close towards Backland, which is what my brother Nymera calls the Aurelia kill zone, because you can just run people down from that point if you control the wave there. Still, left here with Dusty with a slight gold advantage right now. 1 successful kill gank, 1 that's blown a flash, but I think I still want to see Dusty get a bit more out of these early lanes, probably.
I mean, so far, punishing the LeBlanc, or not, punishing the Orianna with no flash is definitely a go-to. Now, having pushed in the mid lane, having a stack wave for the bot side as well, and Porp up towards the top side, I think you just want to take care of this Drake instead, and yes, that is going to be the call. What's great about this is that they're doing it right before Rift Herald spawns. So if they're able to secure up this objective, and they're able to, with their priority, take care of the top side river, there's no cross map that Singularity can go for in terms of neutral objectives.
See, I asked these questions and you just answer them like, well, here's what they can do to get that advantage. You see, that's what a great color cast. You're answering all the questions I have in life and league.
We've talked about these comments initialized.
I know, look, I'm just a positive guy.
I don't want them.
Look, you're just afraid, mate. You've got to deal with my general good cheer. It's a general factor. Still, that Rift Herald is about to spawn. And as you kind of called out, that's probably what Dusty wants to try and set up for as Backland lands another chain.
I think the only thing you can do as Singularity right now is just force Venza away from the turret and try and get as many resources as you can. So I would love if they placed Porp into the bot lane. Actually, scratch that. He doesn't have any mana. There's literally nothing he can do. So Venza should just... Well, he does have a blue buff. That's brilliant. Okay, great hover observer. So yeah, there we have it. He is going to move down towards the bot side. And Venza just needs to be forced away from this wave. Just make sure that he just not get any of it. Is that a win in the grand scheme for Singularity? No, it's not, but it's the best thing you can do in the situation you're presented with.
You remember the last time Senna was meta, the reason people like Aphelios were very happy when Senna stayed bot lane for Crown Herald? She just doesn't take turret plates fast. She's just not the quickest at it. Porp will take the opportunity, though, to invade, and he is doing pretty well in terms of getting some of that CS. Backland is going to spot him. Tom Kench will be around. There's the chains landing. Porp flashes and breaks the chain straight away, avoids the deadly flourish, but it is the summoner burnt.
And that's once again why in this matchup Porp had to go for the flash instead of one of the other summoner spells. Nice little wall to have there to spot him out, and it does allow for Viking to get that little scuttle for himself, but you can see it in between the two junglers. Porp is ahead in the farm department, which he should be rightfully in this matchup. Kantos has the fastest clear in the jungle.
Yeah. And he's done very well to get that farm up, but it's come at the cost, of course, of Viking getting that early dragon, getting the early ganks, getting the early herald. Of course, that's helped out by the lane pressure as Yepe did attempt another abyssal dive, but doesn't land this time. And that is the opportunity cost, and Singularity have basically taken the bet saying, look, we know we're going to seed some of these objectives, we just don't think it's necessarily going to be enough. And Dusty, you've got the tools right now to try and break this game open a bit wider than it is.
So what do we do now with this Rift Herald? Because currently, we're not presented with a specific lane where the plates have just fallen completely. You could argue the mid lane with the LeBlanc into the Orianna would be a good place to go for, but it's also the easiest lane for the rest of the members of Singularity to collapse on and try and get help with. So it's going to be curious to see how they will form their point of attack with this Rift Herald and what the response will be from Singularity.
Because Singularity have got very easy tools to respond with as well. Senna and Karthus press are from literally the other side of the map, and they can be involved. So Dusty do need to be pretty aware when they are setting up for things like their Herald. You've got to feel that they're not overdoing it, because there is some turnaround potential there.
It's going to be difficult if they do it towards the top side, though. You can already see it. Bramble West for Tatooine. Does have the Barmy Cinder as well.
Oh, well, there's the mid lane attempt from Backland, just hopping forward. The control wards in the river, definitely in Dusty's favor. The gold, interesting right now, actually towards Singularity's favor. Of course, there is the Herald, which will likely turn that around again. And his eyes on Viking to see where this Herald ends up going in the next few minutes.
And this could be the way to do it. Get bot lane priority with Venser. Move Viking around with the Yuumi on top of him. And one thing I will say about the Dusty bot lane as well, it has been very uncharacteristic seeing Venser on a champion like Jhin. I'm so used to seeing him on Aphelios and on Jinx, and I'm surprised he's been able to hold his own ground. But now with the mid lane priority, with Viking and the Yuumi on top of him, they are just going to collapse on top side.
Here comes Porp, though, who's around the back here, throws down the wall. They want to try and trade this out, but that is a 4v3. So 4v2 is actually the three. Of course, Senna made me a little confused there. Muto's over the wall, misses the shockwave. That could be critical. Big damage over on the back end, and Viking so low as well. Porp can't finish anybody off. Muto Flash 4 gets the shut down onto LeBlanc. Now Aleph in trouble. Porp throwing down that Requiem from across the wall. Yepe going to Abyssal dive over the back onto Viking, taken so low. The tongue lashes coming through, secure another kill. FGG left a little out to dry, but of course can rejoin the Aatrox to give the zoomies, but he's eaten up alive. Where's he going to throw in that far forward? Flash for the kill with the Iron Spike Whip, and Yepe in trouble now as well. And Singularity tried for the skirmish, but just can't quite land it where it matters. Aleph still chasing here, thinking about going under the turret, but won't quite make it. 4 for 2, I believe, in Dusty's favor. Well, sorry, 3 for 2 in favor of Dusty, because of course, First Blood came through a little early.
Yeah, kills once again did go over to Aleph, so he is actually going to become incredibly scary on this Aatrox. He already gets some extra healing on his ultimate. Having the Yuumi on top of him is going to be even more scary. Yeah, there we have it. Unsuccessful Herald attempt on the top side means that Viking, he's forced to use it in lane. You can still look for it though, nonetheless, but it will be traded with the Drake on the other side of the map if they choose to go for it. You can see Porp, he's already in a position to just start up the Drake immediately.
And honestly, that play got very close to disaster for Dusty there. You saw, if that shockwave had landed, I think 2 more people die there quite easily. But of course, Yuumi plus Aatrox this point of the game, turns out there's quite a lot of healing, quite a lot of sustained damage.
Can he steal it?
Ooh, gonna try and get in, can't quite get there in time. The curtains are still cold though, and Porp is being chunked. Viking wanting to come forwards, does do so, but now he's gonna have a wall of pain in front of him that's gonna make it difficult to cross. Yepe breaks the thick skin, and that's about it. They get out a couple ultimates there, bend from the side of Venser, of course, with the curtain call.
But that play also just showed the composition that Singularity had drafted for themselves, right? We were talking about it. It's not necessarily any winning lanes. Venser can just get what we want by Yepe.
He's got a flash, he's got a ghost, he's going to have to use at least one of them, maybe 2.
Oh, okay.
Gets out and, of course, can't quite get in range. There's Yepe, no flash, no ignite.
My apologies for Yepe had the ult to connect on that last tongue lash. Obviously did use it in the exchange towards the top side. To bring it back to my point though, Singularity has done really well with their composition in terms of, we talked about their lanes. There's no necessarily winning lanes, at best you go even, but they were holding off very nice in terms of shutting down plays of Dusty, making sure that they can't really use...
Oh, he really wanted to get that through before people came around. The shockwave's pretty good onto 3, but I think Muta still just dies. No, because here comes Tatooine, and the wall of pain from Porp is phenomenal, but it's not going to be enough. It's already Muta who's died. Now, what did Dusty do at the back end of this? Porp gets chunked, has to flash. He's going to be in the Infernal Chains and gets nearly taken out Backland. Not quite down to Dawning Shadow comes over the top, but no one dead on the side of Dusty. You just about get away with that very deep dive.
Aleph still has the ultimate, so they need to watch out in terms of going too far forward. I think Tatooine will be forced to give it the wave unless Yepe has something to say about it.
Porp's hitting on vision. He needs to be super afraid. Backland takes a lot of damage though. Abyssal dive does come through for Yepe. They can't interrupt it. Aleph is here. That is the Requiem coming through, and there's no interrupt. Porp survives with the Devour coming through. Aleph has to get over the wall and does survive. Backland super low as well, and Dusty get out on blinking health bars, and it's only 1 kill in their favor, but they do get it.
Yeah, but remember, they also had to invest Spiky from Singularity's side on the other side of the map. It is Venser. He's not picking up plates, but he's taking up significant damage on the turret in a bit. And yeah, they have it. Forced to use the teleport from Tatooine as well. So they're just going to be changing up the lane assignments. I'm not too sure if they can stop the Rift Herald that Viking is currently doing. Having 2 members up here from your bot lane with Aleph backing would be pivotal in stopping him now. You also have the mid lane move from Muta if it's needed.
Gonna try and threaten him off, but there it is. Can they land the steal? Yep, they did go in there, and he doesn't quite manage to get it. But they're gonna force them away from the eye. So in the end, while it's the Taken Herald, I don't think anybody's gonna secure it now.
But yeah, they're just going to be forced to give it up. It's a Herald that doesn't go over to the side of Singularity, but it might also have been a bit too overforced from the side of Dusty. Them having that bot lane, or them having the Jhin down in the bot lane, him not having recalled yet, and now finally having moved up to the top side. Now you could have gone for potential Herald or tried to contest it, but you got a bit too greedy or a bit too proactive, rather, and Singularity stopped you from taking the eye.
So it's about 1,500 gold in favor of Dusty. A couple of those aggressive plays in the blue side jungle both times have netted them some small advantages. But my question to you, Gilborg, is do you think this is enough considering where Singularity's comp eventually will end up with the champions they have?
It's definitely on the right track right now, currently, yes. With the composition, you could not have asked for much more in the early game. Am I sure it's going to beat the composition of Dusty in the late game? I think they're going to have a difficult time with dealing with Yuumi on certain champions.
Yes.
Like the LeBlanc and like the Aatrox as well. So healing reduction, for sure, will be the name of the game. I don't think the Bramble Vest will be enough from the side of Tatooine. And in the end, it will just be execution-based, because so far, as we already said, they've gotten what they wanted out of the early game.
Yeah, the walking hospital that is Yuumi plus Aatrox and Gordrinker is pretty difficult to cut through in terms of healing potential. Of course, Singularity with the likes of the Son of the Orianna, the Karthus, you know, are all going to scale just fine themselves, but they are going to have to, as you say, find some way to prevent the Aatrox just running rampant over the backline, especially if you can get through some of that disengage available.
And right now, I'm not sure if I agree with the point of attack from Dusty being on Sion. I think it should be on the top side.
Backlink might just be able to do it 1v1. Muta's in a lot of trouble. Flash away from the shockwave, and that's just a solo kill, surely. Yep, there it goes through, and Backlink picks up his third kill of the game.
Brilliant. It does connect.
No, he lands it. Flash forward and just gets the kill. Easy as you like. Dusty pulling the trigger in two separate lanes and coming away with 2 kills.
Yeah, brilliant. Individuality showing up from the side of Dusty. Solo on the top side, and then Viking hitting a clutch Q. But Spiky did have the flash, but didn't use it in time.
Yeah, it does unfortunately get tagged, doesn't get out, and that's a nice little play there as Venza gets slowed, but I don't think he's in that much danger.
But in the grand scheme of things, it also means you get the setup for the Drake. It's spawning in 30 seconds as well. As we take a look on the top side, Muta without vision pushing forward here and just getting caught off guard by the chain. Great read by Backlund predicting the sidestep. And then initially it looks weird flashing the shockwave, but you see how much a QW damage actually does on the LeBlanc as well.
Yes, it does, and it does get the kill. And this is the mid lane play where just a little late on that flash, and Dusty, feel free to pull the trigger and do so.
I have to say one thing. I don't like Senna's so far. I genuinely feel like it has been a bait pick for a lot of our AD carries. Even when they're winning, I just see like traditional AD carries doing better.
You know, I was going to bring that up myself, and I completely agree with you. It's been a little suspect thus far. And yes, the Dawning Shadow is pretty strong. Yes, it enables some picks in the bot lane, but I'm not sure the value of being able to pick some of these other supports has necessarily come through. And if you are farming Sinner, it's not necessarily worked, as well as we have a Dragon to talk about, and forced to flash over the wall. Can't stick around to contest this Dragon. That will be second Drake to Dusty, and the Summoner burned from the jungler.
And that's the thing, once again, the lanes right now of Singularity are great at soaking up the pressure that comes out from Dusty, but they're not good at applying their own pressure. Like, the Sion will always be pushed in, he will not be dived, but that is just gonna mean that you cannot get on these objectives, right? There is no way for you to, realistically speaking, get good control around them. You would be relying on a steal, but let's be honest, Karthus is not gonna flack and drag over a wall, steal the Drake and flash out, right? It's very much a suicide mission if that's what you're going for.
Yeah, it's ultimate spellbook, but with basic abilities.
Yeah.
Karthus just gets Jarvan EQ, of course you do. That would certainly be a play for Karthus, as Aleph does pick up a second tower for Dusty, and map beginning to get a little smaller now for Singularity, and I am kind of aware that is now Viking a 2-1-2. We've already talked about Aleph 2-0-1, very scary. Aatrox especially up that significant amount of CS, and Backlund at 3-1-1. There does hit a breaking point where, yes, you can soak pressure, but that's just not pressure. That's like a whole damn explosion. You hit one basic ability from Backlund, and people just die.
That's the thing with the Singularity composition that we haven't mentioned yet, right? It's the fact that you can't keep soaking pressure forever. At the last time, that sponge is going to get fully watered up, and you're going to be sitting at the Nexus instead, and it's just going to start pouring at one point. So you have to release this pressure at some point. It's when you're feeling comfortable fighting around the Karthus, but once again, you are playing a reactive game where it's often Singularity making a move and then you reacting to that move.
Still, they've managed to get to 1 item apiece right now, staying relatively okay. They've now slipped from that relatively even gold state to a significant gold lead for Dusty at the 20-minute mark. That's about 4,500 gold, which is a big deal. And none of these turrets under threat right now for Dusty, and they are beginning to take control of the jungle. And that could prove problematic with the champions that will be hiding in the darkness.
Yeah, but you can already see a lot of the members of Dusty is already acknowledging the win condition of Singularity. Hexstringer has been picked up by Viking, which means getting this magic resist down is going to get more difficult for the members of Singularity, like the Orianna, like Pop on the counters, to take care of you. And even then further into the game, like third item, the magic resist options for this Aatrox are phenomenal. You can go Force of Nature to get the extra movement speed, which is already great with the Yuumi paired up on you, or you could go the Spirit Visage route, where you can already get increased healing with the Yuumi, with the Gordringer, with your ultimate. Like, there's a lot of good options that you can go for.
By that point, you know, the Aatrox health bar is just going to look more like an EQ in a club, right? It's going up and down with the beat of every Q. And speaking of Qs, that's a lot of Dark Blades on the board. Takes so much damage. That is just foul stuff. 3-0-1 now on the Aatrox. He's got the World Ender running. Venza might be in trouble in mid lane. Gets devoured, probably shoved under tower here. Does so, flashes back out, takes a lot of damage from the Piercing Darkness into the Dawning Shadow and does go down to Tui. Is unfortunately low in a 2v1 on the bot side. Flashes, but will not survive. There's a Yuumi on top of Viking, and they get another kill towards this bot lane. There's Backlund, takes a lot of damage. He's gonna get run down here by Spiky, possibly. So many slows. He's attacking the clone! And Backlund gets away.
Yeah, great movie.
Does Porp's ultimate make the sound of the seismic charge from Django Fett?
Well, so far it hasn't looked like it, I'll tell you that much. It's been more like of a slight pew when it's finally gone down. Have there actually been one that hasn't been cancelled yet?
No, they've not had any. They've not had any cancels. You managed to get them all off. They've just not killed anybody.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
Well,
not so brilliant, but
yeah.
you know what I mean?
They've had impact. There's just not enough to get full kills yet, which has been problematic for Singularity.
And that sponge we were talking about on Singularity, you can definitely see now on the side lane, it's starting to get fully soaked up with the water leaking out of it. Now there's 2 items on the Aatrox. Storage Gauge has been lifted up as well. This, not Ruby Crystal, Kindle Gem.
Yes.
Is obviously one of the components for Spirit Visage as well. And once that goes through, it's going to be even more difficult to deal with him.
And this mid lane tower is 1 auto away from falling. Does so. Yepe gets rooted, but there won't be any further damage. And last outer tower down, and that sponge is being consistently put under a lot of pressure. The map is smaller. The jungle, you can see a straight line of red wards halfway through the entire jungle of Singularity right now.
And now just looking at the map state, side lanes getting pushed in by Backlund, by Aleb up towards the top side. This will allow them to get this good aggressive vision we always talk about around the objective setups. And this should allow them to just take the front to back when the fight finally comes through.
Tatui's going to get rooted there by the Infernal Chains, takes a bit of a chunk, and of course Aatrox can just wail on you for free here, gets the Conqueror stacked, and Venza might be in a spot of bother. Remember, no flash, gets slowed by the Wall of Pain. Here comes everybody else. Yepe Hao going to get rooted in place, and look at Backlund over the back end here. Going to drop forward onto Spiky, so much damage. Stays alive for now, Aleb into the back end of this all, as Porp still alive somehow. Dawning Shadow saves lives for a moment, as that Shockwave just doesn't get what they want done. 1 for none, but it is absolutely in Dusty's favor.
Let's be real, even if it hit, it wasn't going to do anything. Aatrox still full HP.
Muta surely about to fall. Dancing shoes on, he gets out.
Close one. Drake does spawn in 1 second, but who cares? Baron is up. Let's go for that one instead. Pop, no flash any longer on the Cartus. Walking into the pit should, realistically speaking, not happen. And with the members of Dusty, they should be able to take care of the Baron. I wonder, though, on the other side of the map, will Singularity be able to take care of the Drake? It is an objective bounty, and it would give you a little.
They're moving over that way now. They're going to see whether they can pick it up. I'm sure Porp would like to pick up some Raptors on the other way. He's been stuck at this 150 CS mark now for a while because there's just not been many options in terms of securing farm with how little control of the jungle they had. That Requiem came through as a...
You know, I can respect that. Yeah. Imagine if the Ludens proc stole the Baron because they didn't actually smite it.
Muta, I just don't know whether you want to be there, my man. He's going to try and get Backlund's clone. That's not what you want to do. They get the objective bounty, but it's now a 5 versus 4. Backlund pretty low, but remember there's a Yuumi available. In goes the rest of Dusty. Decent route, though, is not bad. Yepe gets out, and they're pulling the retreat. They're going to continue chasing forwards. It's not a bad disengage, but Spiky's just gone. Backlund deletes him. Paul hopping forward, trying to get some more done with the Desolations, but it's just not enough.
And who's
Dusty
going to kill
walking
this
down?
Aatrox?
No,
Like,
no
who's,
one. They don't
who's
have the
ever
damage.
going to kill this Aatrox? He starts the fight, gets low, gets fully healed again, Steric Gauge pops, the Yumi heals you up. I mean, it's just such a difficult situation to deal with. And now I'll drop the ball completely. I don't think Singularity's draft is giving them too much agency. I think they've put themselves in a very difficult situation where you can't properly front to back. Even with Orianna, when the burst comes down, you're not going to do too much against the Aatrox because you have double AP. These are going to be itemizing against this. And the center in the back line, with her burst of damage coming out so slow as it does, it's going to be easy for an Aatrox and a Yumi to heal it back up again. So I think it is just Singularity backs up against the wall now, presented with an impossible situation to get out of.
It's so tricky, and maybe if that Aatrox wasn't 307, it might be a bit different. He might be a bit more killable, but as it stands, that is a very healthy looking scoreboard for the top side of the map there for Dusty. It's an unkilled Yumi who's on everybody. They're just going to get a Devour off to Spiky, who is going to have nowhere to go at all. It's a decent shield from the Locket of the Iron Solari, and he will survive and trade for Yepe as Viking hops forward on a wall, gets down that Dragon Rage. Backlund just hops straight into the Black Mist and murders them with the Distortion. And now Viking's just chasing forward, so there's just no way to stop the dive. The Brawlers are online. The Yumi is there to keep them all healthy. It's just a cat playing with their food, and that feels appropriate considering the champions involved.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And this game is just done and dusted, if you may say so. As you can already see, they're taking care of the last side lanes here as well, and it's just a matter of time at this point. The composition of Singularity, there is no way you're taking any of these members down. I'm sorry, but I have to completely outrule it with the amount of damage there is right now. They're too far ahead of Dusty, and it's just a matter of time before they're closing this one out.
Well, to counter your little pun, it's ashes to ashes, it's Dusty to dust. They're crushing this game. It's last right for Singularity right now. There is anybody plus Yumi on this team could run through this option. They're going to try and get onto Venda, but Backlund just walks onto two and nearly deletes the entire of Spiky's health bar. The Requiem will come through, but it's just not going to do enough damage. They're diving Nexus turrets, for heaven's sake. Double kill for Aleph on the Aatrox. He'll stay alive. Porp goes into the afterlife. They get a route onto Yepe. They've thrown that final chapter. They might have a fountain laser that offers half of Aatrox's HP bar, and that's still not enough to get anywhere near killing the goddamn monster of the Darkin right now. He's not just an enemy, he is the enemy, and Singularity can find nothing in this game. Dusty, close it out.
Well, they're definitely still trying to. They're still playing with their food a little bit and, you know, trying to find the last kills. Death timers are fairly low, I'm not going to lie to you.
You know,
so they could be a little bit...
There's a hand knocking on that coffin right now. We're not dead yet, yell Singularity. They're trying so desperately to play. But there's one final hammer blow, and they close that final nail into the top of the coffin. Dusty, run over in the mid-game.
A little bit of an anticlimactic end, but... Once again, I just think the composition you have on Dusty, it's too difficult to play. There is no winning lane in the early game. As I said, at best, all the lanes are even, which is fine for getting your counters ahead. But even if counters just ult, there's no like damage for you to really point it down. You have double AP in the jungle and in the mid. And when I saw the center, I thought to myself, okay, they're trying to get a counter pick on top side instead. They're trying to have one carry to play for, but they just didn't have any on the map, unfortunately. And Dusty, they played better today, definitely. They've seemed like a more reserved team. It seemed more patient. And I definitely think they came in with a good game plan and a good adaptation to the Singularity draft.
Well, Singularity managed to hold it together in the early game, get run over in the mid, and they fall down to Dusty, who pick up their third win of the season. But we're going to toss to a break. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the NLC, and there we go. Dusty getting the victory versus Singularity. For a second, it almost looked like Singularity will be able to actually do something inside of the Rift, but that Aatrox just run away with the game. We talked about that on the Champion Select on the analyst desk, that Aatrox versus Cyan is such an easy pick. Well, this is what it gets. This is what you get when you blind pick a few champions, and obviously it worked out for Dusty. Okay, with me on the Dusty side to get the interview rolling on, we have Vanir. Hello, Vanir. Are you there?
Oh, hello.
Hello, how you doing? I like that every single time I interview anything from Dusty, when they win, they have like, I want to flex.
No, that was not a flex. I was asleep.
Why? Why were you asleep?
Because I didn't do much in that game. I was just chilling, playing Jhin.
Okay, Jhin, Yuumi, you popped in the Ghost, the Flash. You were more than safe on the bot lane. Did you ever feel like in danger versus the Senna, or were really comfortable on that lane?
I mean, I was chilling. I actually tried to walk in 1v2 on the mid tower. That was the one time I was in danger.
Tell me about the Senna pick. Like, you as an AD carry, you tell me a little bit about this pick. People are trying the Senna. It's simply not working out. They tried the Set, they tried the Tom Kench. It is not the flavor of the month. What is happening?
Oh, I mean, the champ is good. Like, it is really good. It's just some unlucky games and some not so good drafts, I think, with the Senna mostly. I think it's really not the champ.
Also, you guys went in for something a little bit more spicy. The Aatrox on the top side as well, risking for the LeBlanc in the mid lane, which I think it's marvelous, by the way. But who decided on the Aatrox? Was that the top laner, the coach, or like a team as a whole?
I mean, it was just, everyone thought it was good, I think, but it was Aleph, yeah.
Yeah, because it worked wonders. At one point in the game, where you're like, I don't need to do anything because Aatrox will just roll over them, or?
Yeah, I mean, that point in the game started in Champion Select when I saw Sion locked in, so.
Okay, so now your team are picking a little bit more victories. Obviously, the start of this week was not as good as you hoped for, so it's still a little bit shaky. What is the future for Dusty?
We win NLC and go to U Masters and win that.
So you want to go to playoffs, win playoffs, go to U Masters, and just destroy the entire Europe?
Yeah, obviously.
So
Was there any doubt?
I like that you talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? Like, how is the scrims? How do you feel about the team? You feel like you are in the place right now that you can do that?
I will wait for comment.
Okay, looking into like we're reaching the half of the split, so you're almost done with every single game.
I can't keep a straight face.
Yeah, I was like, can you do it? Okay, so you're almost done with the half of the split. You almost fought all of the teams, so I still think you need to fight one more day to actually get all the teams wrapped up, like the half of the split. Is there any team in specific that you want to play it again, like revenge-wise, or just demolish again? Tell me about that.
Not really anyone in specific. I think we just want to beat every team so far that's beaten us and that we've beaten again, so we just need to pick up all the wins now.
Okay, because now you know you don't have a lot of games to work on. Like, we're reaching the half of the split, so you can't make any more mistakes if you want to go to the playoffs.
Yeah, no sandbagging before playoffs. We actually need to make it to playoffs, so.
Okay. Is your team adapting to the meta, like the new patch 12.2? Are you guys adapting very, very well, like on scrims and solo queue wise? Are you guys comfortable with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just another patch. Like, nothing changed that much.
Okay. So I'm expecting great things from you guys. Thank you a lot for the interview, man. Have a nice one.
See ya.
See ya. There we go. Going to playoffs, EU Masters, and win it all. Again, talk the talk, but I want to see the walk the walk. Next week, I'll probably get an interview with him as well, and I would like to see how's that going, by the way. So this is a game that was really straightforward in favor of Dusty. Ever since the beginning of the game, Viking coming in with the Lee Sin, with the LeBlanc duo, finally getting that jungle duo synergy, which is really, really important. But now, looking into Singularity, we should talk with Tatui. And there we go. Hello, Tatui.
Hello.
Okay, it was a tough one. When you picked Sign and you saw Aatrox in Champion Select, what went through your mind?
Well, it's already kind of doomed for me at that point, so I'm just kind of hoping my team does well, I guess.
Because it's an impossible, it's not impossible, but it's really hard matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. There's like almost close to zero like solo kill potential. I'm just trying to scale up with my passive and just chilling.
At that point, I need to ask you this, because this is really important for people watching at home and people that don't have as much experience as you guys. When you pick something like a Sion versus Aatrox, and, well, you're faced with the bad hands, you have to deal with it. How do you actually look into the game? Like, farm as much as you can and just don't put yourself in danger? Do you prefer the jungler goes to the top side to help you? Or do you prefer the jungler goes to other lanes and get them rolling?
Well, I think in this game, it's mostly about damage control, like we are all outscaling enemy. And I mean, I think both approaches are fine, but we just have to like pick one. But we were kind of indecisive, I guess. Like we managed to zone in out of some waves, but it's not enough.
And then you have the Karthus again alongside with the Senna on the bot lane, which means you need to get to the late game. But it's really complicated because you're on a losing matchup on the top side as well. How can you deal with this? Are you guys comfortable with the Senna pick? Because it's just not working. Like percentage-wise on the NLC, it is just not working.
Yeah, well, I guess our scrim results are kind of fake data at this point. Like, I think we are doing really fine on scrims with it, but we just can't find success on the stage. I guess it's also like nerves. Most of our players are rookies, so I guess that's a big problem as well.
Yeah, everybody's still trying to get a grasp of the Senna, the new Senna with the slow and all that. Let's see how it goes from now on. But thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on the next week. Let's go, man. It's time to get that W. You know that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice one. And there we go. The game is finished. The interviews are done as well. The second game is a wrap-up. So we need to look into the third one. It's going to be Vanir versus the recently defeated X7. Was that just an upset, or will Vanir be able to do the miracle again? Well, I don't know, but stick around and you'll find out after this small break. I'll see you soon. There we go. We are back for Game 3, Vanir versus X7. This could be such an important game for Vanir to actually gain some ground. X7 to redeem themselves. Ooh.
I don't know if it's about redemption for X7. I think it was a really valid effort from Bifrost to take him down.
By far, yeah.
Apparently, Anita, you can take the...
I can do that too. Yes, I'm fairly sure that I remember to click the mic thingy at that point. But yes,
Yes.
what was said, which was off mic, so effectively, yeah, no, actually, X7, do they need to redeem themselves? Well, we already talked about it in the pregame a little bit. The Game 7 draft, their 7th game draft was really cool. And they had a really good game. It's just that Bifrost had such a much better one somehow, some way, and they hit the top of the tree.
I would like to have that microphone right there delivered to Trouble, if she's still muted, just to make sure that she can participate on the conversation
Hello?
as well.
Hello?
Are you back?
You're going to drop
1, 2,
some sick beats for us?
You're back. I mean, we have solutions for
sick
everything,
beats
guys. Come on, we
Okay.
got it. Welcome back, Trouble.
Are we good now?
Yeah,
hope so.
I think you're good. Which means the Champion Select is on right now. So,
I'd sing a song, but DMCA, you know.
man, by the way, your feedback at the beginning of this segment was amazing. I'm so sad the guys didn't
Thank
hear.
you.
Like it was like first
I learned so
analysis.
much.
Yeah. So Caitlyn is going to be removed on this ban. So what could we be looking for? Vanir versus X7. Which lanes is the one to go for?
I think what could be problematic right here is Sahira's champion pool versus Tempt and Haru that tend to play together very much, right? So from what we know right now, Sahira plays a lot of Ryze and a lot of Victor, and how is Tempt and Haru going to break that? They're most likely going to try to play something that dives a lot and disrupts the mid lane, especially when there's immobile champions. My mind goes straight to Dianas, the Hecarim's, the Vexes, all that kind of stuff.
I have a really fun stat for you, Artrom. Did you know there are 2 junglers with more than 50% first blood rate?
Nice one,
And
nice
then
one.
Noodle and Haru. See, I didn't know that at the start of the day. I knew Noodle was one of them. Didn't know about the other one. But anyway, these 2 junglers, the more you learn. Imagination. The more that these junglers get involved into the game, the more I'm afraid for their enemy teams, right? So actually seeing both of these early game powerhouses butting heads against each other. It's really interesting to see. So yes, we can talk about Sahiro because obviously that plays into the mid-jungle matchup. We saw in the very last game, right, how hard it was to play against just a capitulating mid-jungle 2v2. You can get farm, you can try and scale up, but it needs to start from there. There's control tower at the center of the map.
Can I be blunt? Can I be straight up honest? 2 microphones? I don't know if the world can handle that. Hey, hello, Gilbert.
That's a cool board.
What I want is Nata on the real carry from beginning to end. I don't want him on the Senna, not because I don't like the
if that
Senna.
Lulu gets locked in, it's probably
Yeah,
gonna be an
give me
Aphelios, a
something
Jinx.
like real.
I think to be fair here, even if you don't lock in a carry, even if you don't lock in the Jinx or the Aphelios, you get to pick one or the other. But here, because the jungle has already been locked in from the side of Vanir, you can just pick your bot lane and then pick your jungle third, even in the second rotation, if you will.
And this opens up kind of like what we were seeing in the first couple of weeks of the NLC in terms of what's being blind picked, what's being counter picked. First pick Jin Zhao. There are answers to it. You can have stuff like the Trundle. That's definitely one of the big answers. Poppy's also not bad into it either, right? Stop that E coming through. The question is, what about Senna? That's, I think right here, as long as you have the top side to work with it from Vanir, that's definitely an option. But like looking at X7, I'm looking actually, are you going to have to save your mid until 4th pick? You're going to have to save either your mid or your jungler, and that's going to have to be a champion pool hit, even though you should have a counter matchup.
So Jin is going to be utility-wise, but a little bit more utility than the Senna we've been having so far. It just doesn't work so far. Who knows in the future?
I just really like the Jin here because they're pretty much going to forfeit the pressure in the bot lane. And I think Jin is one of the safest champions to do that with. You sort of fall back, you can farm, you can allow your Janna to roam around the map as well.
That is locked.
So I really like the Janna in this particular position and not next to the Caitlyn, because here the Janna can actually roam and can assist together with the Xin Zhao on the rest of the map. Now, what was really good is because we said Haru and Tempt are going to most likely go for all-in champions to disrupt the mid lane. What Janna does very well into the late game is disrupt them from getting into the backline. So once Hecarim is in, you throw him back out, it's really hard for them to
Okay,
get
then another aspect of that is Lulu can struggle versus other enchanters. She's a very low range for an enchanter. Long gone are the days of Faker's Season 5 mid lane Lulu, where you were a real lane bully, especially with health picks level 1, very high base damage. Janna can very much bully out a Lulu and put them into dangerous positions. When you've got the Jhin there too, lots of ability to execute in lane. So while Jinx Lulu is a strong duo, there are openings there to stop you from running forward and actually catch you on the off chance as well.
finally get a hold of the second ban of bans. Tell me about it.
Here, I would possibly like a Rise ban, if possible. If they're going to target Sahira, I would like to
I've never seen
take...
Sahira play that champion. What are you talking about?
Or his Syndra, I was about to say. He has the Syndra available after the Rise. I think Rise, a short-ranged mage, is really good to protect the Jhin if they ever get into the backline. And of course, we mentioned about Tempt and Haru playing the Hecarim and the Vex. Even on the pre-show at the very beginning, it was their day one composition. This would look very, very, very similar because they had a
we can only be
Lulu
so
bot
smart.
lane. They had a fellow's Lulu in the bot lane and Nata was able to pop off completely. Now they have the Lulu Jinx, which does a very similar job. Haru, again, on the Hecarim, wanted to dive the backline. Now, what do you choose to dive together with you? And that could very well be a Corki. Mind you, Jaeger has also played the Akali, and Akali is up for grabs, and you have R5. So you could have a bunch of champions diving in.
But now you've picked effectively the weakest pre-6 mid-jungle 2v2 you possibly can. Hecarim loses almost every 2v2 in the game before they get their ultimate. Corki, very weak in lane as well in a lot of ways, because you farm up, you survive, but you don't really do much until you've got that ultimate, and then you can start pushing out waves even against harder matchups like an Orianna or a Victor or whatever at that point. And now, if you're going to have to play into an Ori that already outranges you, you're going to get bullied off the wave. You've got a Jinzao that's backed up, particularly by something like a mage like the Orianna, which does harry you a lot in the laning phase. I'm worried for X7 playing through these star players. They might just play a Diffit, but the champions they've got in these matchups, not looking pretty.
Okay, they finish it up. Yeah, there we go. This is a massive AoE team fight comp with Jhin on the other side
same
of the
story,
map.
different champion.
There we
Okay,
go.
they opted to go for the Victor again versus the Corki. Sorry, the Xerath versus
blue
the
dude.
Corki.
The other
We
blue
have
dude.
not yet to see it succeed. They were very close yesterday, but Ocean Soul completely disrupted their plans. Here, it could be a completely different story. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Akali being picked here for Jaeger because they need something to play through strong side of the map.
That's nice.
On the top side, but...
Oh, okay,
ooh.
fair play. I shouldn't talk about
We'll like
hovers,
that.
but like both
We'll
the things
like
both the things that they hovered like are something which eventually just kind of just ignores the GP, either in the Chinbiz case of just killing you, or the Malphite of walking past you, becoming rock, and then just dunking
And
the
solid.
backline. And very solid. I hear that rocks are indeed actually not liquid or gas. But yeah, you got that Malphite, who is now a... I'm sorry, Archeron. You've got a dive buddy for the Hecarim. You've got the Malphite alongside them. Yeah.
It would be very blunt for me to say that I do really enjoy Vanir's composition, even though this time they have again chosen to play long-range carries with the Xerath and the Jhin. They have other ways of putting down the damage. They have the Gangplank and they have the Zinza, which can output much more damage than just 2 tanks in their teams. So I do really like their composition so far, because whoever dives in the backline, if China is able to keep them alive together with the Zinza, I feel like they've got what it takes to turn around a fight.
They're also between a rock and a Haru place.
Oh my!
There we go.
Just
And
go
the team
casters, please.
compositions are already done. Will Vanir be able to defeat X7? Is X7 a liquid or solid state? I don't know, but please, the brother of this guy should tell me.
Yeah, tell him. I'm gonna hurt him. He's gonna come over here. There is a slap waiting for that horrific bun. In fact, let's see if I can look at my aim. Like,
Oh, close, but too close.
that was not
I'm gonna
going
get drawn
with
with
production, but I will not do that one again. All right, well,
Sorry,
anyway,
we don't have an HR.
all right, back to the game. I've assaulted my brother with a pen. I might have had this from... Thank you, Archeron. You're the best. See, this is amazing. Thank you, buddy. Bringing it back momentarily, we've got ourselves a bit of a dive comp, I think it's fair to say.
We have
interesting stuff.
That's the thing. And I would like to say that we had an interview with Singularity coach Monday, and he has themed this composition the Bomba comp, where it's just about hitting the enemies without ever fighting them on a front to back. You have the Gangplank, you have the Seraph, and you have the, what's he called again? He's called Jhin.
There you go, well done. I was like, where we go? Oh, he's here. Sothoch, Destroyer of Worlds, Devourer of Breadcrumbs. Here to murder us all. Look into those eyes.
And,
you know he's after you.
And the other thing is, though, this is a battle of two, as you said yourself, you set up it up very beautifully with the two different stylistics we have in these two compositions, because this is a battle of the two different stylistic. As a team composition fighting front to back or just fighting straight up team fight ahead of you, X7, they will just always win. So Vanir's way of attacking you is having a good amount of ground in between you and making sure that you are never in an extended team fight. It's always just about poking the carries down with the ultimates of Vanir.
Absolutely, and again, you've got the Hecarim, you have got your cavalry there, but Vanir's job here is to make it literally the charge of the Light Brigade. Make it as absolutely hard to get onto that backline as you possibly can.
But I like the adaptations as well from X7 in terms of draft, because the Jhin came out fairly early in the draft, and when you do that, you know quite often you want to play for a carry up towards the top side. So what X7 did is that they saved their last pick for top side, and they made it a neutralizing pick instead, because if the Sensao wants to play for top, well, you're now playing double AD into a Malphite, which means he can just stack up on the ammo. So from an early game point of view, before we even get into the intricacies of the team fights in between them, this is going to be a very slow game because Seraph and Corki goes quite even despite Seraph outranging him. And obviously Sensao does have a little bit better of a gangplank path in the early game in terms of getting a kill. And down towards the bot side, it is just an AD carry with an enchanter, so not the highest kill pressure.
No, it's all about wave control there for, honestly, quite a lot of the particular mid and bot lanes. And I've got to call it out as well. My eyes are going to be on Sahira because this is another Xerath pick into Corki specifically. We saw a near thing with one of those Xerath, but even then, I've not been that impressed with the Xerath in lane versus the Corki. I don't know whether that's just people missing skill shots or...
No, I see. That was what I thought in the beginning as well, but it also comes down to the fact that Corki builds 80 in the beginning, so your auto attacks will have more value as well. Seraph's abilities are just not going to come out as often, and his auto attacks, they're not going to have the same value as the Corki. So while, yes, that you can do stuff like this that we're seeing right now, when it comes down to playing the lane, Corki is still going to be able to take control of the lane before the Seraph. It's purely out of lane matchup. At least that's what I think from what we've seen in the NLC so far.
All right, well, we'll keep our eyes on it. We'll see how that works and see how good Tempt's dodging shoes are this game. He's going to have to make sure he's dancing a solid foxtrot because there's going to be a lot of lightning bolts thrown at him courtesy of Xerath. Still, eyes on Noodle as well, one of those junglers that has been involved in pretty much every kill he possibly can in the early game in the NLC thus far.
Yeah, but both junglers have just been, you know, not mimicking, rather having opposite mirroring. That's, I guess. Thank you.
I've got you, mate.
I'll keep that one. The jungle pathing here with Noodle up towards the top side, Haru down towards the bottom side, and there's, once again, just not a lot of lanes to play for. Actually, Sahiro not having the best day right now, and will just be forced to TP, so this is going to be great. Tempt can push into mid wave, can just recall and move back to lane without having to worry about expanding a TP of his own. Haru getting some early intel down. Okay, your camps are not up. I can just go for a ward and then I can recall if that's what I'm looking for.
Got to call out a little bit of an adaptation here for Tempt as well on the Corki because he's gone for the first strike and he's gone for the minion dematerializers to try and control the wave a bit more as well. But edge into what you mentioned earlier, because that wasn't something we saw in the other Corkis that play into the Xerath. And I wonder whether that's a bit of an adaptation, having seen what's going on with the Xerath that's become a little bit more common
that's
here.
a really good pickup by you. I think that's exactly what he's done it for, so brilliant job at scouting that one as well.
Thank you.
Also, Stopwatch is great in terms of dodging out the backline damages that come out. Some of the down... I know there's not a lot of downside with Stopwatch, but in situations where you get caught off guard and you use Stopwatch, the enemies are still going to be around you. But if you can use your stopwatch to dodge out on the last arcane missile of the Seraph, Barrage, rather, or the Jhin damage, well, then that's going to be great.
Ow, Nata taking a very nasty chunk there. The slow from this Glacial Jana causing some trouble, and Noodle was wrapping around there to see whether there was a gank available, but nothing happens. Kevo did burn heal, interesting there, trying for the speed up, I think.
That was because Noodle came around, but once again, great ward that came in from Haru in the early game from his early path in, really setting up the bot lane. So what Nata and Kasing tried to do there was completely crash the wave, go for a recall themselves on the cannon wave and make sure that was going to be a good spot for them when they came back. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that, but they still had to recall because Haru was on the other side of the map. And that's one of the downsides you get when the junglers are not mimicking each other and one of them is playing for bot side and the other one isn't.
Okay, so that has been fairly interesting set, a little bit of pathing there. Of course, that gank getting warded off because of Haru's put ward, as you mentioned. Good stuff there. And just staying stable. Honestly, X7, pretty happy with that. Level 6 has come through for the likes of Hecarim, Malphite, Gangplank as well, of course, and maybe things get a bit more exciting on the Rift.
But this is exactly how the game should go so far, because the laning phase, it's just been neutralized. As you already said, good adaptations from X7 as well. The few points of attack he had on Vanir, kind of not a point of attack any longer. Now, down towards the bottom side.
The moment we talk about it, action begins. Quixis in so much trouble when it's just first blood over to Nata. He tries to step forward. Noodle's not there in time. Look who else around, though. It's Haru, who's now dueling with Noodle, who is doing a lot of damage here. Those rampages doing so much work. Devastating charges available. Haru gets another kill. So much for not being able to play out the jungle 1v1. Haru proving exactly why he has one of those Ezreal skills for being a world champion. The zap just goes wide. And not enough HP to continue, but oh my god, Haru is so fast. He's going for it. Charge! Quixis has respawned, though. And manages to keep cover in one piece just about.
At first, I actually liked the pathing as well from Noodle because he skipped out on his camps on top side to surprise the bot lane of X7. They expected him to be top side because that's where the camps respawned. But the fact that Quickset went too far forward allowed Nata to get the reset, allowed them to play around with the momentum until Haru appeared, and they just sealed the deal for themselves there. So it was a good play in theory, but execution of it just faltered a little bit there.
Okay. Now to see whether Vanir can respond a little bit here. They've lost a couple kills towards that bot side, which is not what you wanted to see when you said keeping things stable. They're going to get the Drake here, hopefully his trade.
And this would be really ideal. The thing with Corki is that every time he has package, they just pick up the objective for themselves around the Drake, and they just start the stacking, and you have to respect the package every single time. So picking up the first Drake here as Noodle over the wall is actually brilliant, and it buys yourself 5 extra minutes because your composition, it's not supposed to work in the laning phase. It's supposed to work outside of lane.
And here's the replay again. Quixis just gets eviscerated.
It is unfortunate. He's stepping too far forward. He wants to set up Noodle before he comes through in the river, making sure that Nata cannot back up in time. But the problem is that you just step too far forward. At best, you could have tried to force the flash of Nata instead. Now, he did flash, but it was offensively to get a kill. So definitely not the situation you wanted.
And now you've got to be a little bit afraid that if you do step too far forward again and Kassin gets a polymorph, there's Chompers put behind you, there's not really much of a way out then. Just throwing some more of those tornadoes to try and buy a little bit of space, and going to be X7 with a relatively healthy gold lead in the early game, and level 6s have come through for the junglers and solo laners, and that means that maybe there's a few more triggers to be pulled here if X7 want to do so, especially considering the Herald will be spawning pretty shortly as well.
Exactly. You can see Temp going for recall now. I don't actually know if he has any package to pick up, but he now, when the Drake has gone over to the side of Vanir, he could try and take the package for the Rift Herald instead, and that is indeed what he is going to do. Now, that doesn't mean his timer is going to be synced out with the next Drake, which is something you can play for as Vanir. So I wonder if they could try and attack the bot lane in this instance, because I just don't feel like they're going to be winning out on the top side, but seems like they want to prioritize trying to sniff them out here at least.
Haru just goes and picks up the honey fruit to keep his HB bar topped up. Jaeger gets the roam down, and there's going to be no contest.
I would love if they used the package to change the blue buff here, but it looks like they're going for the mid lane actually instead.
Jaeger is here. Remember, he's got the unstoppable force here. He could just keep going. Noodle has to smite that away. He's in so much trouble. Has to burn the ultimate. It's just not going to keep him alive, and Noodle is 0-2 and 0. As Tempt gets a solo kill in mid. Xerath falling apart in this lane.
Yeah, my apologies. I was casting the minimap while you were casting the actual game, so I was like, oh, it looks like Tempt is packaging in the mid lane, because I was just looking at the minimap. But they just get the blue buff for themselves. They get the Rift.
Oh my
quick
god.
set, no flash.
He gets put the other side. The fear of this Horth as comes through a chilling smite, completes a 3rd kill for Haru.
So remember when I said I wanted Vanir to try and attack bot lane because I see no way they can win on the top side? And that was kind of what I meant there, and why I meant that. Now, let's see how Sahira actually gets killed here. Is it because Valkyrie is still up and he just dives in?
Yeah, pretty much. The Eye of Destruction misses and he gets hit with a big one and dies.
Oh, well, it looked very simple, and once again, we talked about the Seraph into Corki. We were not fully convinced the first day, and I gotta say, I'm still not getting more convinced the more I see it.
This is perhaps one we need to start throwing at the players and see whether they have some answers, because maybe we're missing something here. Maybe we're not quite getting this right. Maybe it's just, Tempt being really good is another option. Let's be real, he is a phenomenal player, and he's going to make a lot of matchups perhaps not play out as you would expect. Either way, it's a significant CS and gold lead for the Corki. 3-0 on your Hecarim, who's got a Rift Herald. X7 ready and willing to continue to snowball this game.
I think for Vanir, it's just about stabilizing now, because as you rightfully said, they are just ahead on X7 now. I'm holding my breath a little bit, because I wanted to see if Noodle was looking for anything himself. due to the nature of they're ahead of gold right now, they should be in a better position once this Drake starts spawning, and they should be the one in control in terms of taking care of the vision. So you should just be trying to look to get whatever you can on the other side of the map. Camps, scuttle, pressure on top side, whatever it is you can get right now where it doesn't cost you anything, significantly try and go for it.
Not Onslaught of Shadows, not quite available yet, but Haru is still going to be coming on down here, seeing whether there's something available. Remember, there's the Herald in inventory and only 3 plates on this bot lane turret, so nice prize for X7, should be able to get the Herald charge down appropriately.
But when they spot Noodle up here, Jaeger should just be able to run away, and now Tempt, he should be able to push in the mid lane, move down towards the bot side, and then they can, realistically speaking, just fret for a tier 2 turret. Like, who's going to stop you from keep pushing this lane?
Yeah, Nata's going to come over here, and a Jinx with a turret is not going to make it last very long at all. They get the turret, and Noodle giving away his position there in an attempted gank gives X7 all the license they need to do this as Tempt Valks away from the Eye of Destruction, and nothing more to be said.
Here we go. Can they get the second charge off? And it's not gone yet.
It's not. It's got a bit stuck up in the wave, and I wonder whether there's an option here for a kill. Going to try and get it as Tempt's in danger. Remember, there's not a lot of mana there. I don't think he's got quite enough for a Valkyrie. Has to flash, but there's a wild growth, and now the damage afterwards is going to be so obscene. Forces the Crescent Guard. And without the mana to be able to Valkyrie forwards, Noodle will surely get out alive!
Rocket!
Oh my god! Jinx gets it with the Super Mega Death Rocket. But that's going to be Kasing stunned up. Won't quite be enough to finish him up. And X7, that was just styling on him.
Yeah, that was some spoilers for Arcane right there if you haven't seen the last episode. And Quickset now does have the flash. Oh, never mind, doesn't have the flash.
You're between 2 turrets, but just leave him alone. Let him back.
Well, that is definitely unfortunate. Let's have a look at the replay once again, because I do think it's a good attempt at a gank here in the mid lane. This will for sure force out a flash. You can see barely mana on Tempt. But then Kasing with an early recall to be out of the map earlier than the opponent's support is just beautiful, and it's setting it up quite nice with Powder hitting it from downtown.
You can hear Sting's vocals from here. What could have been for Vanir, not going to be happening in this game. 0-6 down in kills, down 5,000 gold. The turret's dead. They've just lost another dragon there, or rather, the second dragon, rather. And they've got to stabilize now, because Vanir's early game has often been a real point of strength, and their mid game's been a bit shaky. Down in the early game, coming into mid game, that's making me nervous.
And look at this. Jaeger's actually decided to stick around just because there's no need. He's down in bot, and yeah, that is just going to force out a flash.
We'll force the flash. There's the cannon barrage as well. It's going to get a heal out of Nata as well, who's slowed down here, and maybe they can keep chasing this, but they just don't have enough follow-up, and maybe Kevo can step forward and get something, but unlikely.
Here's the next in line, though. You just blew flash on your Jhin here, and here's Haru. He has the ultimate. He's got Chem Tank.
Kasing's here as well. I think Vanir are in a spot of bother. They've got some teleports, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Prepare your engines. Charge goes the Hecarim. Onslaught of Shadow secures 1. The Arcane Barrage, not quite enough to secure Nata because of a nice wild growth from Kasing. They get the kill, they get out, and Quickset is dead for the 3rd time this game.
Not only that, they also forced the Gangplank teleport, so that is no longer in the inventory of the side of Vanir, trying to equalize in the mid lane, but Tempt respecting his opponents quite nicely.
And this is an X7 that is giving away a lot less than we've seen over the last few games. They had a back and forth game with Bifrost. They've had a game where they were behind versus M&M, and this time they just don't want to give up any edges, it feels. Solidly in control, no deaths, very aware of how they're playing.
Who would have known? If you don't die on the 3rd wave in bot lane, the game becomes easier to play. I think Kasing said that beautifully himself in the interview as well we had with him. So yeah, it feels more like we get to see what X7's strengths are as well when they're outside of laning phase, because it's not just the fact that they're great players in lane, it's the fact that they're great players out of the map as well. And in terms of shot calling, in terms of macro, the way they're playing, not only just in terms of attacking, but also in terms of the people who's playing on the back end then. They'll always make sure that it's difficult for the enemy to try and equalize with a cross map.
Absolutely, and they are a talented bunch of players. We've seen them play a little bit loose, a little bit happy, looking for the outplays. Zhonya's first Leona, yet may I remind you one more time from Kasing. And it was great to watch, but you can see clearly it went a step too far. They dropped the game and they weren't happy about it in this game. It's just been all X7 all day. They'll pick up a second Herald. and continue trying to snowball.
Yeah, but I don't think that Vanir should be able to, once again, fight for this one.
No.
There's package on temp, and I'm not sure if you want to go for this one.
They're on Noodle. Are you sure they're going to get teleported behind? And remember, that's just not a regular teleport. That is a Malphite coming through, who's thinking about going even further over onto the back onto that Janna. Super Mega Death Rocket secures the kill. There was no Monsoon. And instead, it's Jaeger that proves the natural disaster, claiming another
Happy
kill.
feet.
Gonna try and get some more as the flash forward from Nata secures another. It's a double for the Jinx. 10 kills to none in this game. Herald summoned immediately mid.
A brilliant movement from Jaeger. I actually think he was not hit by a single skill shot there as well. And then Herald in the mid lane, as we just mentioned. And it's just like, Vanir, play for the late game with your comp.
Oh,
you just don't win on these exchanges.
No, not like this. He might finally die. Jaeger
that's
does
brilliant.
actually go down.
He might get two.
They get two. Okay. X7 overextend. They're looking for the AD carry.
All right, we have some insters right now on X7 giving over the 2 first deaths. Harry down towards the bot side with Nila.
Yeah, he's going to force a teleport out from Sahira, who's to save his top lane. Of course, use the cannon barrage there to help secure a kill on the overdive towards the top lane tier 2, and we'll get a replay.
And it's you see how good it is of the X7 as well. The fact that bot lane is fully pushed in, so even if they wanted to push for it, there's nothing they can get on the other side of the map. It's why they're put in this situation where they want to go for the team fight. You can argue this is a bit too far forward from the side of X7, but you know, with Jaeger's movement like this, okay, he did get hit by one, but that was everything.
Everybody gets one, but that's about it. And then at this point, it looks like it's kind of done. They've got the win, and they stick around trying to be cheeky catching camo.
And you know, one thing I really like in this instance
it's
the Corki build. It's the fact that it's a poke Corki against a composition you can't auto-attack. Too many times am I seeing Corkis that cannot auto-attack go shield bow. You go shield bow when you can auto-attack your enemies. When you're against enemies where you cannot hit your auto-attacks, you go poke. It's that simple. I see people not do it all the time, and I'm glad to see Temp do it.
Clip it, ship it, send it all to all your teammates in solo queue, because Professor Heimerborg has spoken once more. No, I won't. Absolutely not. Like, that's an NLC staple at this point. You're stuck with that title. You agree to the segment. It's on you.
No, that segment was made without my consent. And the graphic was made without my consent. I logged on the first time, and they had just made that graphic.
All I'm saying is there is the Lollipoppy competition that goes around on the internet every year on the birthday of that skin.
Are you saying that's going to be me now?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just suggesting you just find the best ways to Photoshop Goldborg's face to every champion you can. It's going to be glorious, guys. I'm there. Hell, I might even fund it. Just get it happening.
All right. Positives, they're picking up bounties on the side of Vanir right now. They picked up their first turret, although they are still a good amount of gold down in the deficit. And Nila is forced to TP out for his little trade.
Okay. Noodle does try and get onto the Corki. I'm not sure he wins that one. That's a lot of damage through, and Temp can't quite get the kill. Big shutdown going through onto Noodle. Oh.
And here's Nata trying to get the rest of them.
360 headshot from the AD carry. It's Rust. It's a Rust 1v1 at this point. 1v3 was not quite available. At the moment I said X7 were playing clean.
Hey, this is brilliant. X7, they just made a lot of screw-ups there, so this is actually giving them some time to pick up some resources on the map, make sure they can get some buffs for themselves, finally push out the lanes a little bit, and just take it slow. Remember...
Oh, Sahira.
No.
You can't be there. There's no flash. There's no hope. There's no way out. It's a 2v1. He lands a shocking orb. He lands an Eye of Destruction, and Haru's not even burning an ultimate yet. Quicksets will come over, but remember, you go unstoppable as the Hecarim. You're charged back. You go down 5-0-1 on the Herald of War.
It is unfortunate, especially when you have to face a Hecarim with Lulu, with the Whimsy as well to give you the extra movement speed. It's just not nice. He's got Ghost, he's got Face Rush, he's got Kimtang, he's got Deadman's Place. What I'm trying to say is this horse, rather, I'm speaking Danish there.
I'm happy to learn, but maybe not on cast.
Well, horse is called Hest, so there you go.
One thing I have learned today, aside from the fact that Haru was still good, and Jaeger just being obnoxious. Just over here throwing seismic shards at every jungle camp you can to make Noodle's life hell. So, we have ourselves 20 seconds until Baron spawns and 3 minutes till Ocean Drake spawns. And my question to you is, do X7
play it safe and stable, or do they continue trying
I'm sorry,
to be...
but I do think they have to try and contest this somehow. This is where you're like, okay, let's bring the ultimates
Yes.
together. Let's bring Oxodia. Let's collect our Power Rangers together for the ultimate robot and try and make it move. Because you got 2 AD carries. One of them is a Corki with a package, and they can just start off this. Like, there's nothing stopping them.
Look
And if
at
you
that
don't stop
vision.
it, they're just going to be sieging you down in the mid.
Completely true. There's the cannon barrage out, and normally that would be enough to dissuade people from Baron. But look at Tempt. He's just over the wall. He's got 2 items with that Muramana transformation. And Nata and Haru are taking absolutely no damage right now. The package comes across and lays down a "you shall not cross" line. Baron comes down the floor with lava. Noodle is dead as well, and he's been eaten for dinner. I know Nongshimmer in the LCK, but that's looking more like a snack than the name of that particular noodle brand. Quixith gonna get run down to boot as well. Nata won't quite get the kill as yet, and it is Haru who picks up his 6th. Jaeger unstoppably forces himself in forwards even further. Sahira just about able to escape for now. The barrel chain's not bad. Jaeger saved by that flame choppers, has to get the heal out of Nata as well, but now they're corralled by this tier 2 in top. The rockets are landing, and there's no way out of this artillery. Tempt gets another. It's a double for the Corki. He goes golden. Kevo's going to put down a trap. Going to get a root, but he's not going to take any tower aggro. They'll teleport back in and get this tower. X7 on an absolutely brutal series of plays.
Yeah, luckily the death timers are still fairly short, so I don't think we'll be looking at any end right now, but we are looking at the last turret getting taken down, and they're not even going to reset. They're going to continue.
Okay, they played the early game clean, and now they're just styling on people. Tempt gets his 6th. It's a rampage for the Corki, and you can hear the Ride of the Valkyrie starting right now. Flash from Nata. The exhaust comes out. Quixith goes golden. Kevo's got a 4th shot, but it will in fact be his first death. He goes down. It's an 8th for X7, and whatever you may say, Goldborg, they're looking to end.
Yeah, I was going to say, now they can end, looking like it. So, yeah, very decisive game from the side of X7. I think they should just be able to equalize on the last 2 Nexus turrets here and take care of the game, unless Nilla can do anything with the barrels.
It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be some god tier play. It's an onslaught of shadow forwards again, and the Light Brigade gets this win. No cannons, no artillery setup can stymie this Hecarim. They'll get a wild growth, but that is it as they're on to the Nexus. And X7 put Monday's game behind them and dominate in 22 minutes for their 7th game of the season.
Is
But
it
wait,
gone?
my gaze.
Okay, there we have it.
Okay, I got nervous. I shouldn't have been nervous. They get the win.
Low HP bars, but they do still get the Nexus. And yeah, once again, I like the ideas of the drafting point of view we see from the side of Vanir as well, but they were too reckless in the early game. They tried to contest X7 on too many objectives, and objectives, that's where the composition of X7 kind of, excelled, where you just put everything in the back line and just kill them.
Yeah, and Haru, this guy, has a phenomenal game. He tried so hard on Monday to try and get that Lee Sin working and couldn't quite get the clutch plays in the late game.
Yeah.
Today, it was just his from the moment he gets that kill onto Noodle bot lane and just runs him over. It's not even like a Divine Thunder build. He just goes tank and no one can murder him.
No, but I also think it was just, once again, great adaptation. Getting that Malphite down made it hard to have one winning lane for the side of Vanir. So they had to just play back end, just kind of try and scale. Once they got that first Drake, I thought that was very good for them. But then, in the end, they just weren't patient enough.
Absolutely not. And X7 continue to be an excellent team. They'll move back towards the top of the standings, and we'll be throwing to a break, and we'll be back soon.
And the Kings are back, X7 taking the win versus Vanir. There we go, finally understanding what is happening with X7. That was an amazing game on the first day of week 4. Obviously, we all loved that game. And this one is just to show that they're still on top of the game. Also with a few fun picks as well, like the Malphite top, which makes wonders. Also getting finally a really strong AD carry, I'll call it this way, not to bad mouth the Senna players, but a really strong AD carry to actually use the lead that they can get on the bot side as well, giving the Jinx, even the Aphelios. This is what Nata is really good at, and we saw on this game why it is. And at this point, I have the pleasure to talk and to meet for the first time Piotr, which is the analyst. Also, how do I say your name?
Piotr.
Piotr.
Yeah.
French?
No, Polish.
Okay, I'm really wrong on this one. Okay, welcome, by the way, to the interview. It's a pleasure to meet you. And good job on this game. Tell me, how was the team feeling from Monday to this day?
So I think we kind of changed a bit approach since Monday. I think we learned a lot from this loss, and I think we had good spirit coming in here. And yeah, I think it was quick one, and we showed good improvement even in a few days.
Yeah, it was noticeable, the improvement that X7 brought to this game. Also, I'd like to give more information to the audience about who you are. So you are the analyst of the team. What sort of job do you have on the team? What is like your job, like your work day with the X7? I'd like to meet you.
Okay, so probably every analyst have a similar job, but yeah, I'm preparing things for team. If players is mainly my mainly thing, I am more interested in builds and runes setup for players. So when player is unsure about something, I am quick checking for him, trying to find the best solution at the right moment and giving for players best opportunities to do. So yeah, I just want to like give player opportunities, show him different strats, what to build, what rune to take, and yeah, that's mainly what I do for the team. Yeah.
This is really good because a lot of players struggle a little bit with the builds because they're really good with their fingers and decision making, but then you look into like the outside aspect of the game and like, what do I build? What do I take? How do I adapt? And people like you actually make that life way easier. So good job so far, and the team is showing something, and probably because of you. Now we can look into the champion select. Malphite top lane. Explain to me a little bit. It works, but explain.
Yeah, okay, so we had like before, like enemy pick 4th pick, and I think Nia said it's perfect Malphite game, so enemy is really immobile, and we kind of wanted to engage on them. Our picks showed that, like we got Hecarim early on, and Malphite was just perfect to just go in on Janna, go in on a mobile Jhin or Zerat, and they couldn't do anything basically. And Jinx always can deliver rocket or something like that, or W, and we just get one reset and game is over basically. So Malphite was really, really good pick here.
Yeah, because you brought in 3 unstoppable ways of going in. The Malphite, the Hecarim, even the package from the Corki, and Janna cannot do anything against that. And to me, it seems like everybody is now favoring the last pick top lane, so you can get a big counter, because the other lanes, you can adapt quite quickly, isn't it?
So I think, especially in our team, Smith is really aggressive top laner. When he gets good matchup, he don't play for just lane. He just plays to win lane. When he see opportunity, he always go for it. So I think counter pick top lane, especially in this meta, is really good for us. This time he was on more team pick, more towards composition, but he also can bring something like Tryndamere and just chop people down and the stomp lane.
I like it, and it makes a lot of sense, because when you get a bad matchup on the top lane, it's really hard to actually come back from it. And if you guys are savoring that little last moment on the champion select, it actually pays off. Now, you guys lost on week 4, day 1, so you guys only lost 1 game. It was a hell of a game, by the way. It was really fun to watch. The team is comfortable. What do you feel about the rest of the split? Because you are now finalizing the first part of the split. Which teams do you guys want to play now against? Which teams you want revenge or just to play against one more time?
Oh, honestly, we are not really focused on our enemies, especially in League right now. I think we are kind of focused on ourselves. But if I would have to choose one team, it would be probably BTXL. I think they are the best team, and we want to always face the best. So yeah, probably BTXL.
I like that because the game versus Bifrost obviously has a little bit of a salt savor in your mouth, but XL, you guys are always talking about the XL. It was an amazing game, probably one of the best of the season so far. You guys have delivered us two of the best games of the season so far, Bifrost and versus XL. So that would be a really good and fun match to watch. The Giants at the top of the standings fighting each other. So thank you so much and pleasure to meet you. This was a great interview and good luck for the rest of the split.
Thank you. Can I say one word to Polish fans?
Do it.
Okej, dzięki wielkie za wsparcie. Mam nadzieję, że będziecie cały czas nas dopingować. Spróbuję trochę nauczyć Haru po polsku i do zobaczenia.
Thank you so much, man. Have a nice one. Pleasure. There we go. X7 are really comfortable right now as it is. The first game of this week, obviously, it was a little bit of a slump, but as Kasing told us, it's better to have one right now than on the playoffs or even the U Masters. Obviously, today they showed everyone that they're so comfortable, they're still a great team, and they can adapt to pretty much everything. And saving that last pick to the top side just to demolish the enemy team worked out wonders. And obviously, Pyathrod had something to do with the business. And it's really important for us as viewers and lovers of esports, like people that really enjoy esports, fans of esports. It's really good for us to understand that the team has more than those 5 players inside of the Rift. Now, looking into Vanir, I do believe I have Sahira with me for the interview.
Yep.
Hello, Sahira. Yep. Okay.
Oi.
Oh, man, tell me, what's happening, Sahira?
Bro, that game, like, I just started laughing eventually. Like, that guy broke me, man. Tempt is cracked. I don't know what to tell you. I've never played against someone this aggressive. I couldn't breathe at all. Like, I'm never looking safe again versus Koreans, by the way. Like, you can't land a skill shot on these guys. Like, they are crazy good. Like, they are really insane.
It's not skill shots. Like, it's point and click. They do the point and click and they hit you, right?
Dude, I'm picking Malzar against these guys from now on. Like, Seraph is benched from now on. That's all I can tell you.
I wanted to talk about Seraph, though. I wanted to understand why everybody is picking Seraph into the Corki, because on paper, it seems like it works because you can poke him from afar. You don't have that early game. You can bully him out.
I mean,
Tell me,
if you get through the early game,
yeah.
Like with the help of your jungler sometimes, like that can push in your waves, so you can get a nice base and all. Then it's like a super good pick, I think. But when the early game goes like that, and I end up getting solo kill as well, it's not too hot. Like it's, yeah, I think we got pretty gap today, but we will bounce back. We have 2 people with COVID, but that's just complete cope, by the way. Like that, I don't think that mattered too much today. But,
quick recover, by the way. I wish you well, like for all those that had that situation. So recover well. Yeah. But we should look into Vanir at this point. You guys started really strong in the split. Now you hit a little bit of a stump. You guys are trying to figure out what to do right now, but you still have a long time because you're still in the middle of the standing. You're comfortable right now. What do you feel is going to happen in the future? You're not comfortable, are you?
No, I think we are better than every team except the top 3. Like, I think we're like, I think we're a better team than Riddle, for example, who lost it on Monday. Like, for sure, I think. It's only like these top 3 that we have to figure out how to beat, like the Bifrost, X7, and XL. But all these 3 teams have shown that they can bleed. Like, it just depends on the day, I think, and. Yeah, we're still confident. I still believe that we're better than every team except those 3, as of now.
But tell me something, Sahira. It seemed in the middle of the game that it was kind of sloppy, like the face checks, no vision.
I can tell you this, after the 10-minute mark, or whenever I got, like, this was not a real game to the end, right? Like, both teams started just having fun. Like they kind of broke us mentally. So we were just like, we were laughing, like inside we were crying at the disgusting performance from us, and we just like laughed. Like it was rough. It was a real rough game. I can't recall a game as of recent where we got this stomped. Like this was, yeah, this was crazy.
Sahida, let's forget about this game. Let's just delete it, like delete the VODs and never talk about it anymore.
I'm not checking replay of this. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much for the interview, Sahida. It's really good to hear you, man. You're amazing. And I'll see you soon, man. Good luck.
Yeah.
You gotta keep the spirit strong, man. You gotta keep strong, man. And this is what Vanir are known for. And let's see how they cope for the next week, which will be the half of the split. Week 5, day 1 is going to be the first half of the split completely finished. But now, to follow it up, it is Astralis versus Riddle. Will Astralis finally get another win? Or will Riddle get another one this week? I don't know. It's going to be an interesting game. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. And welcome back to the pre-game Astralis versus Riddle. But before we go any further, welcome back, Oberg.
I mean, I've been here the entire day, but thank you for being back on the analyst list. That is greatly appreciated. And with Nemera for the first time.
It's the first time they've actually allowed us both to be on the same camera at once. It's a dangerous prospect, but we're gonna try and get through it.
Oh yeah, it's the first time. Oh
yeah, crazy.
I'm actually afraid. Astralis versus Riddle. Will this be? Yeah. Will this be the time for Astralis?
Yeah, of course it will. What are you asking me? Of course it will. What are you talking about? Now, I will say, when I'm looking at the trajectory of these two teams, Riddle looked more struggling to me in their victory, which sounds weird because Riddle had a victory and Astralis had a loss. But I think in terms of how Riddle played that game out, in terms of how it should have been played out, they struggled a lot. Whereas Astralis, I can give it to them that the game became really close because Kickers had monster flanks on them and they kind of just got outscaled with only having one AP ratio. But the more I'm looking at Astralis, the more they're getting things right. So I think today is the day.
Oh no, it's
you have counter arguments.
No, I'm just saying that, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to you guys. I'm sorry to you guys at home, because on that cast, I know I started off with saying, oh, this is actually a pretty good game from them. I wonder if they're turning it around. They're looking better than they did last week. Don't know if it's quite there yet, but it is something built on the previous defeats.
Ooh, we got to split up on the desk. Let's go into the champion select. Italy, there we go.
More teams that can't read.
It's true. No surprises there on that one. MC, obviously, if you haven't known about this guy, he's an Italy connoisseur. On the other side, we are still seeing the Twisted Fate. Now, another thing I will say with today's picks and ban is that we've actually seen Corki go through quite a lot. And it feels like it's only when we're having the upper end of the teams that we get more into the meta of these good picks. Because when we watch the lower teams, they kind of have their own comfort where they don't always play the meta.
And I think a lot of that comes into what are these teams actually comfortable playing around themselves? Because I keep referring back to this one interview that Yamato Cannon did on the LEC broadcast. He's saying, actually, you know, the Corki package timing is really easy to play a macro around. You have it every couple of minutes. You can play around dragons with that. But even that has been like a little too far for some of our lower teams in the NLC, because they have struggled to actually survive the laning phase, get to the point where they actually could turn online at that point. So sometimes it's just been easier to just take your hands off it, go back to your own comfort.
Interesting we see the Diana here, because I feel like since Sao, Corki, they're easier champions to play. When you go for the Diana, I mean, you got the Renekton to play for, up towards top side with Constant. We know that's something Astralis has favored. You have Set as well in the mid lane, but it does leave open Corki Jinx rotation if you'd like to go for that right here. Thresh is up and available as well. I feel like there's so many OP picks open right now that an overloaded draft is kind of helping Riddle in this spot.
There you go. That's the Renekton locked in very early. It is a big takeaway from Carlson. I believe he's played 3 games of it out of the 7 games in total. He's played a lot of it. It's his most played anyway. It's also a great pick with a lot of AP junglers to kind of pair up with. It's been a long time since we have seen Renekton Nidalee, Renekton Elise, that kind of AP plus Renekton dive combo, but Diana still kind of fits into that, right? Gives you that mixed damage topside, makes it very hard to survive in that kind of matchup. But you can take that away, and suddenly you've got the Renekton and the Jhin locked in from Riddle. That to me screams you can't fight Herald against this comp either. That's a very strong, like 8-minute kind of power spike for the Riddle eSport team.
You can try, but so far it's going to be interesting to see where they're taking the stylistic. By locking in the Jhin here, they're also saying, okay, we are definitely playing up towards the top side in the early game with our resources. And I think that's a decent takeaway, because that is most likely a pick Astralis would have liked to have as well, seeing they have Diana. Usually when you have Diana, you want to play for an AD top laner or something like that. But they do snatch away the Corki, so we have a double AP ratio in the jungle and the mid lane, which obviously will help you with itemization in terms of magic damage. And towards the top side, the play we're looking for is this Set, which is obviously a flex, but I don't think you would be flexing when you already see the opponent's top lane.
And Senna's banned too, so that removes one of the best.
You can't always just go Set support, but like for the sake of the conversation, like I definitely think that's not going to be the case.
This is a challenge. This is a straight up challenge from the top lane. So both junglers and both top laners want to go for that adult, want to go for the top lane. They want the top side to be the leading factor. So do you think Astralis is going to pick something like utility-wise on the bot side as well?
I think they have to, don't they? Because you look at the Lee Sin locked in as well. So you've got Lee Sin versus Diana and the Corki's locked in. So you can see that Astralis just want to farm out in the mid-jungle 2v2. They would rather focus towards that top side. On the other side, you know, Riddle's got the Lee Sin. They can focus on that a bit harder. But then you've also got like the LeBlanc already bland away. So you have to pick something a little bit more aggressive in that mid lane, but it's difficult to do that with some of the picks removed.
I don't necessarily think they are forced to play for top side, because I still think with the champions that they have, that you have a frontline disruptor in the Set now that can take away the Renekton in a team fight, can take away the Lee Sin. So you can still play weak side with this, despite the Diana is locked in. Like, there is obviously different ways to play a champion. We just most often see it play off towards the top side. So I don't disagree with taking away the Jinx. I think right now, Riddle perhaps, or Astralis rather, should be trying to take away some of the other facilitating mid laners and the control mages that's good into Corki. And yes, they do take away the Victor, but Syndra is still up and available, for example. And that's something that's great of shutting down a really squishy Corki with a Lee Sin in the back line as well, or in the front line as well, rather. So the 2v2 you can create here is actually really good as well.
I can think of multiple ways to play a Diana. Good or bad? Like, those are the two ways that I can play that champion. Okay, back onto other stuff.
You're dealing in absolutes.
That's the... So yeah, you do have... Oh, that's cool. I like that. So now you actually have an ability to take someone off the board in these kind of transition replays where you're going towards a dragon, you have to push through mid, you have to push through jungle. If you have suddenly kind of this weaker mid jungle CV2 and you lose first turret versus the Zoe, maybe it comes down to these objective fights. In Slowco on that Zoe, you have real agency now to take someone off the board, and you can't really play that front to back, even though the Set, the Diana, the Corki really want to play into that.
That's the thing. Looking at this whole composition as a whole, it's actually a little bit difficult to play a front to back because you are going to be relying on the poke. And I think in the late game already, this Renekton is not going to be a factor because there's not really anyone to facilitate him frontlining. It's going to be around the poke, and if the pokes lands, well, then we can commit to the fight. And Astralis, with their composition right now, have some of the same tools, especially with the Corki now coming in with a bot lane to play for as well. So we are seeing the adaptation we talked about, where it's like, this Set is actually not a laner we want to play for. He can itemize the armor. You can go an early Bramble West into the Renekton, double armor against Lee Sin and Renekton. That's brilliant. You can never get dived with a W either. And now you have a bot lane to play for. But counter matchup do go over to the fact of Riddle.
Riddle have very low damage. If the Zoe's not landing stuff, they have very low damage. If Astralis find a pick very quickly, I'm worried for Riddle. If Riddle managed to stretch out like the pre-phase of the fight, I think I favor them.
So it's going to be interesting the way the laning phase are played out, because if you are getting priority and you get on objectives first, try to play around the Zoe bottles, that's your win condition. Like, there is 100%. So much pressure on Slowco in this game. If his skill shots do not connect and you're forced to walk into a team fight with Astralis, you straight up lose. So Slowco, he had a shaky game on the Corki. He needs to step up now that he's on the Zoe.
Now tell me, if you fall behind with the Riddle composition, do you feel comfortable defending?
Don't fall behind.
Yeah,
don't fall behind.
Don't fall behind.
Nope,
not
allowed.
If you fall behind, isn't it? Right. So Astralis needs to win the early game, and they have the game at the back.
I think they have more scaling aspects in the Corgi as well that allows them to have an easier time when they have to come in and contest for objectives if Riddle gets away with the Drake stacking in the early game. But if Astralis takes over the early game, starts stacking up the Drakes, and you're reliant on a Zoe to find these bubbles in an area where you don't even control the vision, I think that's going to be very difficult to play for.
First Drakes and Herald, let's go.
So it's an early game, it's going to be an early decision as well. Whoever takes the early probably will take the mid and probably will take the W. But now we should take it to the caster's desk where we have Initialize and Trouble.
You know, I like that sentiment. You know what Astra just said? Win lane, win game.
I feel that might be a sentiment we can stick with.
Yeah, I like that. Straight out of Goldberg's book.
It really is, and for both of these teams as well. I like to see that kind of give yourself a simple win condition, because both these teams need to start picking up some wins.
Yeah, and I mean, for both of these teams, also the sentiment does land the win lane, but they don't necessarily win the game. So something's clearly going on in the transition that we're going to have to look into in a bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're on to the Rift nice and quick here, and that does mean we need to be seeing whether there's any level 1 shenanigans, especially when you are running something like a Nautilus. You could potentially go for something a bit dumb, but unlikely as it stands.
Yeah, they need to make sure, because this is the problem right here, right? Zoe's going to have a lot of priority in the mid lane. She does clear mats faster than Corki. Corki's going to most likely have to burn a little bit of mana as well. And Lee Sin is going to have to start making plays. So all eyes are going to be around the mid-jungle duos here. But as Namer has previously said on the desk as well, Corki is not much of a brawler in the early, but Zoe can do a lot of wonders with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Also running the Ignite here without Spellbook, has gone straight into Airy with Ignite. Slowco's out for Blood, and MC on the Lee Sin. These two are going to be a pretty good duo to move around the map.
Oh yeah, and Riddle just have so much more agency pre-6 as well. Like, you're kind of waiting on that moonfall for Diana, Corki, as you said. Like, wants rockets before he actually gets to be really obnoxious. All of that kind of thing. Whereas, yeah, Riddle, you know, Lee Sin, Zoe, all of these guys, they got pick in pretty much every lane they care to look for with that Lee Sin. So my eyes are on MC, who isn't on an AP jungler. Again, much to your disappointment. I know we had that chat pre-game.
Okay. I'm going to redeem myself here. I don't think MC is any less good on non-AP junglers. I just think he's that much more stellar on his bread and butter, right?
I see the distinction you're making there is, little bit of early trading over this mid-bush in bot lane. I had to be careful how I phrased that one.
Okay.
There you go. Someone did actually. I was a bit
please, someone.
I was like, someone, please finish the ward. And they did do exactly that. Of course, it is Jhin doesn't clear wards the fastest.
So when it comes to pushing lanes with melee supports down the bot lane, whoever takes control of that mid lane bush, he gets that much more dangerous for the opponent AD carry to move forward, because you do not have vision on where the support is and when they're going to choose to engage, right? Now Fatichan and Nukes are trying to take that very early level 2. You see that Nukes has held onto one of his stacks as well, and they're going to take the level 2 first, which means that the Astralis bot lane is going to have to step a little bit further back.
And there's that level 2. Astralis get at the minion after those, so no hard force there as MC...
I'm not sure what MC was doing there.
Yeah,
I think he
either.
went... He probably thought that Diana started bot side and was gonna end up towards the top side of the map. And now MC has lost a bunch of time, because if you look top side of the map, Taxa has already cleared 3 camps and he's moving 4 camps and he's moving to his red buff, while MC has fallen significantly behind here.
He has another question I guess I have to ask is, what does MC do here? Does he come for an attempted early gank onto the set?
That's the reply right here, because Carlsen has burned a lot of his spells right now. He's trying to shove in that wave, knowing that his Diana's down the bot. He needs to shove it quickly. Knows MC starts top, but MC is still top.
He's going to land the Sonic Wave. That's a good phase breaker, though. The heal is just about enough. Flash, and that will be the secure on that one, but I was worried there for a solid moment.
I mean, it is a set, right? And if the Haymaker goes through, you're pretty much dead. But that is really good news for the side of Riddle, because not only do they take Carlsen down, they also take his Flash.
They do indeed. Cressberg takes a bit of a chunk under turret. That will be the dredge line coming out afterwards. Nuke's taken pretty low. Cressberg is the one taking more damage, though. And they just about get out of that one, but some heavy trading going on down there.
So, okay, we get the replay again. I think this move by MC was really clever, because he knew he was behind in tempo right here when it comes to clearing out his jungle, so he had to make the play work. And yes, you could say that it was very, very close, but it did work. And also the lane is in favor of Kex right now, because I'm pretty sure he just left it right there and then TP'd back, which means that the wave is going to be pushing towards him, which means that Carlsen is going to be exposed, not having flash and having burned his teleport as well. So I'm waiting to see if MC is going to clear out the bot side of his jungle and head straight towards the top side, where Kex is keeping that wave very close to his tower.
Yeah, and Taxa didn't manage to get in and steal any of MC's blue side jungle as well, so he does actually get to go and take that farm. So that's good news for the Lee Sin. So yes, behind in Temple, but didn't lose too many camps because of it. Will lose both Scuttle Crabs, though.
It's fine. We're not in the previous seasons.
True.
You know, they don't give as much XP anymore. They don't give that much gold anymore. Now, I thought this was going to be a pretty slow game by both teams, but MC has been looking for opportunities due to the fact of his invade sort of being shut down really early. But again, we said that Carlsen is going to be extremely exposed. If we can look towards the top side of the map and the vision for blue team, I see 4 wards on the top side of the map. You got the Scuttle, you got a pink ward, and you have 2 more wards towards the top side of the map. Carlsen is not getting dived or ganked anytime soon.
No, he's going to be well aware of people who want to come in here as Kex takes a...
That's a tower shot?
Yeah, it takes a tower shot. They're not very happy about that one. Facebreaker did come through, and MC is going to start wandering up here with slow Q, but as you said, I just don't know how easy it will be to get on top of Carlsen, who rightly backs away from the tower. Set might be hard to die, but even so, it might get a little bit difficult against Renekton and Lee Sin, and it's just going to be that vision that does save his life here.
And again, MC cleared his bot side, sprinted it straight towards the top side of the map. You need to get this Renekton up and running really quickly. You need to get him ahead, so he can be a big nuisance in the backline in this early game, in these early fights towards the bottom of the map where the Dragon is right now. But also, MC having that look towards the top side of the map showed Astralis that the Lee Sin is not going to be available towards the bot side, which means that it's a very free first Dragon, which you don't necessarily see Astralis do a lot. They don't care too much. They just play the game really, really slow. But this time they're going to go for it, which means MC is going to have to go for the return and see if he can find a kill before Carlsen gets that level 6.
There.
Now he has his Renekton level 6. Carlsen, just leveled up.
takes over.
That's going to be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, a little bit is certainly a way to put it. Set, when he gets to use all of his CC, very challenging at this point in the game to secure kills onto, but they have got a decent wave and are going to think about doing this one. Remember, no teleport. They've got, so they can make this happen. It's a 2v1. They get in. He's got the Dominus, and that was brutally quick.
You know how you counter Set ultimate?
Tell me.
You don't let him move.
I genuinely thought it was going to be some real mechanical trick, and I was a bit debated there.
I'm pretty sure that was a Renekton stun straight into a Q from the Lee Sin. Mind you, there was not even a kick from Lee Sin to permanently CC. That was a bunch of burst coming out from the sort of Riddle, and then again, they capitalized towards the top side of the map, while not necessarily losing anything towards the bot side. Yes, you lose a dragon, but you get to snowball your top side. If you look at the CS deficit, Carlsen is almost half CS down to that Renekton.
And that's considering Set is, generally speaking, a pretty strong early laner as well.
He's been right into most melees.
Yeah, and he got the recipient of an unusual gank path from MC into a return gank that's cost him a few waves here, and it has put him a long way behind. We'll get the replay and see how exactly they just murdered
How
him.
exactly Carlsen did not get to cast a single spell. So you see the stun comes through, and whilst in the stun, he dies. He just
100 to 0.
He just dies. Doesn't get to press buttons.
And you could see he was trying to wait to get some true grit to use the haymaker, get some shielding and all that kind of thing. Just was given absolutely no opportunity. Of course, it's cost MC a little bit in terms of the farm speed department, and Tax has got to the level 6, is doing pretty well on that front. But the fact you've put this set so far behind is great news for Riddle, and this is a young player from Astralis.
Oh, I love how you mentioned that, because I was just about to say that Carlsen has been one of the stellar players on the side of Astralis, and one of the most aggressive players that they have. The guy that you expect to make the plays in the mid game or the early game and get you ahead, or the guy that you will rely on later on to carry for you together with Chrisberg. And putting Carlsen behind when he has been your playmaker for so long, I think it's a great start for Riddle. Now, everything has calmed down, everybody's taking the resets, we see MC taking the refrail, which means more pressure is going to go towards the top side of the map. Let's have a little bit of a look at Astralis overall, because this is another early game that they have fallen behind, and this has been the story for a long time. And I mean, Astralis on paper, we've said it so many times, this team with all these Danes, promising names, previous, Nordics champions in the roster, you need to do well. And the reality here is that they haven't.
No.
They have been underperforming, and of course the expectations coming as the second academy in the NLC, when Fnatic Rising almost won a EU Masters last season, and you're technically replacing that academy team, it is a little bit disappointing for them. And of course the players have expressed how disappointed they are in their own performances. Now, if you're going to start picking up victories, you have to do it now.
Yes.
We're at the halfway point almost. This is the last game of the first round robin. You need to start picking up victories. And if you're gonna do that, you have to do it against Riddle, because they're very close to you in the standings. You beat them, you even out the score.
You lose, and Riddle are suddenly tying with Vanir and continuing to grow that gap. Astralis on that 5-game loss streak. And yes, we've seen improvement, but it has not led to game wins, and that is the important point. You've said how far we are through the split. From next week, it's rematches.
Yep.
It's going by really quickly, and yes, we're seeing improvement, but if it's not coming with the Ws, I mean, Riddle, on the other hand, they won the game on Monday. It was certainly not pretty. We had this conversation before the game. Riddle won on Monday, but it didn't look good, as we said. It doesn't matter, though, because they got the W, and they come ahead, and if they win this game as well... Exactly that. And they are in a position now to continue to snowball this game. They've got themselves a Herald. They've got themselves set up with this Lee Sin to continue to put Astralis under the cosh.
I wonder if MC is looking for a gank down the bot side of the map. It is fully warded with control wards in both bushes to protect Chrisberg and Wendell. Mind you, Chrisberg is playing Aphelios. No threat, nothing to protect him, and he has blown his flash. Now, with the Corki backing off, Cress is going to have his teleport really, really fast, but I think they see the opportunity right there. They might pop the Rift Herald in the mid lane and just cash some gold onto Slowky's pocket.
And there's 30 seconds until this Dragon, so it'll buy wave control.
Oh, I don't think Slowky's going to cash in. There's a package there. Nope.
No,
he does.
He does just get it. He was in range just about. I think he got an auto on the turret, so
Yep.
I think that just about counted. They've managed to get some chunk here. I wonder whether that might have been just a touch too early to secure that mid lane pressure prior to the Drake, as Cress has got the package in inventory as expected for the Dragon fight. We'll see whether Riddle still feel comfortable fighting with that option available to Astralis.
I 100% agree. You know that Corki's going to have the package for the Dragon. Usually when you play Corki, you do save that package for whenever you want to fight for the Dragon. So it would have been great if we saw the mid lane pressure now coming in from the Rift Herald, and you could try to trade that mid lane tower. Now, the issue right here for Riddle is that they don't necessarily have any attack speed ADC that can burn down a tower really quickly. So all those early stage turret platings have not been taken down
only in the top lane by Kex, because it has been top lane kingdom overall. Now MC did not decide to put the Rift Herald there because he wanted to boost a little bit of the gold onto Slowky's pocket, as we previously said. And obviously, I think that Kex really likes to play this laning phase right now. He's
he does.
more than double CS ahead at this point. So you definitely do not want to take the tower down. You want to keep Carlsen at arm's reach where you can actually gank him and keep punishing.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Set can be relative.
It's a gold drinker versus what? A longsword?
Boots and a shield.
And yeah.
It's like, you know, you've seen like those video games where it's like, yeah, I've started, I've got my little starting gear, I've got this little sword, I've got myself a shield, and you kind
and
of
then
wonder...
you're trying to beat Illidan.
Exactly, and you walk into the wrong part of the dungeon, there's just like this death knight there, it's like, oh no. And that's kind of the situation right now. It started off as double CS, and that's kind of more acceptable when it's like
50 player as well.
It's a little difference when it's like 15 to 30 CS as your double. It's now like 60 to nearly 120 once Kex gets a bit more of this wave, and that is hard to deal with. And yes, Set is relatively low economy, but that's rough to deal with whatever the economy is.
Now, saying this, of course, Kex has a lot of weight on his shoulders, getting all the resources towards the top side of the map. MC has been there twice. They've been diving. They've been giving him all this gold. He's gotten a lot of early platings. He's got so much gold, the early item. We need to see how Kex is going to transition that into a mid-game fight, because so far, 2 dragons are spawned. Riddle has not wanted to respond to these dragons. Now that everybody has their mythic up and available and built into their inventory, I wonder if Riddle are going to be calling down Kex in 3 minutes with his TP to fight this dragon, because it's most likely going to be the case.
Of course, at that point, the teleports will have been unleashed, so it's a lot easier for him to join, and he is going to be a terrifying factor at that point as Nukes did flash. They get the root there with the deadly flash and force Taxa to flash out. Fatchan are going to be flying out those ultimate bullets, but won't secure too much more aside from that. And there we're going to see the re-engage actually gets the depth charge off as well, but MC is ignited but gets out without anything else. Burners Slowky takes a lot of damage there.
Okay, name a more iconic duo than Riddle and taking random fights that will result in no objective at all whatsoever just because you want to fight.
They've done this an unfortunate amount. It's cost them in previous games. It nearly cost them a lot there, and they get out without having to burn too much. But I tell you what, when Corki gets another item, that won't be the case.
Yeah, absolutely. So you need to weigh your situations. You need to weigh your fights right there. Fatchan has walked back into his lane, and there's a 4-man stack down the bot lane. They want that Jhin dead, but the teleport has been unleashed, and Kex is coming in hot.
Fatchan's got the heal, he's staying alive, and look how strong Kex is in a 1v2 and nearly murders them all. They're going to get the root onto Wendell at the tower. The Gale Force secures the kill for Fatchan. Remember the last time he played Jhin, he does so much damage. Slowky's now coming down as well, and Astralis thought they had the option with the dive. The bubble lands through the wall, and the Corki is put to sleep. But Slowky can't portal jump forwards because of where Carlsen was, who teleported down as well. But Riddle outplay the dive. It's all a bait.
3 versus 5. Riddle are able to pull this off. Kex comes in huge, disrupts the backline. No damage goes into the 2 members of Riddle sitting underneath the tower, and it all goes so wrong. 3,000 gold in the lead right now from Riddle. MC was able to empty the entire topside jungle, or whatever was left from it, from Taxa, and now he's gonna take the second Rift Herald. Once that mid lane tower drops for Astralis, it's gonna be so dangerous, because Zoe is so good at chaining these trouble bubbles through the 2 walls that are next to the tier 1 mid lane tower. Once the tower drops, it's Bubble Town, baby.
The desk called it out, Trouble called it out, I'll call it out as well. That tower goes down, it's open season, if it's not already. This is going to be the top lane finally falling. I think the time of laning is probably over, and now Riddle want to cash in on the gold. They got what they needed, they've got the second Herald, and they are now 4,000 gold ahead.
I wonder, though, this Kex pushing in that wave, I wonder if he's going to instantly back right now, because the next dragon is coming up. Kex does not seem to want to back, to go play League of Legends with his team, basically.
He's liking this top laning business.
Which means, unless Riddle want to 4v4 that, because also Carlsen is stuck in the top lane with no teleport, they're going to have to concede that dragon. But Kex has already started moving. The Rift has been popped in the mid lane, which means bye-bye middle tower, and now their Crocodile is close enough as well.
Oh, Wendell's getting rooted up, and he does get a depth charge, but I think he's the one who'll be sinking down. Fatchan picks that one, even if he had his Gale Force blown a moment ago by Taxa, and no soul point available for Astralis after they get a very clean pick-off on the support.
That was really clean by Riddle. That was really clean. Kex pushed double wave towards the top side of the map. Carlsen has to reply. Carlsen has no TP. Kex
walks all the way to middle, stops the Corki from killing the Rift Herald. They take mid lane tower, they stop the soul point. Everything is working according to plan for Riddle. 5,000 gold in their lead right now. Everything's going great. Astralis yet again are doing nothing to stop the snowball. 0-0-0-0 across the board.
They're going to try now. The moment you speak about it, you curse them. They get the kill. You just sorted it out.
I'm going to say it more often.
This is how you have to do things. Just yell about it. That was a really important pickup. That was a hugely important pickup. It might also get Chrisberg a tower here as well. It might stymie some of the bleeding that's been going on. MC will hop forward to try and clear out the wave. Takes a lot of damage in turn. He's got a Moonlight Vigil, but I don't think he's going to pop it right now. Instead, they're out of wave, though, so they won't actually pick up the tower, and MC gets away with it.
I mean, to be fair, this could very well be a tower for the side of Riddle, unless MC wants to stick around to try to clear a second wave, which he could be dived on. So I think they're going to have to concede that. And because Slowq pushes that far forward without vision and gets punished, this is where Riddle are most likely going to lose the first tower of the game.
And it's not quite there yet, but you can see the sun peeking over the flame horizon, the top lane. Not quite 15 CS off right now. Kex putting on a clinic up there. Astralis do at least pick up a turret here, and that is a big deal. If Chrisberg and Cress can survive to get themselves to a couple items, Corki, Aphelios late game, maybe you can team fight your way back in the late stages, but it's a ways off yet, and MC getting caught might be a decent start, though. They're going to try and get him again. He does get to hop away with the safeguard, but there's a Binding Eclipse, the flash away alongside the Dragon's Rage, and that rocket's just not enough. Cress, I feel for you. And actually now the turnaround's actually pretty huge. That's a Sleepy Trouble bubble. They just blow him up. No! That turnaround engage is absolutely brutal. Flash away from the Moonlight Vigil, and Riddle somehow, some way get a pick when they were getting picked.
Man, it's just so unfortunate when you're trying to fight Zoe in such a small choke point. It's just so easy for spells to hit.
Ooh. Nukes flashed for that, Zenith. Blade couldn't quite land it. Chrisberg was still down a couple summoners from that earlier teleport play, and gets away with it there, and Riddle still in the lead, still doing well.
Again, I love the aggressiveness from Riddle. They have the Zoe, they have the Lee Sin, and they keep using them. It's 4 out of 5 kill participation for MC. He's been doing stellar on that Lee Sin. The only thing that worries me a little for the side of Riddle is that they have no wards to protect Kex towards the top side of the map. He's the guy that's been pushing for them over and over again. He's almost 100 CS on top of his opponent. Now there's 2 items onto that Crocodile. You unleash him on the map. 2 minutes time, there's going to be another dragon. Astralis are going to want it for soul point, but Riddle won't deny, because an Ocean Dragon versus a Corki that's going to be poking you, a Fellas with a long gun that's going to be poking you, it's going to be huge. And the same thing for the side of Riddle, right? If you look at both their AP and AD carries respectively, they're very long-range poke-oriented champions, both the Jhin and the Zoe. I think the Ocean Soul is going to do wonders for both of these sides.
It saved Riddle on Monday.
It did.
Like it.
It might save them again.
It might save them again, yeah. They've rolled pretty well on that front, of course. Few good people to proc the Ocean Soul between the Zoe and the Jhin, of course. And Fadichan on that Jhin, the last time we saw him, he went absolutely ham on it. He's 3-0-0 right now as well. He survived the dive onto him by only burning his heal. I mean, don't get me wrong, there was a large crocodile teleporting to support him. But either way, he's in a very good position in this game.
Do you want me to piss Namir off?
Do it.
Okay.
Always. Like
Cress is going for Luden's Echo Corki.
Yes.
Versus a Renekton, Leona, and a Lee Sin playing in his face. It's bold, yeah. So, and we were saying that he's going to possibly be diving in the backline together with, you know, Diana and Set to kill someone back there. I would have loved to see Shieldbore here. I would have loved to see a backline dive Corki with a lot of AD power, Infinity Edge on him, converted into, you know, ability power and blowing someone off while still not dying. Now, we're of course going to have to wait and see how this goes, because once the poke starts landing from the AP Corki and you've got 3 melees that are going to have to soak all this damage, it's going to be unbearable. But at what point in the game are you going to have this to start turning the game back? Because you're 5,000 gold behind, you don't have much control on the map when it comes to the Dragon, and when it comes to Kex, can he survive 4 people? 3 people?
I thought we were playing League of Legends. This is looking more and more like Monster Hunter. That's a lot of healing there from the Gore Drinker, doing pretty well. Have to flash out the Dominus.
He might just
still running, and I think he's just out. They can't kill him. They've got a showstopper. I just don't think it matters. He's burned the flash. He's got to heal back off the Golden Meek. That's cheeky as heck, and he just gets out.
I mean, I'll give it to Kex. He's like, you think you can kill me? I'll just dash into the wave and kill it as well.
Who do you think you are?
Okay, very ballsy from Astralis. I see why they try to do that, right? He has 150 gold shutdown on him. You can push the top side of the map because, you know, Riddle have been setting up on that bot lane push because they want the dragon. They want to start stacking their own dragons. Now, of course, Astralis can take a step back and concede a bunch of these dragons because you need at least another 5 minutes from now that you've taken this dragon until Riddle reach soul point. And even then, you can actually give them the soul point and keep scaling. Corki scales the golds, Diana does the same, Aphelios does the same. They can go 600 years of collective experience on Riddle when these 3 champions have actually scaled into the late game.
But I will counter with this point. Astralis with late game objective vision control.
Okay, you got me there.
So it's been a problem over the last few weeks.
With you.
And don't get me wrong, it's been getting better, but it's still not been great.
Okay.
And slow Q starting to do this kind of thing from our vision is going to make things really obnoxious. Just look at the follow-up between Jhin and Zoe.
Again, the second that mid lane tier 1 falls, Zoe can do so many creative sleepy trouble bubbles around the map. There's so many long walls that you can take advantage of with your skill shot to try and get this long-range poke. And when it comes to walking towards the Dragon River, walking towards the Baron, you've got to go through these choke points where Zoe loves playing through.
It's sort of like whack-a-mole where you're the mole and you need to get to try and play a different game. And it's
Who's
like,
the whack?
I mean, let's be real, it's slow Q and Fadajan, and then if you walk into the Renekton, it's not so much a whack-a-mole as sort of shred them. It's like the blender turns up and Renekton sort of turns into a Beyblade and you
100
die.
CS difference in the top lane.
And there it is, there's the Flame Horizon, Sun's peeked over, and Riddle looking like a dawn of a game win potentially in this one, up a significant amount. It's, what, 6,000-ish gold, give or take a few hundred gold?
Yeah,
They are very happy in this game. Of course, if they don't continue pushing the pressure, we've said the scaling's good for Astralis, but I'm not sure they're going to get that chance right now.
Here's where the problem starts. Riddle don't necessarily have a very fast killing Baron team because they have a Jhin. They don't have an attack speed AD carry on their side. And Renekton's playing top side, so he can't necessarily help tank and do more damage on that Baron. And Zoe doesn't necessarily help too much with it either. So what Riddle needs to try and do right now is try and take a pick. And once they do take a pick, they can flow into the Baron area and conceal their presence completely with control wards, allowing Astralis to try and face check to see if that Baron's actually going down and then take a few more. This is why this game, I feel like, is going to come into a stalemate for a while now, because for both of these teams, it's not going to be Soul, it's going to be Soul Point. You can allow each team to take it. It's most likely going to be Riddle because they have the pressure in all 3 lanes. And you can allow this if you're Astralis. You're waiting for your mythic item onto your Corki. You're waiting for potentially the second item onto your Diana. You need the Hourglass. You need a second item on your set. So allow your champions to get a little bit stronger before you try to contest for this Baron when Riddle pulls the trigger.
All right, you've heard the checklist from Trouble. I, for the record, completely agree. They need to try and wait for that. They need to set up. And the problem is they need to do it without losing complete control of their jungle. They need to get an occasional ward in because it's all well and good waiting for scaling, but if you're doing, while it's a survival horror simulator, it's going to be some monstrous goddess
Zoe's
from the...
pretty cute. What's the horror there?
She's a sort of space goddess that walks a giant dragon around on a leash and considers it cute. That's kind of terrifying, bluntly. She's like a Cthulhu Eldritch horror.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real.
It's scary once you press Q.
Yes, that's fair. You know, like a star coming flying at my face is definitely not the most comfortable experience in the world. Astralis, shoving up the mid lane, though, that's kind of their way to gaining some semblance of map control. And it might be a risk.
They've spotted Kex right now, but if Fadichan opens the curtain call, they could very easily engage with that. The fact that Sloke is so far away, though, wait.
So far away, and yet still nearly lands a bubble.
See, Wendell bent it like Beckham right there to avoid the sleepy trouble bubble.
I appreciate the reference, but that's a ways back.
Did I just give out my age?
I don't know. I want to say, like, oh man, David, I remember watching him when I was a kid. He's a great player. He's a wonderful player. Football. I don't know if he's. I mean, doesn't he own Guild Esports? So I guess he's kind of involved with League tangentially.
I have no clue, man.
I think he's one of the investors there, something like that. There you go. But that's how you connect David Beckham with League of Legends. See, it's all connected. Okay, still a little bit of the stalemate. Baron's alive, but we said it's not going to happen fast. The Ocean Drake, there we go, the right word I was looking for. Under a minute, though.
If we go back to our checklist, second item not done for
No.
sets, and you're running headfirst into double Gold Drinkers, Sterak's, Lee Sin, and Renekton that are not going to die very easily. So you need, you've got 2.5 items on your Corki, you're good there. You need a second item onto your Diana, and possibly close to a third for your Philios. When a Philios has the 3 items, he's ready to go and go 200 years on your butt. So I think Astralis need to give it up.
Oh, they're going to try and contest in the mid lane. Kex doesn't get the best engage he was looking for there. That's the Dominus popped, and honestly, Astralis nicely disengaged, and maybe that gives them a little bit more comfort to go forwards.
I think that was a mistake from Kex right there. He pops the ultimate, he tries to go in, but they don't necessarily use their Leona to do that. They want more. Sloki's almost dead.
It takes a lot of damage, and Zoe hopping forwards meant it was an easy Foss bomb from, I believe, Crest to take a lot of damage. They'll start up the Dragon, and Slowq takes so much damage, he gets hit by the Depth Charge, has to go golden, and Crest is chased on top of him. That'll be Slowq surely dying. He hops back and dies, and now Riddle are falling apart a little bit in this fight. Fatty-chan does get the kill at the back end of it. It's a 2-for-2 right now, but Chrisberg is absolutely looking like a monster blender right now. Look at the number of blades flying around him. They finally catch out. Kex flashing in, gets onto Crest. He might fall. Remember, it's no shield bow, no safety, and he's down as well. Kex gets in on top, and that Crocodile still a monster. Taxa goes in with the Lunar Rush. Has to flash away, though, from the Deadly Flourish. MC going back in, and there's just too much gold. There's just too much healing. The gold drinking is obscene, and Riddle some way, somehow turned that around.
That fight was brought to you and won by our sponsor, Dollar. And what's Dollar? It's all of this money that's in Riddle's pocket that turned this fight around from them. See, Kex has no ultimate, but they still want to take the engage. Look at Slowq. He's always envisioned. They know he's at about 30% of his HP, and that was such good instincts right there from Wendell. Flashes through, instantly puts the ultimate, allows Crest to move forward and take Slowq straight out of this equation. It was really well done by them. And if you look at this, Chrisbeck doesn't even have the right weapons to fight melee champions. He does so much damage to them. Had this been a fight on even footing where gold is concerned, Astralis would have come out on top. And even though MC and obviously Kex, we said that they're the most fed champions in this particular game. They have a lot of money. They have Gold Drinker plus Sterak's, makes them extremely tanky while being able to output so much damage. They're able to turn this around due to pure raw strengthening items.
I gotta call it out. I think Taxa thought MC Sterak's had already been popped. It hadn't. He goes in, thinks he's got a pick, and just immediately gets turned around on. And you called it was the dollar. I mean, it definitely felt like that. I mean, money can't buy you happiness, but it can surely buy you items.
It can buy you wins.
It can buy you items. That is now a Gargoyle Stone Plate on top for Kex. Like, he gets into the fight, and he just becomes an absolute immovable wall.
And Taxa has to delay his build even further. I've been looking for that Void stuff to come through, or the Hourglass. I'm not sure which one of the two he wants to go towards, because he has the gem, I don't remember what it's called, to go towards the Void stuff.
Blighting Jewel.
But then he also has the Tome to go towards Hourglass, but then he also has the anti-heal, so it's kind of like Bootyard Sale MC.
He might actually well be dead, does get a decent kick, and they can't quite finish him until the Gravitum comes through, and that is big. They've picked off the jungler, and do Astralis feel confident enough to try something like a Baron? I just don't think it is. They don't have the control.
Yeah, they don't have the control. The side lanes are pushing. On the meantime, Slowq was able to take top lane tier 2 tower as well, but that's a big fat shutdown going to the sort of Corki. We know how scary Corki can get towards the latter stages of the game. So I think Astralis, they can still stall and they can still wait, but they only have 2 minutes and 50 seconds until that Ocean Soul comes knocking on Riddle's door again. We mentioned before, it was one of the reasons why Riddle were able to pull a very sloppy game through and get the victory of that Ocean Soul, keeping them alive, and all of the poke that's going to be coming in for Crest. If they're walking a little bit back into Fog of War, it's going to get healed quickly.
You've got to keep your eyes on Chrisberg and Cress's inventories. If they get 3 items before that soul fight, they might have enough damage to maybe win it. Maybe.
I don't think it's possible to get that much gold.
It's just like, that's just it. Like, they've got half an item each. That's a Tiamat picked up for Cress, and they've got 2 minutes. Teleport plus package, maybe.
Okay.
It's just hard.
Silver lining.
Okay.
We've got 2 items on set.
Yes.
Can stay alive longer, and very importantly, Taxa has finally finished his second item, which is a Zonas, and it's very important. The longer this Diana stays alive, the longer you bait abilities with your Hourglass as Diana, the better the teamfight will be and the more extended, which means your carries as Aphelios and Corki can output a lot more damage in this fight. Now, another thing that's very important is the fact that not only Crispec is very close to his third item, he's gonna back now, he might have it in his pocket, but it's also his weapon management. What weapons is he gonna choose to go into this fight with? 3 items on Aphelios, he's online, fight is coming up in 1 minute and 30, and as you can see, Taxa and Wendell are teaming up to try and put some control on this side of the map. Now, the thing with Riddle is, they don't have to take the bait.
No.
They can let the dragon go, the sort of Astralis, and they can take Baron.
They really can, and yes, it's not the fastest, but at this point, you're tanky enough, you're late enough in the game, it's still going to die relatively good. Exactly, Renekton's topside, you can make it happen. He's got the teleport to join, and the one thing that Astralis don't have is vision control.
Is there
There is, I don't know, surely Corki were back for it. That is Calibrum and Infernum right now for Crispberg as well, just to update you, because we did say weapon management would be important.
And Calibrum is full, and Infernum is full, which means that most likely Crispec will be going into this fight with these 2 items. And tell you what, I don't mind them.
That's not a bad choice.
A very long-range Aphelios and an AoE fight for him, a Moonlight Vigil with Infernum could potentially do a lot of damage, plus all the Corki rockets that are gonna be running in. I kind of do like the choice here for Crispec.
But they've still got to run the gauntlet that is the shooting gallery that Riddle have set up in the river. They're going to try and get control of the mid lane Astralis.
Positioning.
And watch the bubble start flying. It lands onto Taxa. Can't continue to chase him down, though, and that deadly foe will miss. But MC's on the flank. They don't know he's here. He's still hunting around, but he will be... Do indeed know now. They've figured him out. That's another bubble landing 2 in a row right now for Slow Q. Does not get hit by the dredge line, though I grant that was a little close as kept on vision. There is the curtain call. MC off to the side. Bubble doesn't land onto Wendell, just about. And the curtains have got one final pull of that trigger to get Taxa down to half HP. Nothing to heal off the deadly flourish on top.
30%.
I mean, MC could probably be 100 to 0 at this point. Watch it, Keck as well. They know he's there. And Carlson is playing gatekeeper. That's keeping out so much of the damage, so much of the control and front line that Riddle have.
Look at MC. They know they have 2 monsters right and left of them in the entirety of Riddle. They got kicks back. He's too tanky.
He's so tanky. He's got a gargoyle stone plate. MC gets the kick, and they're going to keep chasing Carlson to the backside. He gets made sleepy, and that's not quite the kill until Slow Q gets it to a 2 with Vatichan. It's a domination, and Crispberg's alive. He's got the Infernum and Severum trying to heal up. Can he run through it with the 3 items? Aphelios needs to do everything. Flash forward to MC. He takes so much damage, he can't stay alive. But now, wait, I take it back. He's still alive until Kex flashes on top of him, but it's Cress versus Kex. And I think just maybe Cress can keep himself away. There's no flash left until he gets a stun, and the Culvermic secures it. Astralis tried, but they couldn't quite secure it. Kex will secure the Ocean Soul.
Oh my god, Riddle must be wiping their foreheads off of this sweat right now, because all the money that they put into Kex in the early game came to bail them out of this very, 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 very messy fight where we talked about it. Aphelios with 3rd items shine through. Now here, Astralis have the right idea. They want to isolate Kex, but he is way too tanky. And this front to back that's happening right now, where Riddle cannot necessarily walk into the backline, you see how much Corki and Aphelios are able to output in terms of damage. This fight was going south for Riddle. Crest was able to hit freely. Crispec was able to hit freely. These 2 guys were the last 2 to fall. Riddle could not reach the carries of Astralis at the very last second, and Kex put a performance to be remembered. And what else could be remembered is Kex if he goes down here.
He's in a 2-4v1. He's winning it. Carlson could do nothing. He's going to get Wendell as well. He's got it. He's got Raptors to heal off as well. There's the Haymaker. I just don't know whether you're going to get this one. Look at the damage. They get a move all. Another damage lands, and there's a deadly flourish coming through alongside the curtain call. I mean, one final bullet might just murder him. Not quite.
Okay, Kex is putting on a performance for the unfaithful of Riddle. If anyone didn't believe they could do it, Kex is like, put money in me.
He's 134 CS over Carlson right now. This man is a monster. Look at the goal difference.
60
What on earth? What on earth is that?
He's 7,000 gold ahead. But again, he is the reason they could win this team fight. Now, This might look like a very large gold diff, but the reality of the things are, if we look at Astralis, they scale so much better than Riddle does.
They do.
In terms of front-to-back team fighting, in terms of protection, in terms of mixed damage that's coming in from the Corki and the Aphelios, but also continuous damage that both the Aphelios and the Corki can output. So Riddle are going to have to outplay like they have been doing these fights so far if they don't want to lose to Astralis. Don't mind the 7,000 gold difference. I think these team fights are still very even. Astralis know that, and they're going to pursue more.
It was so close last fight. I tell you, there was a one-man Infernamal from Chrisberg. If that had been multi-man, that fight was theirs. That's how close it was. Corki is now at 3.5 items. The Aphelios is inches away from an Infinity Edge.
Yep.
That's when, if it was close before, it's closer still. You're absolutely right, Trouble. Yes, you've got Golden Renekton, but he's not a hyper carry. He's not the late scaler.
Renekton is just going to keep getting tankier, but Chrisberg and Cress on Aphelios and Corki respectively are going to be able to penetrate that much more damage into any tank the more the time goes by. Level 16, level 18, these rockets are going to be hurting hard. The Moonlight Vigil is going to hit that much harder. And you can see how these team fights can be turned around just because of the nature of the Astralis composition. It's just so much easier to play the front to back. You saw how Keks really struggled getting into the back line. Corki and Aphelios, I'm going to say it again, were the last 2 to fall last fight. So all eyes on Chrisberg, all eyes on Cress. Are they going to be able to pull this fight? Cress just picked up the package.
Astralis have managed to stall this long. Riddle couldn't find the pick to get the Baron. They've managed to secure 4 Drakes in a row, and they've got themselves another Ocean Soul.
There wasn't a package before, now there is one.
There's a package this time, you're right, it's there. They're going to shove into this tower, and I don't think Riddle want to even try stopping this one. They'll get some poke over the wall, and that's not bad. And maybe now Wendell's actually gone forwards. He could be in a lot of trouble here. That's the Solar Flare. Not as much damage as they would like. Over the wall again goes Slowq, not quite enough. Kex did see whether Cress could be caught there. Wendell so low. Carl's made asleep. And remember, Wendell's already chunked out. He can't be here to fight. They get a good haymaker, though. The Moonlight Vigil, not quite enough. MC into the backside. Will not be able to get too much done. He's still alive. He flashes away. They've got a kill. That's a slow from the captive audience. Chrisberg trying to stay alive, and Kex is going to get chunked so damn low. Slowq now hunting forwards with the Gale Force, try and get something. MC on the side will get Taxa to go golden. They'll get the Sonic Wave into the resonating strike, but they can't kill him. MC goes down. Chrisberg trying to stay alive, and he does fall. Fatijhan occurs, another, and while one ED carry was trying to stay alive, Fatijhan was taking names and taking skulls.
And we said that Riddle were going to have to outplay Astralis, and outplay they did. They forced them away from that Baron River, they forced them away from the mid lane, and they picked them apart one by one. Astralis could not play the front to back. Riddle will take this one and run further away from them.
From 2-4 to 4-4 this week, and Astralis 0-6 in their last 6 games. It's a bit of a problem continuing for the other Academy team.
Honestly, that was a sick performance. I have to give it. Kex, mate, I don't know what breakfast you ate today.
He ate Astralis.
Holy that worked. Honestly, all the resources they put into him, the way MC was playing the game, the way the entirety of Riddle was playing, the respect from the bot lane, MC with the early game moves when he knew that Diana was ahead of him, and again Astralis, they just failed to capitalize yet again with a composition that should have scaled above gods. And honestly, I know the players are probably going to be disappointed. You know, Astralis is a second Academy team. You know, it's disappointing to the fans, but honestly, no hate and no pressure to the players. Nobody wants to lose. Again, congratulations to Riddle.
Indeed. So close, so far. Astralis 4, Riddle win. We're going to a break. We'll be right back after this.
I lost my prediction, so Riddle takes the game versus Astralis. Astralis still bleeding. They need to find a way to just stop it, but it's not on this week. They're actually on the lower part of the standings. Riddle are now climbing step by step, looking at that 4th place until we see the results from M&M. I think they're actually tied up right now, but we'll talk about that at the end of the day. Now I want to talk with someone from Riddle, with Kicks.
Hello.
Hello. Awesome game for you, wasn't it?
It was pretty good.
It was pretty good. Okay. You got the Renekton versus Set, which in itself shouldn't be like a counter from any of those sides. It's like a stable matchup. But you got a lot of assists from Lee Sin. Was it like pre-planned, like getting the advantage on the top side?
Generally, I think it's already a bit favored for Renekton anyway, because it's so easy to counter the Set shield with your like Empower W, because it removes shields. And yeah, if you have Renekton, I think in like a good matchup, you should honestly just play for it, because it generally is always a free kill. And it was kind of a pre-plan, and I guess it just paid off. It was a bit too easy, to be honest, like early dives on top.
Yeah, we were talking about that on the green room, about the way that Set didn't win for the armor, that you have to deal with the Renekton, you have to deal with the Lee Sin as well, so double AD on the top side. If you went for the Bramble Vest, like reducing your heal, actually getting a little bit of defensive stats, but you guys knew when you bought that longsword, it was time to dive. It was time to get more gold, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I think he gridded a bit. After he was behind, he should have just went definitely full tank. I mean, maybe Mythic, you go Gold Drinker still, but he should just went tank. Like, because he was not going to win lane anymore, at least not 1v1, so all he could do was play for the team. But I was honestly quite surprised with the Set pick, because I don't think it was that good for them in general.
Yeah, I think the idea was like pushing you into the middle of the team when you wanted to go into the backside, but obviously with the assist and the jungler going to the top side. But that was pretty much self-explanatory, because if you have the ability to reduce the shield or just demolish it, obviously Lee Sin will be at the top side. Were you expecting Diana to actually go into the top side as well and help the Set?
I mean, we didn't really talk about Diana during the play. We kind of knew that even if she's there, we just one-shot the Set and we're out. Maybe if she was level 6, it would be a bit troublesome, but honestly, I don't even think we talked about Diana. We just knew we were stronger 2v2 as well, so we just didn't care. We just wanted to fight.
So in terms of laning phase, it is done. You got the lead, you got to the back line, you got everything that you wanted. Also looking for those dragons. You guys baited Astralis really hard into the dragons. Were you expecting that resistance to be so futile from Astralis? Because when you got the ball rolling, it was pretty much yours.
We kind of knew. I felt like the game was kind of over, especially comp-wise, just because we had such a strong front line. I was basically unkillable, and if we get Ocean Soul, they can't play anymore, because all they could do was rely on poke from Corki. It was like I think, fight before the Soul, or I'm not sure, where we barely won. Like that, I was the last one alive. That was a bit scary, but I think we just misplayed the fight. Like generally, the last fight showed that we should have like how it should go every time, and it was just a clean ace, and we just ended the game after that.
Hey, it seems that the team is playing really well together. You guys know what to do from now on. You guys are rising in the standings, and congratulations about this game, about the victories as well. You guys are doing really well on this split. And thank you so much for the interview. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
And Riddle now are looking to just jump into the top of the standings, looking for that spot to get an opportunity to go to the playoffs. And who knows, the team is actually doing really, really well. On the other side, though, Astralis, we keep talking with them about this, what is happening. They had such a good start of the split, and all of a sudden, like, everything goes to the floor, just on the mud. We need to understand Astralis, what is happening, and how can they fix this. But we reach a point where we can't talk about that any further, because if we're always talking about how to stop the bleeding and they don't find an answer, well, they don't find an answer. And I do believe that I have texted with me the jungler, Diana. Hello.
Hello, man. How are you doing?
Rough game, man. Rough game. What happened?
Yeah.
Like, what was the? I know. What was the bad part about the game? Because you know you can't go to the top side. You can't fight Renekton and Lee Sin versus Sett Diana. What do you do as a jungler? Because I know you were not finding answers as a jungler.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were put in a pretty bad spot after Lee Sin made a good cheese gang on top lane, and I couldn't really get a good trade to get ahead. Normally, like, I would be able to get some of his camps, but so we had prior and it was pretty hard. So I just tried to farm up, and then once I reach my spikes, I can hopefully do something in team fights, but I didn't manage to pull it off, unfortunately.
Okay, I got a big question. Where was the healing reduction on anyone? You were the first one to do it. I saw it. 28 minutes in. Nobody wanted the healing reduction. Tell me about it, and how can you not flame your teammates?
I mean, we spoke about it a bit earlier, and I was not sure if I was supposed to buy it, so I just ended up on next base just getting it, because then at least, yeah, we had it. Like, I think maybe we should have gotten it earlier, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, man. Okay, enough talking about this game. We always talk about how do you stop the bleeding of Astralis. The team is good. It's always the same conversation. I just want to know how you guys are feeling in terms of the mental state, because obviously it's taking attacks on the team. You guys had such a good start, and now it's feeling a little rough. What can you do at this point as a team to recover mentally? Like, take a pause and understand what is going wrong. How do you feel as well?
I mean, personally, I feel like better than other people, I think. I handle it quite well, I think. But like, the best way for us to fix it is just to talk about what we are doing wrong, what we can do better, be honest with each other, and then work as hard as we can. Then hopefully at some point we will start winning, and I hope it will be the next game.
Oh, so the next game is going to be the victory of Astralis?
I mean, yeah, sure. I hope so.
Okay, because Texan, on my predictions, I've been putting Astralis almost every single week. You know, it's starting to hurt, man.
Sorry for letting you down, man. Sorry.
No, man, I still believe in you guys. So I want to see that next week, man. And it's good to see that the spirits are still going high and that you guys trust each other. And that is really important. So thank you so much for this interview. And good luck with that one, okay?
Thank you, man. Have a good evening.
You too, man. There you go. This is a wrap-up for Game 4. We only have one more on this week, Week 4. It's going to be Eminem versus JDXL. If JD takes this one, they will still be on the top of the ladder. But if Eminem are able to steal this one away, it's going to be clutch. It's going to be just 1 point ahead. So don't miss out on this, another game of the day. And I'll see you soon. And welcome back to the NLC. It's the last game.
Is that for me? Who's that?
I mean, it can be.
Oh.
Am I getting in the middle of something here? Am I
Can you just
blocking
move
something?
back? Thanks, yeah.
Oh no, he just got back and we're kicking him already. Okay, M&M versus JDXL is the last game of the day, of the week as well. And it is bloodbath. Fight on, fight on, fight on.
I think specifically, if we want to hone in on some positives from the side of M&M, we talk jungle mid synergy that they've had, because I think that's actually something, or two players with Royal Cannon and Cannon actually showing up. I think they're going to have a tough battle ahead of themselves today, since they're playing against Eminus and Dan, and I think arguably also one of the best jungle mid synergies we have in the league now. So I think shutting down Eminus is going to be instrumental to taking down BTXL, because so many times we've already seen what he does when he starts taking games over. And it's not only just on a control mage, it can be on Aurelia too.
But the question is, if they do manage to overcome that first hurdle, and they do actually get that first foot in the door, we saw in the pregame a lot of the stats that we use for JDXL, first Baron, first Tower, control of the jungle. They're very good at choking out games, and when they get ahead, they stay ahead, typically. If they get over that first hurdle, we're yet to see what JDXL are like when they're put under the pressure. I mean, we saw that a little bit versus X7, and it was a great game, wonderfully explosive. Can M&M push them that far again to kind of once again explore a bit more of this JDXL team?
So far, there wasn't a single game where Eminus was shut down in the mid lane. Not a single one. Not
He
even
died twice and they couldn't shut him down.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Like he told us on the interview, I take 15 games to master the champion. Dude, if only I could.
Did he not say 30? Did he say 50?
He said 30 at the beginning, but now he only takes 15.
Okay.
He's growing in power.
I don't know who can stop him. So let's see, the ban's action is going to be removed alongside with a lot of AP on the other side. So they want to remove some power from Den, from Eminus, but can you ban Eminus? You can't.
But I love the Akshan ban, because if we're going on to this early game tangent and stuff, Akshan is the new mid Lucian, is the new champion that can just run over that laning phase and hold these laners down. So if you take that off, there's no real comparison to that nowadays. You don't have Lucian anymore. What else have you got that can really sock you in the teeth early?
Another thing is this draft is incredibly overloaded right now, which is something we quite often say benefit the red side instead, because you get to take away 2 OPs in the first rotation when the first team only gets to take 1 right now. So obviously Corki, Twisted Fate, Caitlyn, Jinx, Thresh, like I cannot even begin to explain how many of the best champions are available right now.
Gwen's pretty good too.
No, okay. Caitlyn is still available, so this would be a good one. But I believe, like for M&M, would be better to get the Caitlyn, because you don't want to fight versus Gwen with a Caitlyn. I mean, she's immune.
She does do that quite a lot. The thing about the Gwen is that you have to be outside of that W for her to be immune. Volibear gets right up in your face and can cause you some issues. The question is, what are you going to pair up with on the top side that can really twist the screws a little bit on that Gwen? Because if you start getting ahead of that and you start to frontline for a very strong backliner, things get very difficult. If you can shut people down with that Volibear, like of course Trouble has been talking about so much, that can put that into question.
Okay, so this is an interesting adaptation that we're getting out for M&M, because I thought they would take away the Thresh in this instance, just because Thresh Varus is such a decent pairing, and the fact you've now picked Leona means that okay, you have to ban that champion moving into this one. Eminus coming in with flex pick. He didn't have to pick this Akali right now. You're right, that is a flex pick. I think this is certainly something you could have waited for. Now the support pool on the other end will get trimmed out a little bit from the side of XL.
Okay, so Eminus bringing another time an assassin. How can you deal with this Akali, though?
This can also be a flex pick, though.
Could be Christ, yeah.
We have seen, actually, I think it was in the LEC as well, we had a Gwen versus Akali where the Akali got ahead, and then actually Gwen can really struggle at that point. Yes, your kind of Ws are on similar cooldowns, so you've got that pool which stops a lot of the autos coming through. You can still get hit by the Q from the Gwen, of course, but Akali can very much trade up in that matchup, which Gwen isn't really used to having right now.
Okay, so far with the picks you have on M&M, every time I see an Astral, I'm like, that's great. If you have poke in the mid lane as well, you don't have to commit to a team fight before the enemies has been poked down a little bit. So I think JDXL, Corki ban could be a play to go for here as well, despite having the Akali, which can be nice, because if you get out of lane, if you start taking care of the package with the objective control we've seen so many times, it can still be a dire situation, despite there's kill pressure on that champion. Another thing you can go for here in terms of Thresh would be a great pan, I feel like, from the side of M&M, just to remove some
good versus Leona.
Yeah, exactly. Just to remove some of this extra displacement that you get for your own AD carry with the Dark Passage.
You protect, you can roam as well, so you can try and follow that Leon as well. I believe Thresh would be a really good pick, unless M&M are the ones banning him away, because what sort of other bans can you take on this part now?
It's so easy because right now JDXL, they're going to forfeit their support anyway. They know what you're going up against, so you can retain the flex pick of the Akali, and you should pretty much just get at least one solo lane here where you're guaranteed to have a winning matchup. So I feel like take the support counter pick and just pick the Thresh here. I'd love to see the Thresh here, not going to lie.
So you could do that. Honestly, something like, because the Varus kind of holds up your laning phase anyway, you could actually say, screw the 2v2, let's go for Rakan or something, right? Just have a bit more of that backline access. It helps with the volley bearer, it helps with that. Alice is on a similar kind of tangent, right? We like, let's just get stuck in there. 2v2's fine already. Varus is okay in this. He can 1v2, that's all right. Let's get some in that Kickers, who has been also one of our star players in the NLC, to get right into the thick of things, and it is actually going to be the Rakan. I feel okay about that one. I feel pretty good about that.
On the other side, though, you do have the Ekrem for Kana. He has been shining on that champion non-stop. That could be an option as well. But does he do well versus the volley bear?
I mean, we're going to wait a bit to see that still, right? I still think, like, Rakan...
If it gets big, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So I think we take that. Like, we've already seen a lot of hovers today that's been talked about.
I'll slow down.
When it happens a little bit. I still think on the other side as well, like, Rakan will have a... This matchup with the supports will be out of lane as well. Because right now, if you take them in lane against each other, the Leona is just a winning matchup. But locking in a Sion here kind of tells me the story that they're moving the Gwen into the jungle, they're throwing the Sion up towards the weak side with a top laner, and then they're going to go for at least what they think is a counter pick in the mid lane now.
You know what I love about this? Both of these teams are buying into front to back, baby. We have so many engage options. This is going to be a very fight-filled game. This isn't like hands away.
Hold the phone. What is happening? This is not...
Wait, hang on.
Akali top and is going to be Kai'Sa in the mid?
So here's what my theory is. They're throwing Kai'Sa mid with the AP Kai'Sa as a kind of counter pick into the Corki with AP build with the W instead. I'm assuming that's what it's going to be.
There is a Korean challenger player who has played Ignite AP Kai'Sa mid for a long time. Now, there is a very specific combo you got to watch out for, because you can W flash to make sure you secure that passive. You auto attack, and your W does more damage the more your passive is stacked up. Watch for that flash W into Ignite kill in the mid lane if that's going to be the build.
But here's the thing. JDXL, they're very creative. Their composition, by far, when I'm taking a look at it into the composition of M&M, it is harder to execute. You have a pretty solid front line on the side with a Sion. You have a Gwen in the jungle where these Void Seekers won't matter all too much. So you can force out a Kai'Sa ultimate if you get on top of her. And then you still have the Corki Eshrol to play around with the grounding with. I think this game, obviously, will always come down to execution. But I think it favors the ease of execution a little bit to M&M. But I still think the individual players in JDXL have the capabilities of performing this composition.
I love this league. This is great.
Yeah, it is. And guess what? Another pick for M&S. He keeps surprising. I don't know, like it takes 2 days.
The roulette keeps going round.
It's getting scary at this point. What do you think about that initialize and treble?
Throw meta out the window. I'm gonna throw team comps out the window. I'm gonna throw.
There can't be more.
I'm gonna throw narrative out the window. Let's talk M&S. What is favorite? It's my favorite time of the day. It's my favorite. Okay. The guy literally went scrolling through, and he's like, that's the one. That looks really nice.
He's doing an alphabet challenge. He's going, well, I've done one on this letter. I've done one on this letter. We've not got anything for K yet. We'll go with, like, what on earth? Kai'Sa mid was not what I was expecting today.
I will say, full AP Kai'Sa can match Corki on poke. The only problem is, Kai'Sa poke doesn't go through a bunch of minions and other champions, of course, whilst the Corki poke sort of splits if it hits, right?
Sure.
Especially the big rockets. So we're going to have to wait and see what M&S has in mind, because I will 100% agree with Gulborg. I feel what M&M have drafted for themselves is a lot of ease of execution, which is what has been netting them a lot of these victories in the past.
It really has, and you and Nightmare in the pre-show were very adamant talking about the control JDXL had in the early game, paired up with M&S, just ridiculous champion pool and skill set. This is a game, honestly, where M&M, if they can stabilize early, if they can prevent the kind of blackout through the jungle that JDXL love to set up and the jungle control of the camps they can get through, they have got the tools here to make JDXL's life very tricky in this game. It is the Ignite mid for Kai'Sa though, so I wonder whether Nymera is on something with that Ignite Flash W. I'll keep my eye out for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also we have to say that obviously Kai'Sa is a little bit short range. So once the Corki hits level 6, it's going to be a little bit tricky, you know, walking up to the wave and trying to take your CS. Now, okay, this is the 8th consecutive unique champion in the hands of MNS. He has technically not played a traditional marksman. This is a traditional marksman.
It is.
It's Kai'Sa. It's mainly played down the bot lane. It's one of the very first times that we see it played in the mid lane, and he has started towards the longsword as well. So this might not actually be the full AP Kai'Sa we're expecting. He's also playing Hail of Blades. So I'm looking at Dan, and I'm looking at MNS, and I'm looking at them roaming the map together and trying to create a lot of pressure, especially Halo Blades early into the game. The 1, 2, 3 hurts a lot. You've got the Ignite, you've got the AP damage together with the Volibear as well. I think it's a pretty good duo into the Gwen Corki, where Corki cannot really brawl too much in the early game.
And let's be real, between an Akali, a Volibear, a Kai'Sa, a Rakan,
I thought you were going to start a joke.
No, I was like, what? No.
Okay, I looked away for 1 second.
I looked at your face, and MNS flashes under the tower at level 2 with Ignite and murders Roll Cannon.
Okay, I threw narrative, meta, and team comps out the window. I'm throwing logic out the window here as well. If we have the replay from the observers, I would love to see that, because I looked away for 1 second to look at you. You turned away for 1 second to look at me, and then it's like, that's it. Yeah, that's it, my boy. So, last minion dies. No, he doesn't. And oh, it's just W's him in the face.
Yeah. W, Ignite, fully isolated Icathian rain, and when it rains, it pours. And MNS...
you also see the Halo Blades. It was the 1, 2, 3 pop.
Absolutely. Reminder, MNS is currently on over 2 solo kills a game. He's at something like 18 or something like that right now. Utterly unreal.
That's disgusting.
Like, this guy has been smurfing on the league for the longest time. I wanted to fight the fact this guy's looking like the MVP candidate. 8 champions in 8 games with that kind of stats is just unreal. As Babista takes a lot of damage. He's just dead.
What?
Both solo lanes get solo kills.
No, but that... Babista, you can't do that, my friend. You cannot just dive a tower and expect that the tower will not hate you.
Kanna's gonna roam up here with the Ghost running, and he might try and get that snip off. Throws down the Hallowed Mist. Doesn't quite get it. Takes a lot of damage. The Ayaya start flying. One more tower shot will not come through, and Kanna does pick that up. So at least... Wait, mid lane. No. Sure. No. He's behind his Raptor pit. It is nearly just 4 minutes into the game. That is completely illegal.
Okay, let's slow down a little bit. So you see Kikis and Dan. What have we been saying about this duo? Kikis role swaps from jungle to support, and we have also talked with Dan, and he's like, I don't necessarily have to communicate too much with Kikis. He knows exactly what I want to do and how I want to do it, and now you see how they're coming together, how their thoughts align, how they want to play the game. And we have Kikis following Dan around the map. Now you have a fed Kai'Sa who's 10 CS up, has gone back, has bought the Serrated Dirk. You know how much I hate the Serrated Dirk just because of how overpowered it is for the price and how much of a spike it is for any AD champion to purchase that. Not only that, Dan has got his tier 2 boots, so we have that mid-jungle duo popping off very early into the game, and a mistake from Bobista on the tops of the map, which donates crazy kill on the Akali as well. This is looking very green, because we have been giving props to Eminem for how clean the early game strats have been, but it doesn't look that way on this one.
Christ takes a bit of a chunk there from the decimating strike, and I was trying to set up a little bit of a narrative for his challenger, saying, look, JDXL super good at controlling the jungle, getting MNS rolling, but Eminem also been really good in the early game, and instead, JDXL have been putting on a clinic about controlling the jungle early, about getting MNS rolling, and Eminem need to stabilize now before it all falls apart.
And honestly, it all comes down to pressure from MNS, right? Because when you have mid lane pressure, when you have taken down your opponent, when that opponent has used their TP, they know how difficult it is to try and pressure a lane. Because once your teleport is down, you cannot pressure too hard, because if you die again, you lose a lot of CS, which has been the case. As you can see, 10 CS difference in the mid lane between MNS and Royal Canin, which means Royal Canin cannot necessarily be too much of help to his jungler, and Dan can do whatever the heck he wants.
MNS has got the Ignite. He's got himself a not the void
Honestly,
seek, it's the
he could have taken
killer
that
instinct.
out.
Yeah,
He could
that's
have
what
taken that
Yeah,
out.
exactly. He could have gone for the killer instinct there.
But he doesn't have the flash, and then Corki with flash and Valkyrie.
Yeah, probably gets away.
It's fine. We take the pressure because that pressure has netted them a dragon, which is an infernal dragon. It has netted them pressure into the jungle where Dan is walking in right now. And Bobista, he'll be fine. He ults away. Kana is also right there, and Kryze could be in trouble because he has no ultimate available.
He does not, but Kana takes a tower shot there, which makes things a bit frustrating. It'll just be Kana coming in to clear out this wave.
That top lane tier 2 is a little bit frisky. It's attacking people. No?
Why is it attacking people? What's it done?
I don't know. I don't know. They might be walking into range.
Gotta be that.
Yeah.
Just either way, it's going to be a little bit of a deficit right now for Kryze, who did, of course, lose that wave when he died from the dive from Kana, but is doing just fine. M&S is healthily ahead in this mid lane, and is just continuing to be obnoxious as Amalek is debating going for this 1v1 with Mishigu, though I think he took a bit more minion damage than he was hoping for there. The hop forward, that's going to be Amalek flashing away, just dies. Mishigo's Ezreal, too clean, man.
Okay, Mishigo's Ezreal and Ziggs. Ziggs is permabanned at this point. Like, Mishigo does not get his hands on it, but his Ezreal is stellar. And honestly, a bit of a head-scratcher on why Zamulek chooses to take that path towards the bot side, eating every skill set from the Ezreal and then thinking he can turn this into a 1v1. I think that was a little bit of an oopsie from the side of Zamulek. And honestly, if Kikis finds Dr. Chaos there, Dan is coming around as well. This could be a little bit of a whoopsie.
The Thundering Smash, though, it doesn't get to proc.
Don't hold the wave. Oh, he's doing it!
Ooh, M&S forces the flash out from Royal Cannon. Did use that killer instinct, but won't be able to secure the kill. Does get the flash, though. And that means next time there won't be any escape.
No flash, no teleport, no agency in the middle for Royal Cannon. You cannot push too far forward, which means that if your jungler needs you, you cannot be there to roam real quickly, which means you lose a lot of pressure on the map. Dan has been unleashed. Wherever he chooses to go, he enters. Wherever he chooses to leave, he exits. No one tells these bear where to go because Dan decides where to go and he does it however he pleases. Now, of course, Zamulek is not going to lose much in the bottom of the map because Kikis and Dan were there to hold his wave, so he also has a very healthy lead of 20-ish CS.
Herald is now spawned, Canna's roamed up, and I believe Royal Cannon has picked up a package. I think I saw him stop off that in the base, so I wonder whether JDXL are feeling comfortable about contesting this. They've got some items.
They saw it, and Zamulek is already making his way up. Chain of Corruption is up and available. He has his cleanse as well. He can very easily walk into a Leon. Another package is going to be a problem, but M&S is also on his way, and M&M having their Ezreal all the way to the bot lane. I don't know if you want to fight this.
Kryze just gets murdered. He just oversteps, and JDXL over-eager there, getting involved in that. They've got the man down, and they lose the Herald. What happens with the rest of the fight? Look at that big decimating smash, but it's interrupted. The Ignite comes through, and Zamalek picks that one up. Unstoppable is Dan as he calls forth the storm. Mishigu has finally turned up, but they can't quite get onto Royal Cannon, I don't think.
Okay, that was a little bit over-eager from the side of JDXL. Really well played from M&M. Royal Cannon picks up the package because he knows that Kana wants to make a play towards the tops of the map where the Rift Herald is. And M&M are very patiently waiting for the right minute. JDXL overextend. They get too eager to fight. And then they catch Kryze off guard right there, of course, with the package and everything. And this turns into a 4 versus 4. But the second they see the Ezreal showing up in the mid lane, I think this is sort of lights out for the fight. But M&M trade 1-for-1. It's fine because they take the Rift Herald and they can put down the pressure. They can cash in on some tired platings and get some of the carries ahead.
And credit to M&M for stabilizing from the early onslaught from JDXL. We know M&M are good in the early game. We know they're coherent. And actually, that was pretty well played as we're tipping around a little bit as some things are going on. There's a fight in mid lane. I think that's happened. Dan does get out with a... I have no idea what happened. We've got ourselves something of a replay, and perhaps what that was a preview of things to come. Beware the mid lane plays in a few minutes.
Pretend you didn't look.
No one saw anything. Okay. Don't look behind the curtain.
Important stuff. Nashor's Tooth completed for Kana's Gwen.
Yes.
Now, Gwen is one of these champions that scales so well towards the latter stages of the game, and having that one already ahead is going to become a nuisance, especially for champions such as Zamulek's Varus, who are extremely immobile and are going to have to deal with the snip when the time comes. Now, all eyes for the sort of JDXL are going to fall onto Kryze and M&S. Are they going to be able to assassinate the backline? Because the backline for M&M are pretty pretty slippery. You've got Corki, who's got Valkyrie, you've got Michigo on the Ezreal, who's got Arcane Shift, and also Eliona, who can also peel for them. So it is a question of, are MM going to be able to play the peeling game correct? And is JDXL going to overstep their boundaries again, trying to overreach and create an engage for them?
They're going to try and get in the middle lane. I think this might have been the play. We got a little bit of a teaser off earlier. Dan gets out, Kickers gets the quickness, and they do get out alive.
Very proactive mid-game play by the side of MNM. What this is going to net them is a dragon. They take down really low. They burn his ultimate. They burn his flash. That means the bot side river belongs now to MNM because the smite holder for JDXL cannot pass. So very good stuff. Very aggressive playstyle by Bobista, who has managed to still stay ahead after a very dodgy level 3, level 4, I would say, underneath the tower. I think MNM
Kickis needs
are
to
on
be
even footing.
a bit problematic there. Gets a decent knock-up of flashing away. Doesn't have anyone to battle down to right now and will surely just fall to another rocket. Surely Canna gets the snip and cuts Rakan down to size. Top side though, got ourselves another place. Bavista gonna get stunned up. That's Cries out behind him, trying to prevent any easy escape. The Ignite's coming through. Damage in the middle, somewhere down the bottom. Zamalek died as well, you're right. And that actually means 2 for 1 in favor of M&M as Dan takes a lot of damage from the towers, but Bavista won't be able to catch up. And the kill score is now even, and the gold is only 400 in the favor of JDXL.
Well, this is disastrous for the side of JDXL.
Yes.
M&M are doing a fantastic job at hitting them where it hurts. They dive Zamalek. We mentioned how impossible it is to get away from the Gwen. So they take Canna's overfed Gwen down the bot lane. They dive Zamalek. They cash in a bunch of turret plating onto Michigo's Ezreal as well, whilst also catching Kikis off guard and banning his flash. So bot lane flash from the side of the JDXL burnt and their lives taken as well. Again, Zamalek oversteps his welcome. He's trying to help his support, and the second that they see that he's all alone, Michigo has already taken him really low, kind of pops the Rift Herald, and actually Michigo just solo kills him again.
Yeah. 2 solo kills for the bot laner, trying to show M&S exactly how it's done, and that leaves us with a game that is very close indeed.
M&M is going to have to show how this Kai'Sa works right now, because I think JDXL really need it at this point.
They really do. Kai'Sa managed to secure herself a 3rd plate. That's great news, but the fact this game is so close that JDXL's seemingly unstoppable start to this game was stymied so well. They got so much off the Herald, the fact they're now close. We now have to see how JDXL do when they are left in a more even game step, when they don't have the same jungle control that they're used to, when potentially M&M can do to them what JDXL have done to so many others.
Oh, look at the position of Obista though. He's stepped behind enemy line. He's trying to do the same thing that he did before. He's not going to catch anyone this time.
Just a drive-by coming along, waving
honestly,
hands.
the pressure, the second the Scion goes into Fog of War, he suddenly becomes an assassin. He appears in your backline, and Bobista is being a complete nuisance whilst also not falling too far behind the Akali in terms of CS and gold. And at this point, it doesn't matter too much, because all he needs to be is a nuisance, all he needs to be is a rock in front of his carries, and he's doing just that whilst creating a bunch of opportunities, burning flashes on the opponent team, and creating this sort of pressure in the mid lane, which is so important, especially if you want to take control of the river.
Absolutely. The opportunity cost for that unstoppable onslaught, though, was, of course, the fact he had to teleport towards that top lane tower. But he's a Scion. He can roam down towards the river pretty damn quickly. His Cries continuing to be obnoxious.
He's like, yeah, sure, tickle me.
Yeah. I mean, it'll get a little different once he gets the Rift Maker. There we go. That's the name of that item, which does allow Akali to trade a bit heavier into tanks, but not there yet. And
4-man top lane for the side of JDXL. They've pulled their 2 engages up top, Kikis on the Rakan, down on that Volibear, and Eminence on the Akali. There is no ultimate on Mobista to run away from
down
it.
The tower. There's no way out. Knocked up, knocked down. M&S gets the kill in the mid lane. They're going to try and get him to Zamalek, who's just dead to rights. 1 for 1 across the map.
Yeah, but at what cost? I'm asking at what cost, JDXL? You're losing your mid lane tower, which is so important. Yes, you picked on a 0 and 4 Scion. But look on the other side. Is Dan going to be able to get anything here?
They're going to get onto Dr. Chaos, who doesn't have a flash, gets knocked up, and will go down to Dan, who picks that one up. So it does come at the cost of another kill.
I'll say worth.
Probably.
unless JDXL can manage to push in the mid lane, I say worth, because Kana is there, Michiku is also there. They're not diveable at this point. They're going to be able to push away this wave. MNS really does hurt. Actually...
Oh my god, he's going to go try and get the kill. Can't quite get it. That Gwen immune was nearly there. Look at the Ignite. Gets it, and that's a shutdown as well. MNS is just too damn good.
Yep, MNS woke up today and he chose violence yet again. Now this is something that is actually worth for JDXL. Zamulek wants to take his luck, this time with Royal Cannon. I don't know if you win any of those, buddy, I'm sorry.
I appreciate the confidence. You see what this guy could do on Varus? Just this game, he's been bullied a little bit, and there's a couple of solo kills which have gone against him this time out. We're left with about 15 seconds until this Drake spawn.
Real quickly.
Yes.
Let's set them up. So both mid lane towers have fallen, which means that both teams are going to be fighting for mid lane pressure. You push down the wave, that gives you a bunch of entrance from the mid side towards that river to fight for that dragon. Now, of course, it's just the second dragon of the game, right? You don't necessarily have to fight if you don't have the setup for it. However, Kreis has already backed. Now, whether he chooses to push his teleport towards the top side of the map or the bottom of the map is going to be the telltale of where JDXL want to pull the trigger. He's not using the teleport top, so I'm thinking JDXL really want to go for the second dragon right here. There was no setup of wards behind the dragon pit, and MNM have the push in the mid lane.
They do.
Or they're trying to have
They're trying to get the push in mid lane. Canna is there, but Vista has roamed down. Akali has stayed top. Kreis does have the teleport and can join. And this would only be the second dragon for either team, so there is some value to potentially giving it up. MNM currently holding court in the river. Okay. Look at the dragon, there's the teleport. That's a very difficult one as Kikis goes in, gets the double grand entrance. Big engage, but the damage for Kikis is so high. He gets knocked down straight away. Kreis goes in the backline, eviscerates Michiku and gets a second. MNS gets one kill, and he's going to continue flying forwards. MNS won't manage to get that one, but Royal Cannon is left to run away from MNS, who is bringing the purple rain. You can rename him to Prince. He's looking for another hit, and he'll take the crown away from Royal Cannon. He was next in line to the throne anyway.
Okay, I have no idea how Eminem pulled that magic trick where they all disappeared at the same time. So Kikis gets a fantastic triple taunt into knockup, but he dies instantly. But look at Kreis, look at Zamulek. They do all the damage when everyone is bunched up. Akali does a lot of AoE damage with the Q, and then also you have MNS, who does a lot of AoE damage together with Zamulek's Varus. So whilst Eminem was too busy getting CC'd and trying to kill Kikis to get revenge for that CC, all three carries from the side of JDXL were free reigning.
So many opportunities.
Look at that also. He gives him the KDA. He's like, yeah, you get it,
It's yours, mate, yeah.
You're like 5-0-4, it's fine.
They're going to keep trying, but Vista, the tank, the one who's supposed to survive, does manage to flash out.
He does survive.
Stays alive. He does, in fact, do that. So you know what? Well done. You managed to do exactly what you were supposed to do on the turn.
Now, Eminem, I tried to pull the same trick towards Kreis. Kreis does have his ultimate available. No flash, of course, he's running the Ignite teleport. And there's 3 members of Eminem up top. I think Kreis has sort of smelled what's happening right there.
He's in a lot of trouble here. Does have Shroud, does have Shuriken. And I think he's wisely going to run away. Don't have the most ways to lock down the Akali, at least. But now there's a Stormbringer, and they're just going to die for this guy. He's just going to go at it.
Okay,
there's the Ignite. So much damage. They're going to try and get the damage onto Kikis, who takes exactly the right amount of turret shots and survives beyond it. That's a bounty in the top side. MNS quickly runs away with the supercharge to avoid taking any more Scion damage, but easy dive, easy kill.
Another kill into the pockets of MNS. He's going to take the tier 2 bot side as well. I'm going to say this is not the cleanest game we have seen from JDXL, but they are keeping the pressure up, and Kreis is respecting the fact that this entire team is towards the bot side of the map. Now, let's take a look at the items and what's coming up next, because the dragon is quite far away. It's 3 minutes, but there is a bunch of vision that has been removed from the side of Eminem due to the fact that they've lost so many towers. 2 towers down bot lane and their tier 1s mid and top, meaning that Dr. Chaos needs to be face-checking quite a bit to get a little bit more of deep pressure and vision towards the JDXL territory.
Gwen has managed to get the second item. That's big news. Has got the Rift Maker now, so that's good news. But that's some interest.
Complete.
But there's got to look at M&S right now as well, who's gone for the Nash, has just completed the Ludens, as I complete about it. Has got, he's sold off that Serrated Dirt now that he's already at the AD threshold to get the Q upgrades. So don't need that anymore. He's converted over to the AP build. Interesting little path there that's probably worth breaking down a later segment, potentially. Hint, hint, analysts, because I'd love to see how that works. And M&S very much in command of this game right now, just waiting for that Muramana transformation.
Right. And, he's... Okay, I thought Dan had just started Baron.
I saw that as well. I was like,
they do it really quickly, right? They do have 2 marksmen, and Volibear does a bunch of damage. They've got the attack speed on Varus as well, so it's just... They're just gonna burn right through. The thing is, you need to make a pick because Eminem have a very easy way into the Baron, especially with the Sion charging in together with the Leona. I think what JDXL are trying to do, this is exactly what we talked about before. They're trying to choke Eminem out of vision. They're trying to push them to see if they're doing the Baron or not. Luckily for them, the Scuttlecrab has gone to the side of Eminem, so they JDXL has to wait.
Dan takes so much damage, he's going to go unstoppable, flashes away.
Dan didn't wait.
Quite burned down. True Shot Barrage secures the kill, and that is a big pickup. I don't know if they're quite confident enough to push for anything more, but a feel-good moment for Eminem, who had a few plays go against them in a row there.
I was just saying, JDXL have to wait for that Scuttlecrab vision to go down so they can bait people in.
They're diving the Scion though, and M&S has already got a few of these. They get the Unstoppable. They're going to try and get that final Icathian Rain, and they do so. More like acid rain at this point. Talk about global warming. M&S is destroying them right now.
I like that one. I'll give you that one. All right, so JDXL managed to find yet another victim, which is the usual suspect, Mobista. At least in this game.
Oh Lord, the poor guy.
All right, third dragon possible soul point for JDXL is going to be, of course, the Cloud Dragon, and the entirety of JDXL are speedrunning towards the bot side of the map. Now, of course, they know that they don't have the Sion from the side of Eminem, which means it's really hard to face check. You're going to have the Leona trying to face check, but what Dr. Chaos is doing very well right here is he's trying to take some agency towards the top side of the map, which is the Baron. So even if they give JDXL soul point, they will at least be able to find a fight around the Baron area. Have they not been spotted?
They're gonna manage to get on top of him. He's gonna have a battle dance away, but he's gonna have to go golden first. I think that's just gonna be Kickers down for the count. Gets out for now. He's alive, and in goes Christ. Deletes Dr. Chaos, who's put straight into the dirt. Double kill for the Akali. Doesn't fall in return. Avoids the True Shot Barrage. Cannon gets it in return, but the killer instinct from M&S. Of course, it's M&S who's continuing to run through them all. 20 kills to 9 in 23 minutes. It's Baron o'clock, baby.
That was so well played. At the start, I was like, JDXL, you have so much vision in the jungle. How did you not know that there? Kikis gets away with a sliver of health. And again, I think Cries on the Akali has been freaking spectacular. Yes, M&S has the KDA, but I think Cries has been instrumental this game. Look at him. He comes back from the side, targets Dr. Chaos, gets straight into the backline when he kills Dr. Chaos, straight onto Kana. Then he's going to charge towards Mishiku on the side as well. He does so much for this fight until he's taken out by Royal Cannon. And once Cries is down, M&S is going to jump in to finish the job. And guess who has been also attacking the entire time without being interrupted? Zamalek.
The moment you burn those escape tools, there's someone else to chase you down. You run from the Akali, and M&S just pulls the killer instinct straight after 806, 4 items, 535 on the Akali.
How good Cries is? He's playing the LEC.
Yeah. Oh, wow, I didn't realize that. Yeah. This guy's pretty good.
He's pretty darn good, not gonna lie.
I mean, he's inched away from a stopwatch as well. They've all got the playmaking tools, and with the Baron and Soul Point to their name, JDXL, yes, Eminem threw a few counter punches, but at this point, it's feeling pretty difficult.
Angry.
Oh, yeah.
He's popping the angry bee right there. He's mad.
He's died a couple times to solo kills. He's got a right to be angry.
He's got the right to be very mad right here.
Bobista.
And Bobista, mate... that's the wrong way, Bobista. That is the wrong way.
You have to laugh, because if you won't, you'll cries instead. Yes, I made that plan. I'm sorry. Well, oh my God, M&S! No! You don't get a 1v3 solo kill versus a Gwen on 3 items. Does manage to get one back, and now Cannon can maybe run people down. The Ignite will allow that one to get back. But M&S, my Lord, Dan? It's just going to murder Ballista. Okay, that's what's going on there, because of course the Sion had chased away beforehand, and That's at least one Baron off the table, but it came at the cost of 3 members of M&M.
Yeah, they're gonna take tier 2 mid lane. Now, Kikis is not at his healthiest to keep himself behind Zamulek to protect his AD carry, but Zamulek is gonna take a few hits. Honestly, what Bobista did there, the fact that he pulled away Dan from this whole equation, I think it was pretty clever, because now you're taking a bunch of time off of that Baron buff. The only thing that JDXL has found so far from that Baron buff is that tier 2 mid lane tower. So I think this is the least of your worries if you're M&M. If you're just losing your tier 2 mid, that's fine. You didn't lose an inhibitor, you didn't lose an inhibitor tower, and now you have to wait for these death times as well, because you lost Eminence, who's one of your carries that you need there to team fight.
And here we have it. This game is very much in JDXL's favor at this point. They're up 9,000 or so gold. They are 26 minutes into the game. It's not even that late yet, and they're at 4 items on everybody who matters, it feels like. Rageblade just got completed by Zamalek.
Okay, you say 4 items on anyone who matters? The only one is Eminence.
I realized, okay, I thought I saw it in inventory for Cries and realized that's just the arm guard, so he's not quite there as well.
You're a little bit biased here, okay?
No, fair. You know, I take that. That was hyperbole is what that was. Either way, Royal Cannon gonna have to Valk away from this turret.
Sorry for breathing underneath my tower, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe Cries maybe has to be a little bit sorry about the temerity to try and take that tower himself. Takes a big rocket to the face, but in goes Evanes! No! He's done it again.
What was that?
He hits another W, and he's just hitting like a nuclear warhead. It's a satellite from up in orbit, just dropping death lasers at
Cries
this point.
is TPing back.
Oh my lord! Void Seekers dropping Royal Cannon straight into the void, and when Kai'Sa stares back, you fall to the ground, straight dead. It's another for M&S. Of course, it's M&S. And they're gonna get that triple to end the game out. Bow down and pray. M&S is here to show you why he is the best damn player in the league. JDXL will tie with X7 for first place.
Wow. That was honestly a performance. The early game, not the cleanest. Honestly, I think JDXL were just having a little bit of fun. It was a happy game for them, and they were having fun. And honestly, you want bruisers? He's got you. You want mages? He's got you. You want assassin? He's got you. You want marksman in the mid lane? He's got you. What can't he do?
This guy just pulled off AP Kai'Sa mid lane and gets a solo kill at level 2 under the enemy turret.
And gets out alive.
This guy is a monster.
Honestly, big props to the entire JDXL team. I feel like it was a performance for the books. And even though I want to praise Eminem for a pretty clean-ish early to mid game, because they tried to cut their losses and they were trying to force JDXL. They came back to even, but then JDXL, when they were done, playing about.
Turns out those solo laners can destroy you if they're given the opportunity. And, we've got a little bit of time here while we're still setting a couple bits up. So, I mean, Cries as well on that Akali. Some sick plays around those objective fights. Multiple double kills, blowing up the likes of Mishiku, who had, at that point, gone to a point of pretty okay items. If he was allowed to free fire, things could have gone a bit different. And we've just been given the okay to throw to a break. Stick around, cool down, and just remember what you saw, because that was some beautiful, beautiful stuff. See you in a few.
Welcome back to the NLC. The games are done and we are sitting down, chilling a bit. We have an opportunity to talk with the players, see a few plays as well, do the recap of the day, and welcome back.
Thank you. I feel very welcome. I feel very satisfied as well because we saw that Kai'Sa pop up and I was like, I'm actually proud. I played this build. I'm an ARAM player. I know there's stuff, and I didn't expect to see it in an ERL, but we take those.
I definitely did not expect to see it in the mid lane. So it was a build we saw at 80 carries at the start of the preseason as well with new items. Coming in as a Corker response. Killed in level 2 on the tower.
I mean, Torok is literally here to just, someone was tweeting about it, but Torok is literally on a mission to prove that you can't blind pick anything at this level. He's got something prepared for everything.
Either you get red side against JDXL or you pray.
Yeah.
I think that's the idea. You need the red side. Now, we do have Ikini with us for the post-game interview. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you feeling, mate?
I mean, could be better, but it wasn't bad showing from us. We had good tries and good plays, but ultimately they were better today.
So tell me, how difficult it is to prepare a champion select when you're on the blue side versus MNS?
I mean, to be honest, there's not much to prepare because you don't know what he's going to go for, right? So it's kind of, you just take a solid team comp and, see what he comes up with, because obviously having Quirky against Kai'Sa mid lane is not something you expect and can't really prep for anyway. So, you don't really worry about it too much. You worry about the other things, I would say.
Now, considering the draft you did actually get, it seemed like you had a pretty good win condition, good flex on the Gwen as well, got a comfortable weak side on the top side with the Sion. So where do you think it starts falling apart? Because you did take away a few Drakes in the early game, and then it seemed like there were struggles in the mid to late game. How is the team's communication? What kind of went wrong?
Well, I would say that Kai'Sa was the biggest issue this game. Got pretty fed early, few kills, especially I think it was third Drake fight, where she got a triple, and then, when she has 3 items and other people have 2 or 1.5, you already get outscaled with the poke, and now we only have the possibility to look for a flank, and that's not very easy when you're falling behind. So, no. I think the communication was still nice. We were looking for things to do, being active, not just, falling over and dying, and that's what I always like to see from the guys, so.
Okay, so not the best front foot forward in terms of how this game went, but actually most of your games when you've had this, since this week 2 turn on, you've actually done pretty well in your early game at snowballing to great leads, playing through the early game, having Canna and Royal Cannon kind of pop off in their own rights. What's it kind of like trying to train that into these players? Is it more natural to them to just go let's go with the momentum, play every game? Because actually in this game, you kind of maybe could have stalled out, but they were still playing with that. What's the playstyle of the team been like in this situation? How's it been like training this momentum-based style into M&M?
I mean, I always try to make it so that the guys are not afraid to make mistakes. I'd rather see them, for example, even the dive against X7.
Right, yeah.
Top lane, I'd rather see them not be afraid to go for that kind of things, and then possibly maybe lose the game of it, rather than just waiting to see that the enemies are enemies make a mistake and then we somehow sneak a win. I'd rather see them try to go for plays, and especially this game where we get outscaled in the team fights and in the poke war, basically taking away some more win conditions. I think it's way better for them to as well look for something and try to get the shutdown so we can actually maybe make something happen.
And now that we're looking we're almost done with the half of the split, I do believe the team showed a lot of improvement. You guys showed so many great results after the first weeks, which were a little bit rough. What's your intake for the second half of the split? What is the objective of M&M?
For me, it's always just to get ready for the next game, take it game by game, week by week, and then, as long as you get to playoffs, then it's anyone's game, right? You just need to be there to fight the best teams, and then can depend on a lot of things. But so far, it's just for me, make sure we be in the position, play well, keep improving like we have, and should be good things coming for us and what we deserve at least. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like the roster is ready for that, and congratulations so far. You guys are doing amazingly, and thank you so much for the interview, Ikina. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. At least one of us is doing the fade away.
So you always have trouble with me waving. I'm so rude. He's supposed to say
You're
goodbye.
missing out, man. You're missing out. Because I'm the rude one.
Sorry, I'm not versed in your NLC etiquette yet. I need lessons on that. I'm new here.
But yeah, preparing versus a red matchup, a red side matchup versus Eminez, it's
pretty tough.
It's pretty tough, I guess. And then you get the Kai'Sa doing all that, probably doing the 1v1 versus the Gwen with no problem whatsoever. I'm just wondering about that, Goldberg.
You guys are absolute. I mean, I'm redacting everything I'm about to say because, listen, you guys don't know about this conversation. You guys are just throwing it. No. So we were talking about a 1v1 in isolation between a Gwen and a Kai'Sa. Same items, by the way, because this was before the lead got completely blown up. And I was just saying that if you're fighting Gwen in Hallowed Mist, you die.
You didn't say that. You said, "Oh, I don't think Kai'Sa beats Gwen. I don't think Kai'Sa beats Gwen." You said that afterwards.
No, because if you take it into the contrast that the Kai'Sa's never supposed to be in the Hallowed Mist, then it's fine because she's supposed to poke. See, this conversation does nothing other than just provoke me.
This is exactly what I wanted. I feel so safe because I'm so far away from him, so only Nightmare is in danger by the... Oh no, I saw that. That was Twisted
today,
Fate.
Okay? What do I have in my pockets?
It's pick, ban, dodge the W.
So we should look now to the JDXL side where we have Kreis to talk with us a little bit. So we can talk about the game, about the day as well, and the game as well. What do you guys prefer? You want to do the recap or talk about the game first? Probably the game, right?
Like we talk about the game.
Yeah, we should talk about the game.
How
Kreis,
good
hello!
How good does it feel when you suddenly get your level 2 mid laner just solo killing for first blood? What's the communications like?
I mean, we started off with him saying like that he would play like a psychopath, and we were like, okay, you can go ahead and do that. And then we just see like first blood level 2, which we found was pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a surprise for everyone, I think.
And I guess like for this team as well, like you bring a lot of experience to this roster as well. What's it kind of been like in this new iteration of the NLC where we've had a lot of changing faces, a lot of changing teams? Has it just felt like business as usual, another split at the office, or is there something a little different about this NLC split?
I mean, I feel like LSC is more competitive than people think, actually. There are some really strong teams. I think, for example, the top 4 teams, I think they're stronger than the top 4 teams in Prime League, for example.
Ooh, we love to hear it.
So I feel like people underestimate us a lot, but it would be fun to show them in EU Masters at least.
Yeah, you hear that, Prime League? We own this studio now. But at the same time as well, Kreis, you've been in the Nordics before you got into the LEC. This is kind of your, what do you say, birthplace, if that's the way to put it. Exactly. What do you think is like the biggest difference compared to back then when this was just the Nordics and you were playing it to now in this league?
I mean, it has evolved a lot for sure. That's for sure. When I started playing, like Nordics had like probably like 50 viewers or something, so it has evolved a lot. Also, the like players have evolved, so it's like way more competitive now. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It has evolved a lot.
So at this point, it is time to play a game with our guest. Are you ready to play a game?
I want to play a game.
Do you got the cards? Do you have the cards?
The cards?
Oh, it doesn't matter, man. So what we're going to play now is pick, ban, dodge. You know the game, don't you? So we'll show a gameplay. You'll decide if it's a pick, if you like it. If it's a dodge, if you're like, I'd rather dodge that on my games. And if it's a ban, if you'd like to see that player removed from your team forever.
All right, let's go.
I want to get this spicy. So let's take the first clip. You guys at home can play as well on the Twitch. Just say pick, ban, or dodge. And let's see which one is this.
Yes, I seem to remember a bit of a overreach here. What do you want to say about that one, Gulbog? That's, I mean, all I can see is a bit of vision gameplay happening and Senna being a champion again.
So, I mean, yeah, brilliant.
so whose side are we on here?
Yeah, Kreis. What do you think? Tell me.
Yeah, I would probably dodge that one. It seemed like a very ambitious play by Viego, but I think it's a dodge, yeah.
That's a dodge. What about you guys?
It's not the worst play in existence, but it's not great.
Yeah, I didn't know who we were on of the perspective, so I definitely picked the one killing the guys, but the guys dying. If that's my team, I'm dodging for sure. Horrible rotation.
But the team that killed the guy also lost that game today, so you could kind of argue it either way.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It was just feeling fancy. Okay. Second clip. Let's roll it up to see who is going to be on the big screen.
Oh no.
Oh, this is...
Oh no.
There's more to this play than meets the eye. Yeah,
that's rough one.
Okay, you first, Chris. You first. What do you feel?
I mean, it was a pretty good dive. Like, the set cannot play anymore, so I would probably I would pick that one. That's a really nice clip. I like the dive, so...
Now you're top lane as well. If you're that set, is that your fault because of the wave, or is it the jungler that's not there to actually shadow you at the right time?
I would always say jungle if you know, but it's probably my fault as well. Like
for the course.
But I like playing junglers, so it's probably jungle diff.
Okay, so on the side of the dive, actually a pretty clean dive.
Yes.
That's great. CC chain, no chance to really outplay that on the other side. Like, what happens afterwards in terms of certain itemization and certain things which happen to that set? Bit of a ban.
The thing is, yeah, because you're playing set, your weak side, you're playing for the bot side, you're against Renekton, and you have Lee Sin coming in towards you again. 2 Gordringer first mythic items, and you don't buy Brambleverse as the first item, you start building into your Phage component. I mean, come on, man.
I love how animated he gets.
Would you ban that? Would you make a Bramblevest?
I'm not sure, actually. It kind of depends. Like, the item got nerfed a lot, so I feel like it just depends like how much gold you're based on, really. But Bramble is fine versus Farrington for sure.
Okay, let's take a look at the last one. Sadly, we only have 3 today, so...
3 is a good number.
Yeah. Oh,
this one.
Oh.
Yeah.
This one.
Unblind pick Corki.exe.
It's because we've seen like answers of pick Xerath versus Corki. You can outpoke him, and then MNS brings the Kai'Sa. No, don't poke him. Go on his face in shotgun. That's what you need. Christ.
I mean, it's a pick as well. Like I watched this on my screen in the game, and I'm just like mind blown how he does it. So it's a pick for sure. He's just insane.
I mean, after seeing so much Corki get away with so many crap early games, and saying Corki get away with so many drafts, it's really satisfying to see him get his little helicopter just kicked in.
It's not just on the ERL basis, you know, and seeing Corki across major regions all the time.
I wish I didn't.
It's so boring. Seeing him die level 2, brilliant, brilliant. I wish I saw more of that.
It's like pick, ban, dodge, chef's kiss.
We need the blood, especially versus Corki. Are you happy with the Corkis and the Victors on the mid lane? Cries.
I'd rather say see a bit less of them. It makes the meta kind of stale. So I really like MNS that he brings out his own counter pick to it, and always it's paying off. So maybe teams will be afraid to pick Corki now. We'll see. Hopefully that's the case.
Maybe MNS actually saves us, like the meta.
We always knew it all along. Save your MNS.
You only needed to pick like 10 different champions to save the meta. I like that. Cries, now I need your help, okay? So we're going to look into the games we had today. We're going to do a quick recap, and we're going to talk about the games, what we expected from them. Can you give us your perspective of those set games? Like what you thought as a player was going to happen? Which team did you thought was going to win? Can you do that for me?
I don't quite remember all the matchups today, I'm sorry. I just remember Dusty and SMG pretty much. And I was expecting Dusty to win, and they did win, so there's that. But I don't really remember the rest.
No, we're gonna show you the games, you'll see the games. Are you seeing the games with us?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, so Bifrost versus Nuriki. Were you expecting this bloodbath and Nuriki actually doing what they did today?
I mean, you can say you didn't watch it if you didn't. That's also fair.
If you didn't watch, they won. Nuriki won.
Okay, Nuriki won. I did not watch it, but I would say that it's a pretty even matchup, I would say.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, it's just Nuriki showing up. They went on a really good momentum, a good trajectory. Bifrost as well. I mean, falling a little bit short, but in the end, you have to give credit to the mid to late game that Nuriki has been able to bring out. I think that setup around the objectives with Abagnale and the Rakan has been absolutely stellar.
Exactly.
So, brilliant.
I love how it's like a continuing narrative of that team across several tournaments as well. Like, somehow it just keeps happening.
So start rough and then get better, go to playoffs. Now, looking in Vanir versus X7. Vanir are showing a little bit shows the signs of struggle to get like their early, their mid, their late. It's no longer the V now, especially versus these teams.
Well, I mean, I think X7 just made him flatline at that point. Just put it as a giant underscore and said, get out of our game. This was barely a contest.
And after the game we saw today, or even if you didn't see the games, Kreis, how do you feel about the X7 right now?
I saw a bit of this game actually. I was expecting it to be pretty close because I think Vanir can be a very good team. But I did expect X7 to win, so wait, what's the question again? I forgot.
And are you looking for the rematch versus the X7 team?
Oh, I mean, X7 are like probably one of the strongest teams right now with us, I would say. So I think it's going to be a hype match. I'm excited for it, and hopefully we can win this time. Because last time we were really close, but we couldn't really pull it off. But this time maybe we can do it.
Okay, so you said that X7 were like one of the quote-unquote, top teams. What scope are you putting that into? Is that NLC? Is that ERLs? Where would you benchmark them, and of course yourselves alongside that?
I mean, in like every league.
Ooh, good to hear it.
Okay.
In the RL scope, where do you rank it in the RL scope?
I would say like top 10 probably. I think me and X7 are like XL and X7 are like top 10, I would say.
So
in the entire year.
Yeah.
Still same kind of benchmark then.
Yeah, it's still a big list nonetheless, yeah. Now looking into the standings, there we go. JDXL are on first place, tied up with X7. So they're still looking at that first place. Bifrost lost today, so obviously they're going for the third one because there's no second place right now. M&M Gaming tying up as well with Riddle and Vanir. And at the bottom we have Dusty, Nuriki, Astralis on 9th place, and then Singularity still struggling to find that first victory. How do you feel about the standings? Is this what you expected at the start of the split, or any surprise at all?
I expected Dusty to be higher, but I think they will come back once they like get their stuff together, I guess you could say. But other than that, I think it's kind of predictable, the standings right now. I think me and X7 were the teams. Well, not me, like XL and X7 were the teams that were the favorites coming in, so I would say it's pretty expected.
You say predictable as well, right? So that's fair with the top side of the teams. Who do you think will be the 4 bottom teams that's not making playoffs then, if it's predictable?
Oh, that's brutal. I don't think SMG is going to make playoffs. But other than that, I feel like it's a really close race, actually.
That's only a good thing.
Okay.
Now we can use this, guys. We can use this.
We can use
this.
Guys,
Everyone's game.
Thank you so much for the interview. It was a pleasure to talk with you again. And
Thank you very much.
I'll see you next week.
All right, see ya.
See ya. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we have to do this. Yeah. No.
He was the last one to do it.
It was the last one. I mean,
but I did it the longest time, guys, so I meant it more.
So how do we feel about the day? It was a beautiful week. Week 4, we got some spicy games, spicy standings as well. I was not expecting this. And
I thought the day started out really well. Had a good cast with Initialized. Then I unfortunately had to move on to the desk with you guys, and now I'm stuck in the pre-show. I mean, it's kind of just going downhill, isn't it?
He's got some. Yeah, I like to think I'm the training weight here. Like he gets the easy job of Initialized, and I'm like, so good luck. Kaiser versus Gwen. How do you feel about that?
So, I would like to, Oh, you don't see, but this is a heart being crossed, okay? This is the heart.
I've been trying to do that all day, thank you.
Being completely crossed, but okay. Let's look into the schedule for next week. This is the end of the first half of the split. It's going to be M&M Gaming versus Dusty. Then we have X7 versus Astralis. It's going to be a tough one. Let's see what happens. Riddle Esports versus JDXL. Another opportunity to JDXL to be on top of the standings. Nuriki versus Vanir. This is the game that I'm looking for. And then Singularity versus Bifrost. What do you have to say? Like, final words.
I mean, this is the one which I've eyes glued to. I think there are. Just because there are one-sided matchups or perceived one-sided matchups elsewhere doesn't mean that we can't have great games. I think actually some of our very best games have been from ones which we had lower expectations because of the general power rankings that we had. But game 4, that's the one which immediately screams, this is relevant, this will be relevant towards our standings and our trajectories.
I completely agree with Nightmare, and also think, as you say right now, this seems like one-sided matchups where we've already seen what 1 week screams. can do in the NLC to some of the teams. Like, you take a look at Nuriki, week 1, and even week 2, I was like, okay, this team is really lost. They have no coordination whatsoever. You look at them now, that's not the case at all. And M&M as well, from week 1 and 2 to week 3. Like, there's so many teams here in our league that's just gradually improving over the course of the week. So next week, who knows, maybe Astralis is beating Except.
Well, certainly hope so. Well, let's see what happens into that. We need to get to week 5, day 1. Until then, we have a few days off with no transmission, which is sad. But it's also a way for you to go into solo queue, try your best, rise up that rank like you should do as well. I had to do the burn, man. I had to do it.
I saw you go like 0-8 to an Urgot. That was
not
my fault.
And I still won, by the way.
Because of... Okay, whatever.
Yeah, he carried me, by the way. Yeah, he carried me really hard. He's a really good player. I'm just teasing with him. Also, follow us on social media. It was a pleasure to have you here as well on the NLC for another week. And I'll see you on Monday. Have a nice one. I'm the only one doing it.